Good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning, good people. Yeah, you know what it is. Hard worker, scrappy, unfiltered, and sometimes unhinged football content. Hard to explain, but you know it when you see it. Doing it daily our way. I don't know what you're talking about right now. Redraft and Dynasty Fantasy Football, we got you covered. You know their defense is ranked like 31st in the NFL? NFL draft prospects and rookies? Now you know you in the right place for that.
Absolutely.
All right, then stop saying it. Then we're done. And prop bets with my man Jay Rich. Count that money, man. Now wipe the crust out of your eyes. Get you a cup of coffee. It's time to wake your ass up with Ray G. You honestly are making absolutely no sense, and you sound silly as hell.
Good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning, good people. What's going on, everybody?
Good morning, 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 good people.
Day 3,
Come
man.
on,
We're here for day 3. Let's go. We got people in the building. We're excited for day 3, man. Let's go.
Listen, how many of y'all are feeling it from yesterday? How many of y'all are feeling it from yesterday? All right, we got some. I'm guilty. But when the stream starts and the people are in the building, the energy level picks up. Let's go. All of it's in the past, boys. We got day 3 action. We're going to get some running backs. Please save the second round of our rookie drafts because right now it's horrible. Save us.
We hope we get some shit. Mike, how many more I'm looking at the running back pool now. We got Izzy, we got Roshan, we got Zach Evans, McBride.
Come on, man. We need
Eric
some
Gray.
good spots. I got the faith. All right, I got the faith. I'm going to pick y'all up. We're going to get saved today.
God.
We're going to get saved. We're going to get saved in the next 40 minutes. We're going to get some running backs.
Zach Charbonnet goes off the board. Mike's feeling himself. Running backs are back.
Oh.
And then we only get Tajay. We only get Tank.
All right.
Not enough.
Hey, free DeAndre Swift too. Come on, man. Let's free DeAndre Swift today. Let's get a trade. Let's get some player trades. Get some Trey Lance on the move. Let's get spicy. Come on.
Okay.
Gotta have the faith, boys.
Did you, Mike, I got to ask you, did you see the quote from Mike Vrabel about his quarterbacks? Did you see the quote today from Vrabel about the quarterbacks?
No.
Is it bad or is it very good?
It's actually not bad. He said what he said was, and I don't want to misquote it, so I'm going to read the quote. I don't want any confusion. Ray's trying to put something on it. I'm going to read exactly what the report was from Mike Vrabel. Vrabel said that hold on. I got to find it. I don't want to mess this up, but he basically said here it is right here. I know, I'm building the anticipation. I still haven't found it, but I know what he said. He said Ryan Tannehill is going to be our starting quarterback on Monday, and Malik Willis is going to be the backup quarterback, and Will Levis will be the third-string quarterback on Monday. After that, it's all up to the players to figure out what happens after that. That's what he said. Sounds like open competition season in Tennessee. That's what here it is. I finally found it. Ian Rappaport said it. So, yeah, Ryan Tannehill will be the starting quarterback on Monday. Malik Willis will be the backup. Will Levis will be the third quarterback. And what I've told him is whatever happens after that will be up to the players.
That sounds
like a little bit of Belichick.
How's that
I was just going to say that.
How's that make you feel, Mike? How's that make you feel?
Fine, man. Do you really think Ryan Tannehill makes it through the summer still on the roster and there's not some team that suffers an injury? Yeah, I think there'll probably be some team that has an injury. And he'll probably be off the roster. And then it's really just down to Will Levis and Malik. And we kind of saw what Malik was last year, man. It was not good. I'm not saying he couldn't take a step forward, right? Maybe he works really hard this offseason and he improves. But last year was not good at all for him. So Will Levis might be walking into day 1 starter in Tennessee, boys. Let's go.
Is this real?
Might.
Is this real here? Did you guys see Pete Carroll saying you're going to play special teams on the phone with Sharps?
Oh, God.
Of course he will. Let's go.
Let's not start day 3 off like this, man. Let me get that off the screen.
Man,
I hope
Sharps might be back there returning kicks. You never know, man. I've seen crappy
He's killing it in those IDP
I
leagues.
saw that Pete Carroll said Sharp is excellent in the screen game, and then somebody tweeted out he caught exactly 11 screens in his career. Like, what are you talking about, Pete?
What do we? is there a lot of truth to this, Ray? There's a lot of medical concerns with Tajay with the knee. I don't know. What do you know about this?
Anything? I don't know why people are. This was reported at the Senior Bowl. It was reported at the Senior Bowl that he had knee issues and it didn't matter. So
and they drafted him still very highly.
They still drafted him. Like this was not a secret. This did not just happen at the draft. It was discovered that Spears had a knee issue. Like they knew this at the Senior Bowl in February. Then they talked about it at the Combine. And then the Tennessee Titans said, we'll still draft him right here. So, yeah, right. Shorts just said, everyone knows he's had the medical issue. It is what it is. Like, you don't have the fucking x-rays. We don't know what's going on. He seemed just fine to me at Tulane when he was dicing up USC in the bowl game. So I think he's fine. He's a running back. Give me the 3 years and I'm done.
I think if anything, man, y'all remember DeJuan Blair, the Spurs, like power forward.
Mm-hmm. That guy I played against DeJuan Blair.
In either knee, he was fine. He had no ACLs and played basketball. He'd be fine.
Yeah, the thing is too, I think for people that aren't tapped in, that didn't actually I think now that he got drafted, maybe people that weren't aware or tapped in are like, oh my gosh, he has this issue, and they're fading him, but. He got drafted highly. Like, why does that matter now? The NFL already knew this going in. The team that drafted him knew this going in. They don't care.
They don't
it's
care.
Baked into the capital. Don't double count it.
We got our first round 4 pick, and it's a guy from Old Dominion. Let's go.
Hold on,
What's up, Ray?
Real quick, man. Shout out to the new member on the screen, man.
Yeah, man.
Cody Smith in the building. Finally, one of the hosts of the Overreaction podcast on DD. Cody's in the building. He couldn't get in here yesterday. Shit was all messed up, but he made it today. What's up, Cody?
We're doing good. We're on the redemption tour for day 3. The true degenerates know you stick around and still watch the stream for day 3. So good to be here. Sad it couldn't work out last night, but we're back and we're gonna kill it off today.
Let's get it, man. He's an Aggie too. For any Aggies out there, he's an Aggie. So there you go. He's an Aggie.
Don't
got that big flag up back there, man. Look at him.
What do we get picked? We got some draft stuff. What's going on? What do we have?
You got a tackle.
Saints took a tackle.
Old Dominion.
Yep.
Okay.
Is that the Senior Bowl?
Saints took a tackle.
Salvadiveri? I don't know.
Kendre.
Yeah. Jazz said Kendre, 24. All right.
Let's go. Oh, they took a guard, so we'll see. Eagles, man. Couple picks, Ray. You ready? Like if you hadn't had enough the
Ray's
first
not ready.
2 nights.
Dude, I've spent the past 2 nights talking myself into Schoonmaker, and I'm all in on Mozzie Smith now, so that didn't take long. I'm in on Mozzie Smith.
How were those Schoonmaker highlights you watched last night? Did you do anything for you?
They were very short highlights. A short highlight reel from
short
Luke
and sweet,
Schoonmaker.
just how I like
it. Lot of 7-yard outs and a couple of curl routes, and
it's great.
I'm
when
talking
his
myself into it.
We got we have our first super chat at day 3, man.
Ooh.
Okay, first super chat.
Jay Jackson.
Shout out. Appreciate it. That's our guy, Jay. Appreciate you, Jay.
Over under.
He says over under. Cody Lewis spending $250 today.
Damn.
Yeah. Let's make sure, because there might be some people listening to us and not watching. So let's make sure we call out the pick, the selection, who it was. So the Saints kicked off the first pick with Nick Saldiveri, a guard from Old Dominion. So, and then we just got a cornerback, Jacorian Bennett from Maryland goes to the Raiders at 4-2. So there we go.
Boom. Here we go.
Let's go, man.
It's Eagles time. I was going to say, man, it's got to feel good, though, when you watch a tight end's highlight reel and it fits in a YouTube short, right, his entire one, and you don't even have to speed it up or anything.
Oh, man.
You don't got to play it like 2 or 3 times, right? It's just a YouTube short. It's under a minute.
We've got some things to do today. So I'm looking at NFL.com's biggest winners and losers from day 2. And I just want to call out some of the winners, get some of your thoughts on it. Winners, the number 1, they got Brad Holmes, the GM of the Detroit Lions, everything that they were able to do. If you missed it, Sam Laporta, Brian Branch, Hendon Hooker. They got Broderick Martin at 96, a D tackle. And then, of course, Jahmyr Gibbs and Jack Campbell early. But number 1 for day 2, they got Jordan Love is the second winner from day 2, getting Luke Musgrave, Tucker Kraft, and Jaden Reed. Third, Michael Mayer, the tight end for the Las Vegas Raiders. Defensive coordinator from the Pittsburgh Steelers, Terrell Austin is the fourth winner. And then they got Vic Fangio, winner for the Miami Dolphins. The biggest losers, they have number 1, Aaron Rodgers. Number 2, Jared Goff. Interesting.
What?
Jared Goff.
Loser.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, they say Jared Goff has said, though it helped Brad Holmes jump into the winner's tier above, the decision to draft Hooker creates an intriguing situation for Goff moving. Okay. No, it does not. I disagree with that.
We already covered that yesterday.
Here goes the last 3 losers that they have: Jalen Hyatt, Malik Willis, and Kenneth Walker. Those are the 3 remaining losers: Hyatt, Willis, and Walker.
Hyatt's probably just because of his draft capital, though, not because of the spot.
Right.
Hayden Hendricks, let me tell you unequivocally right now, absolutely not. I see in the comment Hendon Hooker worth into the first.
No.
In a 30-team league, sure. And you get the 130, take him there. But 12, 14, 16, no.
Hayden, no. Don't do it into the first.
I thought it was interesting. We did so we stayed up late. We did the America's Game podcast, so go check that out with Eric too. We did a mock draft, 4 rounds. And when Eric took Hendon Hooker in the mid part of the second, I was like, I don't know, man. Like, I'll let you do whatever you want. Like, the second round.
Were you being nice? Were you being nice?
I was just like,
okay.
He was a sweetheart, man. He should have totally leaned into that.
But if you're drafting with me and Adam, man, you could have taken him at the 306. He probably still would have been there.
Don't want to flame the host of the podcast now.
Nah.
No, but
the only reason though,
thing, I don't believe in it at all. I don't. Like, I'm good.
I'm with you, by the way. I think the only reason that he probably could do it and justify it is the second round, until we see what happens today, is not looking as good as it once did. That's the truth of the matter.
Yep.
Yeah. Shit, I need to turn the draft on. I don't even have it on.
Okay, good. We got Adam asking the question that Adam wanted to get to. ETN. All right, so I put.
There it is.
Are you kidding me?
What did Philly do?
Keely Ringo to the Eagles at 105.
Listen, I'm
cornerback
not
out of Georgia. We just talked about this before the show started. Man, another Georgia player from that historic defense headed to Philly.
The Philadelphia,
my goodness.
The Philadelphia Eagles take Keely Ringo, corner out of Georgia. I'll be honest with you guys real quick. I am not ready for this long of a day with McNutted starting off like this. It's just, this is going to be rough, man. Look how excited he is.
How are they not the best team in the league, man?
Lance Zerline's comp for him, he had a round 2 projection on him. Comp is Jimmy Smith.
Wow.
It's pretty good.
That's a great comp.
It's pretty good.
The answer, Jay Rich, is the only thing that kept him, I guess, is Mahomes, right? Mahomes is what beat him. Unless somebody can take down Mahomes, that's the only thing keeping him.
And now you got Ringo on the outside. You brought in Sidney Brown. You also get Jalen Carter.
How many draft picks do they have right now? Is that their 6th or 5th so far?
That's the 4th player they've added to this defense.
That's nuts.
5 total picks.
And I like that.
DT, edge rusher, safety, cornerback.
That Tyler Steen pick from Alabama was actually a pretty good one.
Oh, yeah, that was a good pick. Yeah. That was a good pick.
I like that guy. Was a good pick. So, I mean, they got a guy in Jalen Carter who, before was really mocked as, the number 1 overall pick. It was him or Will Anderson before we really started
number 1 player
quarterbacks. Right. Nolan Smith, I mean, I don't know how many mock drafts you saw with that guy in the top 10, whether it was to Philadelphia or to another team. People are in love with him.
Or to Atlanta.
He falls because of size concerns, scheme fit, whatever the hell people were talking about to the end of the first. Tyler Steen touched on it. I like that pick. Sidney Brown. I knew the guy was highly athletic, and I'm going to trust you guys because you were down there at the Senior Bowl. I'm in on Sidney Brown now, man. Sitting there watching it last night after we got off the stream, I really like Sidney Brown. And then Keely Ringo, I think we've been saying it, felt like for the last 5 hours we've been on stream, is like, this guy's still hanging around. There's something that people didn't like about him, but you trade your 24th third to go get an early pick in the 4th round to lock him up. Like, I'm in. If he doesn't pan out, oh well, you blew a 24th third round pick essentially. No one really
he has to be a CB3 at this point, right? Like, he doesn't have to be this super coverage man guy. Like, they brought back both their corners, so I think he could be a perfect spot.
It's a hell of a defense that they're building there, and all they do is just keep taking Georgia guys. I guess that's probably a good idea to do, right? That 21 defense was historically good, so they just keep going back to the well.
Yeah, when you're done at Georgia, they basically just hand you a Philadelphia jersey. Like, here you go. This is where you're going.
They have a shuttle, actually, straight from Athens all the way to Philadelphia, where you just hop on the shuttle. They'll take you to Philly. You're good.
We go. Pipeline League.
You just get off the shuttle and there's Meek Mill. So $20 super chat. $20 super chat from Murph. I know VC will be lit tonight. Showing love to the crew. Appreciate it, Murph.
Let's go.
Guy. We got this is a good one here to give Mike a little excitement because he's so excited here. Zach, our guy from South Harmon, can't wait to turn Mike into a Khalil Herbert stan after basically dodging. Montgomery's gone. They don't bring anyone in. Mike, what do you say here?
Jay Rich, what did we talk about last night, man? Zach must have missed that part where we talked about Deontay Foreman. Right? He must have missed that part. I don't know, man. I thought they were probably going to draft somebody. So this is good for Khalil Herbert, right? He didn't get outright nuked by the NFL draft.
Good for Herbert yet? Because, he wasn't this top draft pick. They brought in Foreman. If they get a Zach Evans, an Izzy Abanikanda, I wouldn't say his job is secure completely. Even those guys could work into that offense because they're talented enough. Herbert's not, I wouldn't say he's safe. And to your point, we did talk about Foreman, who for the past 2 years has been a starting running back in the NFL and been pretty damn good. I think if I was betting on someone to be the starter, it would be him, because what we've seen from Herbert's been okay, and what we've seen from Foreman has actually been arguably pretty damn good, like top 15 rushers in the NFL at times, because he's been so good. Herbert could be fine, but I think they could add a running back, and I think that Foreman's probably the lead back today, and obviously Justin Fields is still going to run quite a bit as well.
So it's not really bad for him. At least we can say that. It hasn't been bad for him. He hasn't gotten nuked. I'm not sitting here making fun of him. Cody, I want to ask you, man, let's get your thoughts, because you really love these old shitty players. You're a big fan of the old shitty vets and all the leagues that we're in together. What do you feel about Khalil Herbert? It's fair, right? He knows
it's totally fair. I love leaning into that old crusty win now. So I don't like making rookie picks, except for in Royal Rumble. That's about the only one I've really kind of leaned the other way. So Khalil Herbert, I think you all are right. I don't think he's out of the waters yet. We've still got all these round 4 guys. I don't have much of a difference between him and any of the guys that we could see go off the board for the next 2 rounds or so probably. Deontay Foreman's definitely a problem yet. And then not calling him a running back, but Justin Fields is going to take a lot of rushing as well. So, no, he's not out of the waters yet.
Speaking of off the board, Blake Freeland, offensive tackle from BYU, just went at pick 106 to the Indianapolis Colts. So they're getting Rich some more offensive line help, and I think it's another good thing for Anthony Richardson. We do have some other super chats to get to. Joey Cheese Sticks, one of our guys, a Savage tier member.
What's up, Joey?
Great content this weekend, boys. Sent the girl off to lock in. Shout out to the South Harmon and Ray's running back grades. So appreciate that, Joey. Appreciate that.
Running back grades, man.
Running back grades. Like Ray killed the running back grades.
I like the flex too, man. That's what I did off. I sent my wife and kid off to my in-laws. Sent them off. You go back to your parents' house for the weekend. It's draft weekend. I'm busy.
Yep. I saw a question. Oh, go ahead, Adam. Go ahead. Super chat.
I was just gonna say one more super chat here. In Superflex leagues, would you rather have Pickett or Jordan Love? Also, Ray, who do I talk to about getting that alarm clock intro song for my studying playlist?
Jay Rich, dude, we can get him over the song. We can get you the song. A lot of people like that damn song. People ask about that song all the time on the wake up intro. I think Pickett and Love are kind of in the same boat. I like both players. I really do. I was never Kenny Pickett is going to be some elite fantasy producer. I never said that about Jordan Love, and I also think they're both people shit on them a little too unfairly. So,
who would you take? It's Pickett. He's got a better team.
I'd take Pickett over Love. I would take Pickett over Love, straight up. If I just had to pick one, it would be Kenny Pickett. But I like Jordan Love. I do like Jordan Love, and he's a player that I'm rooting for this year, and I think could be sneaky in fantasy. So I did want to ask a question because I saw Toby in the chat. It was a while ago, Adam. It's not a super chat. You don't have to scroll up.
Okay.
But he said, how are we feeling about first that are mid to late, 7, 8, and 9. And I said it this morning. We did this exercise last night. We were up till 1 a.m. in the damn Heisman tier Discord talking through stuff. And I just went through every position, running back, wide receiver, quarterback, and kind of tight end, but top 6 tight end, it's a little different. And I just asked the group, I said, how many of these guys do you think could realistically produce as a top 6 option at their position and be valued as a top 6 option by the dynasty community? Because you could have some players that produce and people still won't value them as such, right? And those are sort of my blue chip players from this class. And as we went through that exercise, y'all, I got 3 players. I think Anthony Richardson is the quarterback from this class that has the chance to produce. In top 6, it's warp. I'm looking at guys that actually win you weeks. A-Rich has an ability to be a top 6 quarterback. It ain't going to be easy. But I don't envision a world, Mike, where C.J. Stroud is finishing top 6, nor Bryce Young at the quarterback position. I can paint the picture and tell the story that A-Rich gets there. At the running back position, there's no doubt it's Bijan Robinson. He can be top 6 and be valued as top 6. He already is. And then it's Jahmyr Gibbs. And after that, I'm telling you, for me, after 105, I have no problem trading any pick after 105. In Superflex, after 105, if I can get future capital, trade back into the second, get some proven veterans, I would love some exposure to some JSN and some Quentin Johnston and some Addison. I don't have to walk out of my draft with any of those guys. I have no problem just getting proven veterans that are going to score me points. 105 for me is like, if I'm being hard and fast, I don't have to have fucking Tajay Spears. I don't have to have Zay Flowers. Like, I like those guys. I got 3 blue chip players that could be warp difference makers in this class, and it's Gibbs, Bijan, and Anthony Richardson.
So let me ask you the one that stands out. Not saying you're wrong, just I want to ask about this and have you talk about it. JSN, do you think that there's a scenario where, like, Olave and Garrett Wilson, where he gets into that mix?
No.
Okay.
No.
I
like JSN. I don't think so.
Well, I'm giving a little preview to America's game because I agree, and I said the same thing. And part of it for me, too, is in Seattle, right? You already have DK there. And I think what we have to remember is Olave and Garrett Wilson didn't have anyone really in front of them to take them from being the alpha in their offense and someone that can get into that elite tier as far as discussion. JSN, even if he's really good, I don't think that he's going to overtake DK Metcalf already with the bag. So on his own team, he's going to not even be the wide receiver 1. So how does he get the top 6 in the wide receiver landscape being a wide receiver 2 in Seattle?
Yep. There won't ever be a bigger dog in Seattle than DK.
There you go.
Ever.
All right.
That's just my thought on it. What do you got, Mike?
I don't know, man. It's Mike.
Mike's ready to argue. I like it.
I got a little bit of pushback. Right? And we've done this for multiple years now. Like, this crew has been rocking for multiple years together. We've had these discussions, whether it has been on stream or we're in Discord, just talking things through, like voice chats. Huge. I mean, we push that all the time. Like, if you can get to that Heisman tier and get to those voice chats, they're massive. You learn so much stuff. One thing that we've constantly done, though, and we always kind of evolve and we look back on it, is we go, like, we put some artificial ceilings on players. Like, I don't ever see this guy doing this, or I don't ever see him, like, getting to this point. You know, like, I never really thought Joe Burrow was going to be nice like he is and be so damn efficient and be on such a good offense, and all of a sudden we're talking about him potentially being the QB2 or the QB3, you know, where he's sitting in Superflex. We did the Justin Fields thing just a couple weeks into last year. Everyone's panicking on him. All of a sudden now he's a top 8 locked-in quarterback and the guy that people are thinking are ascending. But we even do it with wide receivers, and me specifically. Like, I like Devontae Smith, and let's be honest, like, he is a number 2 wide receiver. But even in dynasty communities, like, people are valuing him as a top 12 guy, a top 10 guy. I don't know if it's right or wrong, but he went from a 7th round startup draft pick last year to all of a sudden now he's in that elite territory going in the 3rd round or the 2nd round, a very highly coveted asset. And this is a dude who was too small. You know, I don't know if he's ever going to be the alpha. I really think it just doesn't matter anymore. Well, Justin Jefferson was the same thing a couple years ago. You know, he couldn't beat out Olabisi Johnson. They got Adam Thielen. Like, he slipped to the back part. I don't really think he's as good as he wants, you know, he's going to be. And then we look up in a couple years and we're like, man, why the hell didn't we take more Justin Jefferson? Why didn't I get in on more Justin Jefferson when this guy is now the locked-in dynasty wide receiver 1? So I don't want to put artificial ceilings on guys like too much. I agree the path for JSN is pretty hard to being like, hey, he's going to be a top 5 dynasty receiver or break into that top 6. Like, it's hard. I would agree that it's also probably easier for other guys like Quentin Johnston to probably do that, being tied with Justin Herbert. Adam, you talked about it a lot last night when we did the pod with Eric. And it's probably very difficult for a guy like Jordan Addison being across from Justin Jefferson, who we just mentioned about being the number 1 dynasty receiver, to do it. But I don't want to put too many ceilings on these guys. I will agree, though, there is definitely a 5 picks where I go, like, I'm really comfortable with these 5. And then if I got to choose these wide receivers, like the next 3 picks off, I don't care if I pick 6 or if I pick 8. Like, just give me one of these dudes. And then everything after that is just a clusterfuck that I really don't want a part of.
Well, real quick, because go ahead, Ray.
Well, let me just say this, too, because I see a lot. Like, and this is not me saying that these guys are bad. I'm not saying JSN is bad. He's my wide receiver 1.
Right.
Like, I'm seeing some people, okay, he could be wide receiver 15 through 20. Great. T. Higgins. Most people value T. Higgins as an elite dynasty wide receiver. Keep trade cut. T. Higgins is valued as wide receiver 9. Wide receiver 9. And for me, when the value outweighs the production, that's where I've got a problem. Because you know where T. Higgins finished points per game last year? Was he a wide receiver 1? Do you think he was a wide receiver 2?
He was not.
He was not even a wide receiver 2. Points per game, T. Higgins was a high-end WR3. 26th in points per game, 13.1 points per game, and you're telling me that's the dynasty wide receiver 9? And here's what he put up. 111 targets, 75 receptions, 1,042 yards, and 7 touchdowns. So in order to become a different, I'm talking weekly winning upside, right? You're telling me that this is the outcome that you see for JSN early on? Wide receiver, 13 points a game? All I'm saying is
he's wide receiver 13 right now, right?
It's not. I think we've got a bunch of wide receiver 2s and 3s, and yes, you need those in fantasy to backfield your roster. All I'm saying is know what you're getting when you get it, and don't be afraid to capitalize on that value when your market value is 2-3x your production. It's time to go, and I don't give a damn what your name is, man.
And Ray, you already made a lot of the points I was going to make. I'll just make this last point that I was going to make too. Mike, you talked about Devontae Smith, so let me bring that one up because I think Devontae Smith, right? That is an elite offense that's high powered, and he still, as wide receiver 2, is in the wide receiver 12 range. Now, when Ray says top 6, the reason I say no is because of top 6. If you want to tell me top 12, I'm 100% in. JSN's basically already valued as
He's
top
already
12.
in the top 12.
That's my point is when we get to 6, it's a much different conversation than 15 and 12. That's the reason I say that. Now, if you want to say he can be a wide receiver 1 in dynasty value, absolutely. He basically already is. But 6 is
sure.
6. What's tough about 6 is Justin Jefferson, Jamar Chase. I mean, you're already talking about A.J. Brown, CeeDee Lamb, Garrett Wilson. I'm not saying that it's impossible, but it's like 99% very unlikely he's going to get into 6 and higher, man. Can he be top 12? Yes.
Who's scoring more the next 2 years? Tyreek Hill, Stephon Diggs, Cooper Kupp, Devontae Adams, or one of these receivers from this year?
Who's
outscoring
the aforementioned guys by far.
All the guys who've done it before.
The old guys.
We'll trade.
And then this is a problem with dynasty market value and actual dynasty production and rankings. And this is where we've transitioned. Like Ray, we've talked about this a billion times. Where the Tyreek Hill thing, like, I'm just looking at the next 2-3 years. Is he going to be elite? Yes. So I want him on my team. Let's rank him high. Let's draft him high and just put him on your squad. The problem is people don't value it that same way, and you guys are 1,000% correct. Like JSN is already way too high for what he's going to give you over his skis. Yep. Like you can get out at a very good price right now. But Adam, I don't think it really matters for wide receivers though. If we talk about guys who are, wide receiver 3 in Dynasty versus wide receiver 12 in Dynasty, nobody really cares. They're all kind of the same guys. Like you have the ones mixed in there who are producing but old and the people hate, or you have the young guys who are ascending who people project all the time like, oh, they're going to be the next one. They're going to be T. Higgins, Chris Olave, Garrett Wilson. Insert whoever it's going to be. There's always going to be that guy who goes into that bucket. So
and I'm glad you brought those guys up too.
To say like top 6 is any different, top 6 ain't any different than saying top 12 because it's all basically the same one. Now, if you want to project who's going to be top 2, who's really going to move the needle, like I'm not getting a haul package for CeeDee Lamb. I will get a haul package for Jamar Chase or Justin Jefferson. Those are the only 2 difference makers at the wide receiver position that people will bend over backwards for.
But like Garrett Wilson and Chris Olave didn't have anyone on their offense in front of them to stop them from getting into 7, 6, 5 territory in Dynasty.
Okay.
That's different for JSN.
I just brought up Devontae Smith, though. Like, that doesn't change the fact he did have somebody Mike, who stopped him, and he's still in that territory.
Okay, so Mike, I think where your argument falls a little bit short, for me at least, is that you bring up a lot of receivers that were not wide receiver 1 in their class, that were not top 12 wide receivers when drafted. And so the value's already super high for JSN, so there's high expectations. Now, I think you could bring up a player like Drake London because he had an okay season, bad quarterback play, was the only target there, had great market share numbers, and was good, and now is ahead of JSN, was previously behind him at wide receiver 12. So the thing for me with JSN is, one, Tyler Lockett I don't believe is going away, and I think that's the problem for his early production. But to your point, he could definitely creep up in season if he has a couple of good games. The issue for me still will be I don't believe he's ever going to get past DK Metcalf in target share.
We're talking about 2 different things.
So for me, that's where even if he gets 80 targets, should he be valued as a top 12 wide receiver?
Yo, we're talking about 2 different. There is a difference between 12 and 6 because Olave can be valued in 8 all he wants. Fucking 25th in points per game. Like, I don't give a shit about how you value him, and I don't care how I'm trying to we play this game to win. Like, I'm trying to win. I want the belt at the end of the year. I want the payout. I want to be able to pay for all my leagues from my league safe balance, which I do every single year. Olave can be valued at wherever he wants, but at some point you got to score points, and he's giving you 13.2 a game. I don't give a shit how high he's valued as. If the production is not, if the production is 3x behind the damn cost, there's something. Just think about that in real practical, like day to day. Like, you're valuing this thing that's only making me a little bit of money, 2-3x what it actually is producing. I will move that player. So I think when you're looking at the difference makers, and yes, the top 2, but the 6, A.J. Brown, Garrett Wilson, CeeDee Lamb, Waddle, Amon-Ra, Warp, you pull them up, and it's a little different than what Keep Trade Cut has it at. But I think people, right now, Olave is valued as wide receiver 7. If you don't have him on the block right now, what are you doing? Did we not learn our lesson from Deebo Samuel when he was valued as a top 5 receiver going into the season? And I'm like, this is the moment. Like, it is crescendoed. You need to be looking to tear down, make a pivot, acquire future capital, and you're going to be in the same damn range. Olave is getting you 13 points a game. I wonder what some of these other receivers valued as 18, 19, Brandon Ayuk, Jerry Jeudy. I bet you it's right around the same thing. Just know what you're getting. Just know that they don't have the name cachet that you can just wake up and move tomorrow for a first rounder. But if you're talking production, there's a big cluster of the same. And it's just names and biases after that.
Right. That's a great point too, Ray. I want to get to some super chats too. We have, what's the price for y'all to take a shot with for me since I'm stuck at work? Michael, the price moving forward for me anyway is going to be back to where it was, higher super chat. But to show you that I'll do it, let's go.
There it is. I'm not shotting shit today. I can't do it.
Ray won't do it, but I'll do it.
I just took some medicine too, so I can't.
There you
do
go.
That.
Can't mess with it.
Can't mix it. I'll be tweaking. Yeah.
We have a bunch of super chats. I want to get to them too, but here's to Ray's point. Trade 106 for Tyreek Hill. Yes. Absolutely. The answer is unequivocally yes now, right? Like, this is easy.
Absolutely.
Man, come on, man.
A contender, you go get Tyreek Hill for the 106 by a lot, man.
Smash.
Like, it's basically, in my mind, I'm viewing this as JSN for Tyreek Hill, and we just talked about this with Ray. That's why I wanted to put this on the screen. Yes, you do that. So
right, and it ain't like you can leverage that pick anymore now.
Agreed, Mike. That's the thing. Agreed. Give me the guys. Give me 20.4 points per game. I'll take Tyreek.
$50 super chat. Chris Conway. Got to show this draft party crew some love. Y'all been straight killing it. Also, finally signed up on Underdog with the Devy Wake Up promo. How do I get in on the Discord? Justice shots for Brandon. Yep.
Justice shots for Brandon, new mic for Ike, and lit J. Rich is savage. Love this. Chris, I get the emails from Underdog every morning, so I just haven't checked it today. I will send you, you'll get an email from a Destination Devy Gmail account, and then you'll get access, and then we'll get you linked up today. So you'll have that today, my guy. Thank you for the support.
Speaking of which, Jay, Ray, do you think this is a good time to go to the Underdog promo? Pull this up?
Yeah, let's do it. Let's go. It happens today. We kick off today. BBM4, $15 million in total prizes, $25 to enter. Add a shot at $15 million. First place gets 3 M's. First place, $3 million. If you don't know what best ball is, I don't know where y'all been. We got Mike and Adam on the channel right now. Two of the best Dynasty best ball minds there are. We got so many people inside of our community creating tools. All those warp charts we're talking about, spike weeks, floor weeks, consistency weeks. All you got to do is go to the Underdog app, use the promo code Devy or Wake Up. You get an instant deposit match up to $100 for first-time users. And you get access to these beautiful people on the screen, Mike, Adam, Cody, Jay, Rich, myself, along with the whole DD team, to take down these Underdog drafts. So go over there, sign up for the biggest fantasy football tournament of all time. BBM4 today, baby. Let's go.
Let's get it, man. Let's get it. Appreciate the super chat, Chris. Jason says, pre-draft, I traded away 101, 108, 111, 201, and 205 for Josh Allen. 12-team start, 10. Superflex, full point PPR, tight end premiums 1.5. Carr was the only quarterback I had. RIP Matt Ryan. I mean, this is criminal activity.
It looks like you gave up a whole bunch, and you gave up Bijan Robinson and a whole bunch of shit that I don't care about for Josh Allen. I like A Rich there or whatever.
And let's say that was A Rich real quick, right? If that's A Rich, even still, the other stuff to me, like, doesn't really make up the difference personally for me, right? Is it for you? 108, 111.
Well, Mike was about to. What you got, Mike?
The only way I'll take the other side of this is if this is a best ball league. Like, I don't care. Start 9, start 10,
start
best ball
13,
league.
Best ball.
Yeah, like you definitely would entertain the other side just because that is so many assets, and in best ball you want as many as you can. Josh Allen's an absolute unit, even in best ball. He's a stud and a warp advantage. And I do like building my best ball squads with 2 elite quarterbacks. But if you were to give me Bijan or A-Rich, whoever you want, I get another round 1 wide receiver. I'd probably get like a Will Levis at 111, in a super flex best ball. Then the 201, the 205 are also going to be players that have the possibility of doing something this year for my squad. Best ball, that's a lot of pieces to say no to.
Oh man, we got a really good pick here, and I almost have to bring it. We got to bring up the super chat.
1 second though.
We got to bring up a super chat. Go ahead, Jay.
Can we update the board quickly before we get to the next pick, so people who are not watching?
Go ahead.
So
Jay Rich, you do it. Go ahead.
Last one we talked about was the Eagles taking Keely Ringo. The Colts took Blake Freeland and OT from BYU. We talked about that. The Patriots took Jake Andrews, center from Troy. The Seahawks took Anthony Bradford, guard from LSU. The Texans took Dylan Horton, an edge from TCU. The Colts took another defensive lineman from Northwestern. Cleveland took DeJuan Jones, Adam, OT from Ohio State, right? That's all right.
I like it, man. We were talking about Jones yesterday. You get him this late, I'm in.
Yeah, the Pats took Chad Ryland, kicker from Maryland. Did see him at the Senior Bowl. That kid's got a leg. The Atlanta Falcons took Clark Phillips, a cornerback from Utah. I didn't see the Panthers pick. And then the Chicago Bears at 115 just took Roschon Johnson. Round 4.
Let's go, man. Roschon Johnson. Zach, now what? Zach Super Chat, RIP. Can't wait to turn Mike into a Khalil Herbert stand. So
yeah, that just ended right there, buddy.
Can I say the Panthers pick the guard from North Carolina State's really good? I kind of wanted Dallas to snag him. So good pick by the Panthers. North Carolina State guard. Yeah, good pick. Good pick.
Roschon to Chicago. Cody, how you feeling, man?
Yeah, let's talk about this.
I mean, we were just talking about it, right? This is exactly what we were worried about. This is a guy, I mean, I think he's going to be in on pretty much every single third down from the rip. He might still be on some special teams, but you're going to have a 3-back rotation between all of the guys there, and then you have Justin Fields rushing as well. This offense had better be damn elite and efficient for these guys to all be fantasy relevant, or really even one of them to be. This is not good for any of them, in my opinion.
I do think, too, they do at least have the biggest investment in Roschon Johnson here. It is round 4, but, like, you take him here at this point, you're not guaranteed a huge workload, but I think he has the ability to take a sizable amount from this backfield and become like
what
the
1A. What have I said about Roschon from day one? That he's like the trash man of running backs. He's going to do all the dirty stuff that other backs don't want to do. Khalil Herbert is dreadful in third down situations. Like, he can't pass protect. They don't want him out there to do that. Roschon immediately will be the best passing down back that they have on that roster. You could trust him next to Justin Fields. Fields has been banged up and hit a lot. It's a good pick. Upside, he's got to come in and beat out those guys. He's got to come in and beat out those guys. But in a run-dominant scheme with the RPO game of Justin Fields, if he can seize some workload in that offense, again, I'm not trying to cop out, but this is what this is what we do. We play best ball. I'd love to have him as my RB 4 or 5 in best ball. Like, I'll take him as a 5th or 6th running back in best ball. You know, somebody 100%. You don't have to worry about when you have to start. Just have him on the roster.
100%.
Ray, is there any backs who were already drafted that you would take Roschon ahead of? Maybe a Tank Bigsby, maybe a Tajay Spears?
No.
Really? Okay.
No.
I don't think so.
Not for me.
Not for me.
Maybe Spears because of the Henry thing, but I'm still waiting to see if Henry gets his ass dealt today. Maybe Spears. No sir on Kendre. I think the Charbonnet pick was a bigger indictment on Kenneth Walker. I'm not taking him over Tank, not taking him over Kendre, and definitely not taking him over the big two guys. A-Chain. No.
Yeah. Which one do y'all want right now, Roschon or Khalil Herbert straight up?
Roschon.
Oh, I want Roschon.
Khalil Herbert was a 6th round pick?
I think it was a 6th rounder, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not saying I don't want Khalil Herbert like at a certain point, but I'll take Roschon ahead of him.
I mean, if someone thinks that Khalil Herbert is good to go now because they didn't draft Roschon until the 4th, I would say maybe you shouldn't think that way. And if someone's going to give me, like, would you take a 3rd for your Khalil Herbert?
Yes. Yes, I would do that.
I think you have to, right?
I think, Zach, it was only $2, so I'm at least happy for you in that way. But that super chat that aged like milk, man. It aged like milk. All right, so we got some other super chats. I can't begin to thank you guys and tell you how much I appreciate everything you do here and on Discord. Absolutely love the content. And shout out to Pierce and Pollard owners. We made it.
They made
it's true.
Pierce and Pollard owners.
It's true.
Yep.
They made it through the gauntlet.
It's the year 2024. Give me your top 12 running backs in Dynasty. Super chat from Robert. Robert, appreciate that. I think this is a good question, man. It's a tough question to answer.
Oh, my gosh. Wait, let me ask this. Like, we're going into the 2024 season, right?
Yes,
like, we're going into the 24. So, Caleb and Marvin Harrison have already been drafted and all of that.
Rocket Sanders, Travion Henderson.
It's impossible to. I know that's only a
2
year
or 3
from now.
Debbys are going to be
know.
there. 100%.
All right, Bijan's still there.
Bijan's a lock.
Bijan. Breeze.
Breeze is probably a lock. JT, I think, should be. Yep. Gibbs is definitely a lock.
McCaffrey?
Is Christian McCaffrey a lock?
I don't think he's a lock. I don't think he's a lock.
Just stupid. He should be a lock.
Yes. Yes. Going into next season? Top 12?
No. It's a lock if he's healthy.
12?
If he's healthy all year, 100%. But if he gets hurt,
y'all are
okay. Ray, what about
that
Saquon?
Wacky pack today? Y'all know
really?
If CMC ain't on there, Saquon ain't on there. Y'all are smoking that.
We haven't gotten
to
Saquon though. I'm not disagreeing.
I'm with you.
I didn't put Saquon on.
I was gonna say I don't think he's a lock.
My bad.
Yeah, I mean, that's the only thing. Lock is strong.
Well, then, since you're so dismissive, you give me the 12 then. Since none of these guys are going to be there, who's going to be there?
What I'm trying to tell you is I don't think there's that many locks. Oh, okay, Mike, go ahead.
I'm talking to Mike.
I got to do this?
Yeah, Mike.
Yeah, give me the 12 then.
I got Bijan 1, Jahmyr Gibbs 2.
Wow.
Breece Hall 3. JT.
There's 4.
Give me old man Austin Eckler still doing it.
So Eckler can make the top 12, but not CMC.
Right
that
now.
ruins the
Keep
CMC.
Going. This is y'all smoking that fucking wacky pack. So Eckler's in the top 12, but not CMC. Keep going. Okay, Eckler's 5.
Give me Najee Harris.
Oh, Najee's in and not CMC. Cool. 6. This is fucking womp womp. Keep going. 7. Go 7.
This is a rough start.
Go 7.
Give me Kendre Miller.
Oh no! All right. What? Let me. Yeah. That was a perfect time for that. We get that again. We get Russ again.
Oh, come on, man.
What?
This is a good one.
What are you talking about, man? Y'all tripping, man. Dude, all right, listen, I'll say this. The only thing is I don't think you can lock them in, but I think there's a very good chance still that CMC is a top 12. I only think there's a few locks. That's all I meant. There's only a few locks. Yeah. I think CMC should be a top 12 next year.
CMC,
Barkley should be a top 12 next year.
Probably all in the top 12.
I think Etienne's a good one to discuss.
Travion, Rocket Sanders in the top 12.
Can we discuss Etienne?
And then maybe another running back as well.
Somebody brought it up.
Y'all smoking that wacky fucking pack. Wacky pack.
Right.
Wacky pack.
Can we talk about Etienne for a second? With Tank Bigsby there, is he still a lock to be a top 12 next year? Is my question.
We just lost 30 viewers after that fucking list of top 12 dynasty.
Actually, you know what? We lost. Ray says we lost 30, but for the first time we're over 500. So the math seems to check out.
There we go.
You guys ready for my top 20 top 12 wide receivers in 2024?
Oh,
this is fantastic.
Tyler Scott, top 12.
This is going to be a long, good day, man. I appreciate every single one of y'all tapping in with us today. We got a couple other picks to get to. Jay, could you be the one that keeps us on the rails with the picks? Could you announce them when I bring them in every now and again?
For sure, yeah. I saw the Pats took Sidney So, Ogard from Eastern Michigan, Colby Wooden to the Packers, and Edge from Auburn. We already talked about Roschon. I think there's a couple more waiting for my list to get updated. Braden Daniels right now to Washington, a guard out of Utah, and then KC, Jets, Jacksonville, Arizona, Seattle, next 5 off the board.
There we go.
Ooh,
okay.
KC just traded up.
Traded.
Yeah, they just traded up.
Whoa.
They just traded up.
You know what? Actually, speaking of this, before this pick comes in, I'm on Keep Trade Cut, and I was waiting to see what do you guys think here. This is my current Keep Trade Cut, the 3. Keep Trade Cut these guys. You ready? DeAndre Swift, Isaiah Pacheco, Russell Wilson.
Russ.
Russ is the easy keep, right?
Pacheco, Swift.
Russ is the easy keep. My question is there a discussion right now with DeAndre Swift and Pacheco? Because I think most people don't want to have this yet, but I think it's time to.
Can you trade Swift for more than Pacheco?
Yes, you can.
Off name value currently today, you probably could. But I don't know that that's the right thing.
You could still be cutting Pacheco.
You could make the case. I just think it would have never been the case before Gibbs was drafted. Like no one's even talking about that. Right?
Yeah.
People about will have conversations.
Pacheco and Swift before Gibbs was drafted. That's not a discussion, I think, for most people. Now I think there's people are ready to have the combo. Is I guess the reason I'm bringing it up.
The Swift value instantly changes the minute he gets dealt somewhere, though.
I agree too.
Yeah,
I agree too.
He will be back in, man. They love Swift.
I agree with that, but let me ask you: what if he goes to a situation which already has like 1 or 2 running backs?
Doesn't matter. Like if he's.
Who would trade for him who already has a stable of backs, right?
Right.
But I guess you never know.
I think the price on Swift though in the NFL is going to be pretty cheap, man. A day 3 pick.
It will be.
But that's where
it'd be cheap.
A Kansas City, a Buffalo, really wanted to go and get him.
If he goes to a landing spot like that, that will be really good for DeAndre Swift.
Right? A good team that really even the Eagles, if they wanted to trade away.
If Philly got DeAndre Swift in there, and he's from there,
Speaking of those two, Swift and Pacheco, Swift gets dealt to Kansas City. That just answered your question for you.
Well, then we cut Pacheco easy, but I thought it was interesting. I just wanted to kind of stir the pot. Anyway,
I'll be spicy here. I had Pacheco over Swift before Gibbs got drafted.
Wow.
I don't like Swift.
Wow. You don't like him?
Cody hates that.
You thought my 24 running back list was bad. All right, now we just jumped up another 200.
We're in new territory here. My goodness.
Cody's trying to get us to 1,000.
Oh, Mike.
I think he is stuck on that roster. I think he's stuck on that roster. I don't think they're trading him at all. But I'm not selling Swift right now.
Would the worst case outcome for Swift be them not trade him?
100%.
Yes.
1,000%. They indicted him as soon as I know there was all that talk about him getting indicted on charges that were fraudulent, but he really got indicted in round 1. Right? It just that happened.
We need a fantasy analyst to call the Philly PD and find out for sure.
Oh gosh,
what really happened?
Get him on the case.
Super chat in Superflex. What are you moving Higgins for? I have a lot of shares in leagues and I can move him. What should I be looking for in return? I think it's a good question. We were talking about Higgins earlier.
Tear down. I think we've talked about it multiple times too, on the trade show. It's a good tear down. Ray, I want to get your thoughts too. Where are you comfortable going down? Just say it's going to be a random generic 24 first, as the one piece. What receiver would you go down to? How far down your list in your tiers would you go?
Great question.
Man.
Jerry
Mike,
Jeudy.
I think there's so much value. Just call out some names for me, Mike. We play that game. Just call out some names for me. And give me both. Give me old guys if I'm trying to win, or give me some younger ones that give me some names.
I mean, I think these guys are all locks, but your Devontae Adams, Cooper Kupp, Smitty, Drake London tier, that's too
absolutely
easy.
Too high.
Absolutely.
So let's go to the next tier that I got. All right. Brandon Ayuk in a first.
In a first?
I'm in.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yep.
Let's go shittier. Deebo Samuel in a first. Yeah.
I'll take Debo in first.
I think Ray's sound is all we need. We can get that on a sounder.
It's Debo. It's Debo in the first. It's Debo in the first, but it doesn't feel that doesn't. You went too far, Mike. You already got
feels
it. Keep
gross.
going.
Listen, too, for those people, too, we do a lot of crossover with lineup and best ball. I'm just talking from a lineup. You got to push the button on starting this dude in a start 10 lineup league. Okay, so best ball makes it much easier. Terry McLaurin, F1
in a first for my T. Higgins. I'd do that.
Yep.
I'd do that.
What about Christian Kirk?
Ooh. That's tough. Calvin
Getting
Ridley,
close.
Evan Ingram.
You can throw Calvin Ridley in there too, because those guys are going to be pretty.
You're getting close. Lineup league first. It's random. You're getting close to the threshold, Mike. Give me one more after him, and let me see.
All right, let me give you a couple young guys. All right, we'll go to young guys. How about Quentin Johnston in the first?
Yes.
I'm 100%. I'm 100% in.
Yep.
Yes. Who? Addison.
Zay Flowers in the first.
Shouldn't be any different.
Come on.
Yes.
It's different.
Yes.
It's like 3 picks.
It is different. It is different,
all right. And here are two guys. These are kind of Adam and I's favorite guys, and I think they're probably ranked higher than everybody else. But Jahan Dotson in the first.
I have so much damn Jahan Dotson.
Honestly, that's I think a great that's a divided line. I think some people that believe in Dotson would take it, and I think a lot of people would say no. If I'm being completely honest.
He scored a lot of points off touchdowns last year, not because of volume.
And the thing about Dotson is the way the community perceives him and what his season is like this year means a lot, because they don't.
Yeah, I probably
people don't
wouldn't
love
do it
him.
for Dotson.
Yeah.
Yeah, I probably wouldn't do it for Dotson.
What about an old crusty guy, DeAndre Hopkins in the first?
Oh, if I'm contending too, I'm fine with that.
If you want to win, that's a great one.
I get Nuke, and I know he's going to get targets and volume and a first. Like the Dotson, I'm still kind of projecting. I hope. I know wherever Nuke lands, he's going to be fed for the next 2 years. Absolutely, I would do that, Mike. Absolutely.
I think that leaves you, for most people, depending on your rankings and your tiers, you're going to have about 25 to 30 options at wide receiver to down tier. And you can explore everyone in your league, right? That's a big bucket of players where you go, just give me a random first and give me one of these receivers. And this is from a lineup league, Adam. It'll get even more crusty for us if we get down to best ball
sure.
leagues. Especially on contenders. Like, I'm looking going, Cortland Sutton in the first ain't the worst thing. Like, can you give me a third on top of it? Can you give me some fab for in season? Like, I'm a contender. I need
you and Adam to talk, because people are still, they hear the name and they think, how could you even consider and again, I just saw somebody chat, if you want to win, keep T. Higgins. I just explain the leverage and the theory behind tearing down for similar production type players and just capitalizing off the name, because it feels like a lot of people just do not grasp that concept.
I think that's where DeAndre Hopkins is a really good one. And Ray, you kind of already touched on this earlier today, and it's a good segue here. We talked about, how wide receivers in Dynasty, their production doesn't a lot of times meet that, especially for the young ones, right? DeAndre Hopkins is risky. So you're trading out of T. Higgins, which we alluded to. He wasn't a wide receiver 1 last year in points per game, right? But he's valued as 1. You are taking some risk on with the age of DeAndre Hopkins. Like, people saw, in that year with the HGH, whatever he was taking that got him suspended, he didn't look that great. But there's a scenario, right, where he still gives you similar production to T. Higgins and you net the first round pick. I think that's where that's such a good one, right? because here's the thing. You still have a liquid first if it fails. Like if Hopkins ends up falling off a cliff, goes to a new situation, doesn't produce, you still got the liquid first. Did you lose from T. Higgins? Yes, but you still are okay. You didn't like crumble your team. But if Nuke hits the same points per game as T. Higgins, that's how you completely level up in Dynasty. Like, understand that, right? Because now you could even move DeAndre Hopkins in the season when he gets a value bump. Because right now we're talking about this is April 29th. We're looking at day 3 picks, right? Nobody even cares about DeAndre Hopkins at this point. That's a great one, I thought, Mike.
I just, in best ball, you just don't want zeros on your roster. You don't. That is the biggest thing. So if you can get anything that has similar production but has vastly different values in the community, that's where you get the leverage, because you get the multiple pieces back. It doesn't even have to be a pick. It could be 2, maybe 3 of these wide receivers for 1 T. Higgins, and that's 3 chances you have, like Adam's talking about, too. If any one of those comes close to what T. Higgins is doing, you're playing with house money and free money for the rest of the season.
Free money.
In best ball, it's a lot different than lineup, because lineup, you have to push the button on the guy every single week. Your scoring settings, your lineup settings, your league size, all of that comes into play where you have to go, I trust this guy to score points. In best ball, you don't really have to worry about it. You want strength in numbers. You need depth. Think of it like your deep lineup leagues. If anybody plays in start 13 or plus, benches become so damn important, because your 4th, 5th flex option that you're going, this guy might only score 2 points. Like, I need somebody in here. The guy I'm matched up against has such good running backs that he's starting Saquon Barkley in a flex. Like, how am I going to compete with that every single week? So best ball also applies those same principles. You need depth all over the place.
People are saying I'm pissing in a bottle under the table so I don't have to get roasted on stream again. Dynasty Alex says Ray is not drunk and he's yelling at people. Does that still mean it's all love? Listen, man, this is how we do it. This is how family does it, man. We air it out on stream. You know, it is all love.
Alex. Jay Rich, can we get a pick tracker update?
Yeah, can we get that, please?
Yeah, let me see. It's been a lot of linemen. Linebacker just went to Jacksonville. Let's see. We got Braden Daniels, OG, to Utah, which is Washington. Kamari Connor, cornerback from Virginia Tech, to Kansas City. Jets took Carter Warren, OT, to Pittsburgh. And then, Jacksonville just took another lineman. So just a bunch of linemen right now. Nobody since
Where are the running backs, boys? Where are the running backs? Where's Tyler Scott? Where are these running backs? I mean,
Dame Brugler is heated right now.
Heated. I'm ecstatic though I rock the Antonio Gibson jersey. This is really where I wish Joe was in here, just because we could revel in the fact that you can't kill this man. He is a cockroach. He's never going away. You tried to kill him with Brian Robinson, and then you found out he's actually bad and not very good at football. And Eric Bieniemy's coming to town, right? It's the Antonio Gibson show. Let's go. So in Washington's not taking running backs. I love it.
Yep, our resident tankers, the Arizona Cardinals, building in the trenches, right? Just how you like it.
It's good for B-Rob, and it's good for Gibson. It's good for both of them, man. It really is. Like, This is, when you look at players who kind of escaped, I mean, Sam Howell, everybody's, here it is. He's going to get a shot, right? You still got Jacoby Brissett there, but Sam Howell's going to get an opportunity to play this year, and we'll see how it goes. Arizona, John Gaines, guard out of UCLA. They continue
build those trenches.
Set up for Caleb. Man, Arizona's going to have the number 1 and number 2 overall pick next year.
It is going to be a fabulous fight between the Rams and Cardinals. Who can tank harder next year?
Well, the Cardinals got 2 picks, so they're good.
I love Kyler Murray, and I've been telling people like to buy him. And when we talk about Stroud,
Cam Young
Bryce
to
Young.
Seattle, I like that pick.
Okay,
Cam Young, DT, Mississippi State.
I've been telling people to buy in on Kyler Murray, man. Like, he's still a top 12 dynasty quarterback. Don't worry about it. But the Cardinals are also kind of signaling that, maybe Kyler's going to need, 5 months to recover from this ACL. Maybe we're just going to let Colt McCoy out there just taking bullets far longer than we probably should before we put Kyler back on the field. So this is going to be interesting to see what happens with Kyler and how hard Arizona is going to tank and try to one-up the Rams for Caleb Williams. The NFC West is wild. It's the Seahawks and the 49ers competing for the division. The other two teams are trying their damnedest to be terrible.
Hey, Kevin, I'm trying to keep up with the super chat, so if you could just put it in the bottom again, I'll make sure to catch it for you. Can you talk about where you push the tight ends up in 2.0 tight end premium? we can just talk about it though. Here's the question: like, how about these rookie tight ends? How far do they push up when it's 2.0, a full 2x tight end premium?
It makes the back end of the first and the other part of the second actually good. Right now it's kind of gross. In heavy tight end premium leagues or start 2 tight ends, it actually makes those picks actually valuable. So Dalton Kincaid's going to get pushed up. Michael Mayer, Sam Laporta, Luke Musgrave, Tucker Kraft, all those guys are going to get a nice bump, which actually makes your rookie drafts pretty interesting there. 201 to 205 isn't the death zone like we're talking about last night with Eric. Where
what about really what about 1.5? What about 1.5? Because people are wondering about that. They're looking around.
Yep.
1.5. Are you pushing those tight ends up to the back end of the first? I'm not. You're not, Mike.
No,
Cody. 1.5.
110 maybe. Like that. That's probably where I'm after the first round wide receivers. Because then I'm talking like Will Levis or Devon A-Chain. I don't have any projection for that. Them actually playing and what their role is. I think you have a discussion around 110, but yeah, I'd still want to hold off a little longer because of how many there are in that second round.
I mean, you can have the discussion there. Just for me, like, I think you could probably do it, but I'm just not going to be the one that is the sucker that takes it there personally. Like, that's just my personal opinion on the matter.
I'll wait. There's so many good. I like, honestly, every tight end that got drafted day 1 or day 2, I'm good on. I mean, I like them. Kraft, Washington, Laporta, Musgrave. Like, I'll just which one is the cheapest? Which one is the cheapest? I think they all have some nice opportunity and a little bit of upside, but yeah. I wonder how many people play in those 2-point leagues for tight ends.
Chris says, smash the like button, people. Don't let the algorithm smoke those wacky packs. So
wacky packs, man.
I've
been there before, man. I've been there before. When you get you a wacky pack and it's not a good night. It's not a good night.
You don't want to have a wacky pack this early in the day at 1 o'clock.
No.
Trade your CMC shares for top 12 lock Kendra ASAP. I love what this is. This is. I love what this super chat is all about, man.
Man.
Goodness.
Ooh, you see this super chat from Robertson Massey?
Yep, got it right here. Robertson, appreciate it. Traded Higgins for the 102 in a super flex.
Whew. Wow.
How could you not do this? Like, because here's the way I view this, man. Even if you need a quarterback badly, let's even say somehow A. Rich goes at 101. Like, you still want Bijan way over T. Higgins, right?
Yes.
So there's just no losing here at 102. Yes. Period.
No losing.
He won out no matter how it goes. Either way.
Yes.
Congrats, man. The $10 super chat's well worth it because you were going to clean up more than that in winnings. That's crazy.
So let's say he does play in a league, though. Bijan goes 101. He's staring at the choice of taking A. Rich or possibly trading for a veteran quarterback to fill his needs. Like, where are we at with where A. Rich projects, how high you like him versus some of these established ones? And I'm not going to talk about the Jared Goff or any of these guys. Daniel Jones.
Right.
Forget that. Right. Put your feet to your fire, like Deshaun Watson or Anthony Richardson on your team right now.
Watson.
Like if that
Watson.
All right. Yep. And that's probably a lot of people's like QB9. For us, that's where we're at. I know Keep Trade Cut's not the same. They love rookies way too much apparently. But what about Dak Prescott or Anthony Richardson? Like, where are you at if you had an established
team? This is Dallas.
I'll say. What did you say at the end, Mike? If you had an established what?
If you had an established team, right? If he's not building for the future, he's going like, listen, my team is pretty good. I'm just missing that QB2, or I'm missing that I got a good QB2. I need a QB1 type level talent for this team for this year.
I mean, I know it's projecting.
He has Watson already. That's his one QB.
Yeah, I know it's projecting Watson right now, but I'm not buying fucking Gardner Minshew starting over A. Rich. I think once they get into training camp together and those two dudes are standing next to each other, they're going to be like, why are we even playing around? Like, I think A. Rich is starting from day one, and I do believe he'll have his growing pains. I'm not saying it's going to be smooth and easy, but when you have an ability to do things when the X's and O's break down, and that's what Anthony Richardson can do. When the X's and O's break down, can you operate off script and he is 6'4", 250 pounds, and he runs a 4.4 40-yard dash, right, with a cannon of an arm. I'm taking A-Rich over Dak Prescott, and I think even on an established team, it wouldn't be ideal to have him as your QB2, but I would be just fine with what I believe you're going to get. There's no chance. Write this down, screenshot it. Gardner Minshew is not starting the season over Anthony Richardson. Like, A-Rich will play sooner rather than later. I will guarantee you that. So give me A-Rich over Dak, man.
And that's probably going to be the cutoff for a lot of people, right? Cody, yep. You like the vets. You like to go for it every single year. A-Rich or Dak Prescott on your teams? Like, I'm not talking Royal Rumble where you're going the different strat. You're going rebuild and for the future. But you got a team that's ready to roll. You somehow walked into the 102. You need a QB2 on your team. A-Rich or Dak Prescott?
It's hard to ignore what the upside of A-Rich is over Dak at this point. Like, he's not getting up any higher, especially with the change of the offense that we think they're going to be a little bit more run-heavy and going to be based off of efficiency. There's no upside there anymore, and I will take the bet that for my fantasy team moving forward, even though I do like the safety of the vets at that quarterback 2 position on that team, that I don't care, man. I'm going to go with the upside. I'm going to lean into A-Rich.
I like it. And for some actionable advice for the people, if you're in this position, this exact position, market's going to tell you if you did want Dak Prescott, that you can get a nice plus on top. Like, whether it's just a running back, it could be a gross one, but a guy that you know, like, hey, if I need to put him in a flex or if I need a spot start from him, you might get 1 or 2 of those kind of running backs thrown in the deal. And then I would make that kind of move. But on the other side, too, if you see a guy who's got the 102 and they're looking at it and their team's actually good to run and you do have a Dak Prescott, you go, hey, man, I'm going to charge you more for my Anthony Richardson. Like, I'm going to charge you more. I'm going to charge you more. You got to come pay me because I know Anthony Richardson has that market value already. And it's already just starting to build, and it's going to keep building throughout this offseason. So just keep that in mind when you're doing it. The 1-for-1 deal, Scott talks about this all the time. This is where I really love when we tap in with Scott and we have these discussions. But it's that breaking point where there needs to be leverage on one side or the other, and just know that you can always pull that leverage over your league mates all the time. You don't have to do the 1-for-1.
Yep. Hey, can we bring in an analytics guy to answer some of these questions?
Oh no. Analytics, who we got?
Numbers guy.
Jordan Backus.
Backus in the building. Yes.
JB, are you on mute?
Are you on mute?
Oh, we don't hear you.
Guess has himself muted. We're good.
And just like that, I screw up. So it's good to be on here. I've obviously been watching you guys, and it's about time I get out of here. So this is awesome. Thanks for having me.
Yep.
All right, for those who don't know, hosted the Who's Next podcast, director of analytics for Destination Devy. And boys, we are down to under 10 picks in the 4th round, and we still don't have any more running backs. I mean, got
a wide receiver.
They are still. Who's the receiver? Who do we have?
Ray, let me go through it. Right, so I do want to give a shout out. Yep. Baltimore Ravens in the 4th round took Tavius Robinson. He actually is from University of Guelph, but transferred to Ole Miss, literally down the street from me. So I want to give a shout out to him. All the Canadians should be happy to see him off the board ahead of Chase Brown. Pretty surprising, but great edge rusher out of Ole Miss. The Chargers, Ray, they went back to Fort Worth. They needed a receiver. They said Quentin Johnston was not enough. Who did they draft, Ray? Darius Davis, the speedster out of TCU, now joining his teammate Quentin Johnston to be with Justin Herbert in LA. How do you feel about that? And would you draft him in the 3rd round of a rookie draft?
Absolutely not. All they need is Rager. They'll just complete the whole TCU wide receiver trio. Rager, Davis, and Quentin
Dodson's
Johnston
available.
Walk into the bar, man. Good grief. I don't get it. I mean, I guess he's the DeAndre Carter replacement. Davis is fast. He's a good player. Drafted a little higher than I thought. It is what it is, man. I'm looking at these next few teams. If the Saints aren't taking a running back, the Rams are going punter. Rams are taking a punter.
Yeah. Their next Johnny
Dallas.
Hecker
the Rams are taking a punter or a long snapper. They're just trolling the world. Dallas, Cincinnati, Minnesota probably like the last couple of spots for round 4 running back.
Still waiting on Cincy to get it back, right? Still waiting on it.
Joe Mixon's about to eat everybody's lunch. He's about to come back and just absorb 300 touches again. It's just no P-Ron. Mixon's back. JB, I want to ask you, what are your thoughts on the running backs, man? Just falling out. Tucker and Abanikanda, Zach Evans. None of these guys have been picked yet. How you feeling?
I mean, I don't think there's any other way to feel than bad. It's a class that we thought would be at least giving us some depth, at least into the second and third round of our rookie drafts with these running backs, and we're getting nobody. Couple of these spots are even ugly. I mean, guys we saw yesterday, not huge fan of the spots, and then today Roshan, it's a good spot, but he's the only running back that's getting taken in round 4. This is ugly.
Jake Haener to the Saints at 127.
Whoa.
Jeff Mueller is doing backflips right now.
Where is Jeff, man?
That's not the big thing right now. Jake
Haener. Wasn't it Matt Waldman's QB1?
What's the big thing?
Oh, no. JB, tell me about it. McNutt, are you on Twitter right now?
This isn't fun.
You better get on Twitter right now.
Stand up.
What do we got?
Get up,
Mike.
Get up, Mike. Get up, Mike.
Stand up.
Get up, Mike.
Ray, close your eyes.
Yes!
Ray, close your eyes.
Let's go, Mike.
You put the word back on the street.
Can someone clue me in?
Back up. We back up.
What's happened?
Where?
Swift to
DeAndre fucking Swift to the Philadelphia Eagles, baby.
Oh, no.
I said it. How long ago did I say it? 20 minutes ago. We talked about this.
Who's gonna run this? I'm not staying on here with Mike for the rest of the day. How?
That's crazy.
Man, why does he get everything?
Hey,
I need to know
two
this.
things about Swift, right? He went to St. Joseph's High School, and he went to the University of Georgia. Howie is just building the University of Georgia.
That's what we just talked about.
Put him on the shuttle.
When you go to Georgia, when you're done, they either hand you a Philly jersey right away, or they get you on a shuttle, and when you get off, you say what's up to Meek, and you're in Philly. Like that's.
Yes.
They don't tell you where you're going, but you know you're going to Philly.
You
just got to get on the shuttle.
What did they trade away? What did Philly have to give up?
Who
7?
cares?
Was it free?
Yeah.
Was it free?
Rappaport just talked about it, but he didn't say the compensation.
They gave him some fab.
Yeah,
okay.
They traded some fab.
In all seriousness, though, like there's no one in Philly that scares you, right?
They gave him Shane Steichen's old playbook.
Everyone, the only people who are scared in Philly right now are all those people who are going like, "Hey, Kenneth Gainwell was going to be a thing." No, he wasn't.
There were a lot of people saying that.
Remember when that Swift buy window was wide open?
Oh man, I just
shut now.
If Swift
ain't
stays
getting
healthy,
Swift cheap no more.
If Swift stays healthy, like we saw how sneaky good Miles Sanders was.
Say that one more time, Mike. Say that one more time.
If Swift stays healthy, right? We gotta always put the asterisk on it. But we also said the same thing about Miles Sanders forever. Like if Miles Sanders stays healthy, and he was very sneakily good last year. I mean, Adam and I talked about it.
Finish your victory lap. Go ahead.
Were you here when Jake Haener went to the Saints?
No.
Oh!
And Stetson Bennett?
Oh my bet Hank!
Let's fucking go!
My bet here too, Jay. Count that money, Jay.
Fourth round.
Can we get the count the money sounder?
I got Bennett in the fourth too.
Count that fucking money, man. Let's go.
I got Bennett in the fourth too.
Bennett.
I got him.
Boy,
this is going to be the first time ever that DeAndre Swift's been upstaged by Stetson fucking Bennett.
I was going to say,
I feel like we got to bring somebody in.
knows we talked about it. We put the bet down. Fourth round Stetson Bennett.
I got him at plus 500. I got him at plus 500 to go in the fourth round. Plus 500.
I think I got him at like
round.
860 or something.
2,500.
Boom.
Let's go.
Man.
Can we bring in
It's
someone
pretty
that seems
sad
like
when
he's celebrating with
Stetson Benton. Oh,
Who's celebrating?
Two-time national
Brandon's in the
champ.
The
Brandon. What's up, Brandon? You're on mute, by the way, before you start talking. I'll just let you know you muted yourself.
You're on mute. Get off of mute. Come on. The Rams are tanking. My God, what a tank. What a tank job by the Rams. Here's the thing.
Yeah, right.
Over under 3.5 games started for Stetson Bennett this year. Over 3.5 starts.
Over.
What a pick.
Matt Stafford ain't making it. Matt Stafford ain't making it 15, 14 games.
From one Georgia quarterback to another. Pass the torch. Perfect.
Man.
I bet Matt Stafford, if he does come out and he's healthy, I bet he gets traded like midway through the season.
You think so?
I think some team will just make a move for him and go like, hey, we're going to ride out one last year. He gets one more shot at it. Stetson Bennett's going to start a lot of games. It's going to be disgusting, but he's going to start a lot of games.
People really thought he would go undrafted.
Wow.
Really?
Brandon and Cody, I know y'all heard it. In our Discord, what have I been saying about Stetson Bennett since the fall? What have I been saying? He's going to get drafted a lot higher than people thought. Rams. Thank you, Rams. Thank you, Rams.
Jay, we talked about it on Thursday. Off the line.
Just a straight-up winner.
One of my plays.
I'm happy for y'all. Cody. I'm happy for y'all. I should have got with these guys, man. But I didn't have money on that. Can I ask you guys this? Because we are running out of time in round 4. We have no running backs. Is there a running back that lands in these next, what is it, we got 7 picks, 8 picks in this round that means anything? Or are we getting to the point where, like, these guys really are just more long shots
Bodies.
Now? Yeah.
Bodies.
Okay.
Bodies.
That's all right. I can take it, man. It's like Ray's medicine.
Cowboys
I had to take it today,
in.
man. You know, it's not real.
All right, Dallas. Abanikanda.
Oh, no.
Zach Kuntz, is he available?
Make me feel good. We got Schoonmaker and fucking...
Pull you back in. I want them to pull you back in, Ray. Just pull you back in.
Yeah, they got to pull you back in.
Who can they take, Ray?
Who could they take?
Don't spoil it for Ray. I want the Ray immediate reaction. Don't spoil it.
Jaron Hall, incoming.
Brandon, what was the deal for Swift?
A 7th and a 4th.
Need it.
25 fourth, too.
A 25.
A 25 fourth.
I'm starting to believe that, like, Howie is basically McNutted, like, with the offers he's sending and getting accepted.
The Eagles are the top team in the league.
Like, nobody knows how these deals get
it's
done.
over.
Yeah, I think I'm on here giving fantasy advice. I'm actually running the Eagles on the other monitor.
A 25 fourth? Like we talk about, we almost don't care about 25 seconds. No one cares about 25
Amari
fourths.
Cooper got traded for a 2022 fifth, and the Eagles got DeAndre Swift for more.
I'm glad.
It's insane.
I am glad Ray's not listening to, because you don't need to remind him of that Amari Cooper thing.
They got Brandon Cooks to fix it. It's all good. Right?
Crazy, man. Crazy.
Jalen Tolbert.
All right, let's see what we got. Ray's got us on mute anyways.
He don't care.
I want Ray's. I want the real reaction. Look how excited he is.
I hope it's a kicker.
Ooh.
Ooh. We got some oohs.
Ooh. Any relation?
No.
I know.
I don't know. Okay. I don't know.
So, is this Simi Fajoko's brother?
That's what I was just asking. Is there any relation? Yeah.
Is there any relation to Simi Fajoko's brother? I don't know.
It seems like
San Jose State edge rusher. Okay.
Yeah.
Ray can't be too mad about that one.
Simi Fajoko went back to school.
Maybe he's still burnt off the Fajoko name.
Right. He put on like 40 pounds and he became a DN and tried to get drafted again.
Went back to college.
Changed his name.
Changed his name.
Oh boy!
He's like, I'm gonna try.
Ray, is this Simi Fajoko's brother?
I honestly don't know.
I don't know. Just curious.
My instant reaction from this is I said it last night. A lot of us play in deep leagues. If you're in deep leagues, go pick up Malik Davis. Go pick him up off waivers. And JB, you're shaking your head. I know you're. Dallas likes him. They have bypassed every other running back in this class. And this is what they do. Malik Davis is a free running back body to stash. And the good thing about it is he's free. So if they re-sign Zeke or Leonard Fournette or something, just cut him. It costs you nothing. But Malik Davis is looking like he's going to be the RB2, at least early on in off-season programs. So It's a good offense. They're not going to use Tony Pollard in some hammer role. I think Tony Pollard's going to stay in the Tony Pollard role, maybe a little more usage. But right now, 4 rounds in, and Dallas hasn't taken a running back. Go get Malik Davis. Go get him.
Let's get to some of the super chats. I got a bunch we got to get to. So 12-team Superflex lineup start 9 startup on the clock at 109, and the only quarterbacks left are Kyler, Deshaun, and all the rookies with a rich spot. Is it crazy to take him at 109 in a Superflex startup?
It is with Deshaun Watson staring you in the face.
Agreed.
Yeah, I was going to say it's not. I was going to say it's not crazy, but I would still take Watson ahead of him.
I'm taking Watson still. Like I like A-Rich quite a bit, man. I'm excited to get him at 101 in rookie drafts, but I'm not taking him ahead of Deshaun Watson in a startup. No, I'm not there yet. I don't think it's that
easy money.
Difficult. Okay.
Not for me.
Mike, DeAndre Swift, man. Like, are we? Is he going to be? The thing is he going to be reliable? I'm seeing it in the chats. There's a bunch of comments. Like, just because he now has a good situation, is he going to be reliable on the field all of a sudden?
You can be more reliable than them just not using them for whatever reason.
Being behind those other 3, that's fair.
Right, like, well, not just that, but I mean, how many times last year did we? Hey, he's healthy. Well, why is he only getting 4 snaps?
True.
Hey, he's healthy, gets 2 carries. That was the most frustrating thing is they just didn't use him in Detroit. I don't think you're going to have that problem because Philly does have the overabundance of just using everyone, so he's going to get some use. It's just a matter of, can he actually stay healthy? Can he stay truly healthy? And I think if he's out there, if he's suiting up for game days, he's going to get use. He's going to get use. I don't know if you're going to just plug him in as a, top 15, top 18 RB every single week, but DeAndre Swift in Philly is very interesting. And as bad as this back end of this first is, like if I'm sitting at 111, 112, early second, Swift or that pick, like, you can have the pick, man. I'm going to shoot my shot on DeAndre Swift at least for 1 year.
Yeah, I get that. All right, so Sean says, having lots of fun with you guys. Where are you taking A-Rich in single quarterback best ball? I've got 109 and 110, not getting much trade interest yet.
I think we talked about this last night. We talked about him at that 109, 110 range. I don't know how it changes in single quarterback best ball, but we talked about him at 109, 110 in single quarterback. I guess we were just talking about where we would rank him. Does it change for y'all if it's best ball or lineup?
I don't play in any 1 QB best ball leagues, but I will say that the elite upside quarterbacks in best ball have a lot more interest than they would in a lineup league, right? You really want just a few studs in lineup who are mainstays because you got to push the button on that guy every single week. In best ball, I'm a little bit more interested in taking some more quarterbacks, even if it's 1 QB. 109 does actually feel kind of right. And I think just depending on this class, like once you get past a certain number, I'd say right around that range you're going, do I take Zay Flowers or do I take Anthony Richardson? I might shoot for the moon on the quarterback, to be honest. Even if it's just a guy, I don't have to choose when to start him, but if he goes out and he runs for 140 yards and 3 touchdowns, I'm going to feel really good about the fact that I just got 35, 40 points from even a 1 QB league because people are going to have a tough time matching that.
Yeah, I do think in 1 quarterback, if you wanted to do a little bit earlier in best ball, I can get it, especially for a guy that has insane rushing upside. Like, if Anthony Richardson finished 2 weeks as like a crazy quarterback 1, no one would be surprised. So I want to move it up a couple picks, but at the end of the day, it's still 1 quarterback, so I wouldn't go too much farther.
Yeah, see, for me, I'm actually much more likely to take him there at the 109, 110 because it's best ball, so I don't have to start him. Even if you have another really good quarterback, if you don't see a need for a wide receiver like a Jonathan Mingo, you don't see the need to take a tight end because maybe a couple are already off the board in a single quarterback league. Like, I don't mind taking the shot there because, like Mike's saying, he may hit your lineup over a guy who you thought was your stud quarterback some weeks, and that's not going to be bad for your roster. So I'd be willing to take that risk if you believe that he's the best player on the board and will give you startable weeks when healthy. So I think it's a great spot.
600 on day 3. Sorry, 600 on day 3.
600 on day 3.
600 on day 3.
Let's go.
Wow.
Lindsay put it in the chat too. 600, man.
Wow.
Appreciate everybody tapped in, man.
Love y'all. Thank you, Lindsay. Lindsay Mack, DD. It's my girl. Appreciate y'all. Y'all, there's 5 picks left in the 4th round. 5 picks left in the 4th. I'm going to give some of the best fantasy players, positional players available that still have yet to be selected.
Ray.
So let's go.
Chuck's
Let's go. Your boy, Charlie Jones,
eat shit, Trent Irwin.
to the Bengals at 131.
I'll never forgive you, Adam. I'll never
Let's
forgive
go.
you for Trent Irwin, and now he's dead. Thank you.
Charlie
good.
Jones to the moon.
All I needed him alive for, Mike,
That's
was
my
for
boy.
1 week, and that was in the playoffs versus
That's my
you.
boy.
That's all I needed.
Chartavius
such
Jones.
A kick in the teeth.
Chartavius Jones. Let's go. That's my boy.
Charlie football is back, baby.
Yeah, that's my boy. What is he? The wide receiver 4 on the team?
He just replaces Trenton Irwin.
Yeah.
Okay.
Got to wait for that Tyler Boyd injury, and maybe he'll get some snaps.
All right, here we go. This is who we got left on the board. Zach Evans, Izzy Abanikanda, Eric Gray, Dwayne McBride, Chase Brown, Sean Tucker, Kenny McIntosh, Deuce Vaughn. For the running back positions that are still left, we go to wide receiver. Tyler Scott still on the board. A.T. Perry, Elijah Higgins, Keyshawn Boutte. That's really Parker Washington, Xavier Hutchinson, Dontavius Wicks, Bryce Ford Wheaton. So Trey Palmer still available. Tight ends, we got Josh Wiley, Davis Allen, Zach Kuntz, Payne Durham, Will Mallory. And quarterbacks, like we said, we got Stetson Bennett as a 4th rounder. Still got that Aiden O'Connell. Eric's still waiting on Aiden O'Connell to get selected. Jaron Hall, Clayton Tune, Tanner McKee, DTR, Max Duggan and company. So honestly, you guys, we got to really start paying attention to some of these other positions for fantasy purposes, because as I'm looking through the prospects, there just ain't a bunch of guys that are moving the needle for me left on the board, y'all.
Yeah.
It's rough.
It really feels like Dwayne McBride to the Patriots at this last pick in this round is going to happen.
Oh, let's go.
Think so?
That just feels like a full-on Patriots pick.
Kind of does.
They'll take Deuce Vaughn in this 6th. Don't you worry.
It feels like Roshan's the only one we care about, right, in this whole round in fantasy?
So far.
He's the
Yeah.
I mean,
Listen,
he's the only running back.
I'll probably have a shit ton of Charlie Jones in best ball leagues, like these deep roster ones, just because it's a wide receiver who's on a good offense. And if you're wide receiver 4 or better on a good offense, like you're going to be on my roster somewhere. Scott talks about like those are the roster cloggers in lineup. You don't want these dudes, but in best ball leagues, your rookie drafts, if you're taking them in the 3rd, 4th round, why not? I mean, what better place to be than on a high-powered offense with Joe Burrow, a good possession slot receiver who's got a little bit of juice to him. So Charlie Jones is actually kind of interesting for best ball leagues, and I probably will draft a shit ton of them in my leagues.
I think I had his film grade pretty high too. I like Charlie Jones.
Once upon a time at the University of Iowa. Imagine that.
Really?
I believe if they needed it, Tyler Boyd is cuttable too. I don't think they do it, but I think he does have a cuttable contract.
They're not going to cut him, would they? Really?
No, come on.
But he just
he has an out after this year.
Steelers go back to the Wisconsin outside linebacker well with Nick Herbig. Let's go.
Hey, can I toss one little nugget out here?
Yeah.
One more nugget just on that DeAndre Swift trade. If they don't resign DeAndre Swift, they get a 2025 compensatory pick. So they might actually get a better pick if DeAndre Swift does not sign. So not only did Howie trade for him, but if they don't resign him, they actually get
Jay Rich,
so they would get a compensatory
Can we get the sounder?
Pick.
What?
Bro.
Yeah. So Howie's doing.
Can I say what that is, Ray? Can we acknowledge what that is? That's 4D chess, man.
They are playing 4D. They are playing and what sucks is I'm watching the Cowboys try to make these counter moves. Like everything they're doing just screams like we got to compete with Philadelphia. Mozzie Smith, get the blocking Luke Schoonmaker. This guy, apparently this DN that we just had 47 tackles for loss in his career, so a pretty good DN, but everything just screams stop Philadelphia. Just stop Jazz. Easy. Easy.
Holy shit.
Jasmine.
I love it.
Boy, it's 1 o'clock. Oh, my God.
I would also like to revoke previous statements of Pacheco over Swift. Those were yesterday's price is not today's price.
Last 30 minutes price isn't the 30 minutes price, man. Swift, honestly, if somebody, in terms of rookie picks this year, where are you comfortable moving that rookie pick for DeAndre Swift? What 1-0 what? 109, 1-8, 110. Would you send any of those for DeAndre Swift?
I'd probably be fine after 107.
Don't be scared.
If we're saying go get.
Don't be scared.
I'm saying 107.
You send the.
Go get your guy. Go get your guy.
Adam. I know y'all are all struggling. Shit,
no,
man.
I'm trying to think. I'm just trying to think, because would I rather take my shot on the receivers in the top, those 4 back-to-back receivers, or would I take my shot on Swift? I think it's probably, it feels like an overpay if you did it at 107 or 108 or 109. But I'll be honest, like, these receivers may not end up being that great either. And if you want to do it for Swift in an offense that's awesome, that's going to run the football a ton, I get it. I think that's basically like an offer. Like, you send an offer like that, I would imagine most people will accept it. Like, especially knowing that they almost lost Swift. Like, we almost lost DeAndre Swift. Someone that had him and you get a 107 back, I think you take that.
All right.
Dane Brugler, get out of your seat.
Dane Brugler's
Tyler Scott to Chicago
at
133. Finally, the slide is over. Been waiting.
Pass.
How's my Royal Rumble team looking now?
Is it good for Justin Fields?
Well, yeah.
Tyler Scott, yeah, he's a playmaker.
Ray, you're struggling with this one. I know you said we struggled with the other one,
For
Ray.
fantasy is kind of whatever.
I mean, he's the same thing as Darnell Mooney. Like, he's the exact same thing as Darnell Mooney. I have zero interest. When I say zero interest in Tyler Scott, we'll go with the default because we play in best ball leagues. Sure, I'll take him there, but you're probably not even getting a spike week out of that. But sure, but I just no thanks. Just flaccid.
All right, so let's put some feet to the fire. Ray, Devin A-Chain or DeAndre Swift?
Oh, it's not close. Not close.
Not close.
Not close. Come on.
He's thinking.
Ray, do you want to win or do you want to not win?
Who are you winning with?
Swift. Okay,
I
so
feel like
you just replaced
I'm
Miles
just-
Sanders with DeAndre Swift, and you're telling me you're not on a winning situation?
I didn't say what, but y'all are assuming that Swift just comes in and they just give him the keys to be the starter and he's getting all the work from day one, and that's just not how teams do things.
No, I don't think he needs to
man.
get all the work.
That's just the reality. And if I'm Philadelphia, and you have Rashad Penny, and you have Kenneth Gainwell, and you have DeAndre Swift, like this is just my opinion. He's gonna have his moments, but it's great for the Philadelphia Eagles. Great for the Philadelphia Eagles as the team.
Absolutely.
And you're gonna have your moments in fantasy, but I don't know what are we realistically projecting that split and workload to look like? It's gonna be efficient, no doubt, but what are we
40, 30,
really
30.
40, 30, 30?
Yeah, I think Swift can get that 40%.
50, 20. I mean, I don't know, but they've got Penny. They have Gainwell, and Philadelphia always is using multiple backs. I mean, I think I would rather have Devon A-Chain.
Okay. Jay Rich, Will Levis, or DeAndre Swift?
Or Swift?
Yep.
I think that depends on your direction a bit, but I would be willing to take Levis if I wasn't contending.
All right. 1.75 tight end premium. Brandon, Dalton Kincaid, or DeAndre Swift?
Swift.
All right. JB, the other RB3 of this class. Kendre Miller or DeAndre Swift?
I'm sticking with Swift. Give me the known, I guess I shouldn't say known, but the allure of the Eagles offense is so much higher, especially with what they did last year, what they've added this year already. I mean, he's going to be probably their starter and a focal point. Give me Swift.
All right. And last one, Cody. I saved the best for last. I love these vets. You weren't a DeAndre Swift guy. Zay Flowers or DeAndre Swift? Now you got to put your feet to your fire. You hate Swift, but you hate rookies.
I hate them all. Pass? No, we're going to go with I'll still go with Swift. If he can actually stay healthy for once, he's probably going to be better than Zay Flowers this year.
There's your conversation, boys. We're starting at 108 with DeAndre Swift. Yep. This is where we're starting, and we're having the conversation. So the back end of the first is fully in play, and I think the early second is just a smash at this point for DeAndre Swift.
Yeah, I agree with that. Early second, I'd send it off in a heartbeat to get DeAndre Swift. With the recap for those listening, Charlie Jones went 29th in the fourth round to the Bengals. The Steelers went linebacker Nick Herbig from Wisconsin. The Bears go Tyler Scott, wide receiver Cincy. Vikings take Jay Ward, the DB out of LSU. And the Raiders are up with the final pick in round 4. So we only had offensive skill position players for fantasy. Tyler Scott. We also had Charlie Jones, Stetson Bennett, Jake Haener, Darius Davis, Roshan Johnson, and that's it. In round 4.
Adam has the bladder of a 96-year-old lady, apparently. That's what the chat said.
Yeah.
Adam, is this true? The people want to know. You're on mute. You can't even tell the people.
It is true, because I'm out here, taking shots for $4.99 today. Mike, I'm trying to get him there, but it's all right, Mike.
The people want to know, man.
I have a 96-year-old lady bladder. Actually, let me pull it up. Yep, there it is. There it is.
Tommy throwing darts. I love it. Tommy don't miss.
What did I miss, by the way? Speaking of what I'm missing, what did I miss? Anything?
The range of DeAndre Swift versus rookie picks, and we kind of went through it. Did the would you rather, and conversation starts at 108, man. Starts at 108.
I can agree with it.
Early second is a smash. You just take DeAndre Swift.
Yeah, I think the running backs in this class. When I would have said probably earlier, I'll take an early second. The running backs in this class really aren't that deep. It's not that great of a class, honestly, if we're looking at it right now, with capital included.
No, it's pretty gross.
What do we get, Brandon?
The Las Vegas Raiders traded up, and they took a quarterback.
Max Duggan?
What? Matt
Dorian
the
Thompson
Grit?
Robinson?
DTR? Who is it?
Aiden O'Connell.
Oh shit! Eric has backflips.
Yo,
he
Ray, you know what's crazy? Is they brought him in for a top 30 visit. That's why I put him in there on the draft challenge. So I'm not shocked to see him take him, but man, Aiden O'Connell. Woo.
Didn't Eric actually say the Raiders last night? I'm trying to remember. I was drunk as shit.
Honestly, he said the Raiders.
He's going in the fourth round.
And he said the fourth round. Wow. We got to give a shout out to America's Game.
Good job,
How
Eric
can
Manick.
one guy hit the team and the round for Aiden O'Connell?
You know what? We gave E so much crap for the last month about AOC. We gave so much crap.
He still got drafted after
Abbott.
Stetson Bennett. He still got drafted after Stetson Bennett and Jake Haener.
But ahead of Max Duggan, so he's doing all right.
But ahead of
Max Duggan.
He's like PB7.
Max Duggan is to me what Brock Purdy is to Mike. So that doesn't.
He's going to the
that doesn't
Chargers in the
shock me
6th
at all.
round. Complete the stack.
Oh, come on.
I just want to give you guys a quick recap of a little trip down memory lane of the running backs and fantasy players that were selected in the 5th round last year. So last year, in the 5th round, we got Khalil Shakir, Tyler Algier, Snoop Connor, Jerome Ford. We also got Kyron Williams, Ty Chandler, and so we had like 5 running backs in round 5 last year. And of those guys, Jerome Ford. What do you got, Cody? One of them mattered.
One of them. Yeah, you only got one running back there that actually matters.
And he was replaced by Bijan Robinson. So not looking good for any running backs at this point historically moving forward. It just, JB, 5th round running backs, what are we looking like? Historical hit rate, fifth round running backs.
Not good. I mean, obviously. But, I mean, let me look real quick to see if there's literally any
Does Khalil
guys.
Herbert make the list? 6th round guy.
I mean, we got Jay Ajayi back in 2015. Jordan Howard, Aaron Jones. That's really it. It's not looking good.
Ugh.
Yeah.
Yuck. All right, we're in gross territory right now, boys. It doesn't really matter who gets drafted here from here on out. That's kind of what we're saying. We'll highlight them.
We promise to make a show of it. We will make a show of it, or Adam and Mike can make a show of it.
We got you. We're here till the end.
Yep, till the end, baby, till the end.
You can just hear the air come out when the analytics guy goes, "Nah, y'all fucked."
Hey, Brandon, appreciate you coming on. We got someone. Speaking of a show,
appreciate you, Brandon.
Whoa!
Oh,
damn!
My God.
Okay,
Nate Liss.
Let's go.
Let's go.
What's going on, Nate? How you doing, man?
Nate Liss. Can Nate hear us? We got freaking Nate Liss in the building, man.
Oh, let's go.
Oh no!
Doesn't sound. We didn't get a QC with Nate.
Oh no! Is he gonna get the countdown?
I'm gonna give Nate more than 10 seconds
right now.
Oh yeah, we can hear you. We can hear you.
Yeah.
You can't hear
we
us.
can hear you.
He can't hear us.
He can't hear us. Oh, no.
It's round 5, Nate. Take your time.
Yeah, we're good.
Yeah.
We'll keep going until we get your audio on.
We'll keep filling. Let's fill.
Let's filibuster.
Adam, just move him off the screen till he gets it figured out, and then and then text him and tell him we could hear him though, like we could hear him.
Yep.
Yeah.
Use a different browser or something. I don't know what the hell. JB, what did you have to do when you got on? You were good to go, right?
Yeah, I just hopped on, but I did the QC right before.
I keep telling y'all about the fucking QCs. I keep telling y'all.
It's important.
Yeah, so outside of quarterback, is 22 better than 23 now? Because I think it's definitely better just in terms of wide receiver, running back.
I think because of the receivers, it definitely surprised us for sure.
Receivers way better in 22. Way better. I mean, running back I still think is better in 23.
I think the problem though is that receiver is infinitely more valuable than running back. So
because we have two in the top 12.
Might not matter.
Yeah, but how can you say that? Like, we got 2 guys in the top 12. The next one we're relying on. I love Devon Achane, and I love Kendre Miller too, but those are round 3 running backs.
Okay.
Not much better than what Damian Pierce was last year. Not much better than what Rashad White walked into last year.
Okay.
And you also had 2 guys at the top in Breece Hall and Kenneth Walker. Now, fast forward to this year, one's got an ACL.
Kenneth Walker, though, right?
Let me finish.
Okay,
Let me finish there.
Go ahead.
Just chill yourself. Last year, those guys were valued very highly, and they both approached Dynasty RB1 territory. Like, you can't definitively say, we thought 23 was a better class because of Bijan and the depth of running backs. The depth of running backs has just gotten kicked in the balls, and that's over with. You have the same amount of depth in 22 that you did in 23. Literally the same amount. We got Damian Pierce in 22. We got Rashad White. We have all these running backs who came in and had roles and carved out nice roles for themselves in 22. 23, we're still looking at going like, I want Devon Achane. I want Kendre Miller. But
still
the
only,
other running
3 in the
backs
top
who
2
went,
rounds, right?
Right. I would say the difference between the classes is 23 had better quarterbacks, but 22 had the better wide receivers. So these classes are very, very similar in how they go about. But the quarterbacks do swing it where you go, hey, at least the quarterback class for 23 push some of these other dudes down, and we get a chance at super flex quarterbacks in our leagues.
So, Mike, can I just say this is why what I believe in we do is so valuable to the dynasty space, because you can kind of, the more I've said from the very first Destination Devy episode, the more you know about future classes, the better you could position your dynasty team for short and long-term success. If you kind of have a general sense of where the strengths of these individual classes lie, like you should have known, and we said get your wide receiver in 22. Like there's a ton of them from London to Olave. Get your receivers in 22. Kind of focus in on the Bijans, the quarterbacks, and the running backs in 2023. Like, you got to be looking ahead. So, JB, looking ahead, now that we're at almost it doesn't matter range, 2024, JB, you are college through and through. Where's the strengths? Where are the strengths? And I'm not talking, everyone knows who Marvin Harrison is, but where's the strengths of that class in 24 if you're a team right now and you're trying to get an early start on that class?
Honestly, I think it's the running back class. And I know we just talked about it with this class, but I mean, for 24, I really want first-round picks pretty strictly. I don't really think the class is going to end up being as deep as we thought 23 was going to be. It's very top-heavy. But, I mean, the running backs, you got the three big guys with Sanders, Henderson, and Braylon Allen. But then you got guys that I really like up here, like Bucky Irving, Donovan Edwards, both of which I talked about on Who's Next. But then you got Blake Corum coming out still, Mayan Williams. And then a couple wild cards I know are guys like Trey Benson, and additionally Will Shipley too. I mean, there's a handful of names that it could make for a pretty deep running back class and hopefully get better draft capital than these guys. But I think running back is going to be where we're kind of having the deeper part of next year's class.
Nate, can you hear us now? Are we good to go?
Man, yes, I can finally hear you. Can you hear me?
I can hear
perfect.
you. We're good. We're good to go, man. Let's go.
Where did Jay Rich go? I show up, he leaves?
I apparently it's one in and one out. You know, it's that type of a club. You know, one in, one out.
Right.
So
you've never seen us both in the same place at the same time, right?
That's
so
actually true.
That's a fact.
Nate, what are you thinking so far, man? Give us some of your rundown on the 23 class, man.
Yeah. Okay, so I think I heard you guys talking about it a little bit. Obviously, you know, there's been some debate now with hindsight that people are like, well, we knew this class was deep by narrative, but not deep by maybe fantasy, you know, predication, because we've only had so many guys go in the first 3 rounds here. I'm looking at it, and a couple of these guys didn't go to landing spots that, you know, I was really happy about. Obviously, as a Seattle Seahawks fan, the Charbonnet pick, you know, that felt like a bit of a death sentence to me, only because we're going to be splitting workload there. Tyjae Spears, we hear that he doesn't have an ACL. He's behind Derrick Henry. I don't even know when Derrick Henry isn't good anymore. I mean, this dude could legitimately play at this level for 2 or 3 years, and then you draft a guy like Tyjae Spears, and he's just, you know, maybe he never manifests to the player you want. We've seen them try and draft, you know, round 3 guys behind Henry before. It's just, he's an impossible, you know, immovable object to get around. So I'm seeing a lot of analysis on social media, Twitter especially, where people are trying to rationalize these day 3 guys. And I'll never be that guy, because the hit rate, it's just unrealistic, right? Like we got to stop doing this.
Nate, let me ask you, because I just asked JB, our director of analytics at Destination Devy, about the historical hit rate of these 5th rounders and these day 3 guys. I mean, Nate, it feels like the NFL, they told us you got 2 superstars at the top in Gibbs and Bijan Robinson. Then you got some other guys that can be nice complementary role players there with Kendre, with Spears, maybe, those guys, A-Chain. And then Zach Evans, Sean Tucker, Izzy Abanikanda, Dwayne McBride. Like, Nate, these are just fucking bodies, man. Like, replaceable bodies, no matter how you slice it. You can get the start out of them fine, but I've learned my lesson from Tyler Algier. This dude went out there and had a 1,000-yard season as a rookie, and they turned right back around and said, give me Bijan Robinson. I mean, what do you do with these guys, Nate?
Yeah, you draft them late in your rookie drafts. If you're in best ball leagues, they're more of an advantage. But we talked about this. You know, some of the guys that were saved, Isaiah Pacheco, now admittedly, we've got a long history with the Clyde Edwards debate, but Isaiah Pacheco was a guy that, you know, moderately survived. You might get a year. You might get 2 years. You might get an Isaiah Crowell lifetime out of them. But the reality is, the trade value will never equate to that opportunity. If they don't have the draft capital to back it, nobody's ever going to send you a requisite pick. So if you draft the guy, you're probably riding with them, but these are just dart throws. And at the wide receiver position, obviously the hit rate is much lower. Running back, you know, an injury comes into play and those things can factor in. But, you know, I'm sure your analytics show it just like mine do. When we get into day 3, I mean, every guy is an outlier. You can be discerning when we look at the different metrics and background about each player to increase our accuracy or get closer to the center of the bullseye with hit rate. But reality is when we get into day 3, these are all dart throws, and you should be spending these picks on running back, knowing that we've got guys like Jerome Ford that are still hanging out here currently, right? Pierre Strong still hanging out here currently. So there are some guys in the background that could have some moderate opportunity, but long term, these are just not guys you want.
I'm putting a link in the chat for us. So Nate, JB, Cody, Mike, Adam, J. Rich, click the sleeper link. We're going to do a quick 2-round rookie mock, super flex, 1.5 tight end premium. I just dropped it in our guest chat. And then once you all join, we'll drop it to the YouTube people and they could fill the remaining couple of slots. Let's do a quick rookie draft, man. Let's do a quick rookie draft. And I'm with you, Mike. I'm going 111. I'm going to take the 111. I've been cheating and taking snake or linear spots. It's snake. It's snake. Is that all right? Is snake fine?
That's fine. That's fine.
We got to reward the people at the back of the draft for these shitty picks.
Please.
That's why
you get 2 of them.
I'm taking 102 so I get a good pick because at 211, it's I don't even know what you do at 211. We'll find out.
Adam, don't fuck up the share screen this time. You got it? Can you do it this time, Adam?
I can do it, man. It may be,
This is, oh, God. We did this last night, and it was a damn... Look at... Adam, you should be able to share. What is this?
I don't know.
All right. Well, while Adam's doing that and trying to figure it out, I did pull up my hit rates here. So I don't believe these were updated as of...
Post the link. Sorry. Post the link, somebody. Post the links for YouTube so they can jump in.
1 second.
All right.
So for hit rates here, this is 2014 through 2021, so I don't have last year's class, but there were a total of 104 running backs drafted on day 3 throughout those years. Only 2 of those have put forth a top 6 season. 7 of those have had a top 12 season, and 11 a top 24. So respectively, that's a 2%, a 7%, and an 11% hit rate for any of these day 3 picks. For running backs, it is. It's just not good. Here.
Super flex, 1.5 TEP. Here we go. All right, let's start the draft. Let's go. Call it out for the people that are listening. J. Rich is up, 101. This should be...
A. Rich, 101.
Thank you.
Yet again.
Thank you. Everybody, again. I don't give a damn. And Nate List, I want to. We got to talk about this, Nate, because I'm going Richardson 101, but I definitely want to hear from one of the OGs in this space, Nate List. All right, so A. Rich went 101, Bijan 102, Bryce Young 103, Jahmyr Gibbs 104. Let's go.
Yes.
Jahmyr Gibbs 104, making me and Mike very happy because we'll talk about CJ Stroud. I want to get Nate's opinion on those guys early. JB, you're up at 1.5. And
yeah, I took 1.5. I took 1.5 just hoping I'd get Gibbs, but you got to take Stroud there.
All right, let's go. We got Jay Ajayi in the building. Let's go. Who's he gonna take? Oh, guy takes Quentin Johnston at 1.6, wide receiver 1. JSN off the board. Dynasty Barry goes Jordan Addison. You know he's happy about that. Turn BCC goes Zay Flowers. So kind of chalky. All right, Cody, what we doing? Super flex. What are we doing?
Yep. I think this is where you got to do it. I think it's still Will Levis here. I think this is where he slips to as a day 2 guy. So I'm not going to try to pick between Zach Charbonnet or Devon Achane. I'm going to take Will Levis.
Literally the whole time you were talking, I was like, I don't know what the hell I'm gonna do. So I'll just rationalize it. He's fast, and Miami tracked me, and I'll go. Oh man.
I know. Damn it.
Achane. I took Achane at 111. So Will Levis goes 110. Devon Achane 111. It's 1.5 tight end premium. Mike goes Kendre Miller. He's back up at 2-1 after Kendre Miller.
Hey, Nate just had a couple minutes. He hopped in. Everybody appreciate Nate List coming in real quick.
Thank you, Nate.
Thank
you, Nate.
God damn, brief, boys. We'll have to talk about this in the future. Definitely.
Yeah, let's do it. Let's do it again. Hey, get this off the screen. Get this off the screen. Get Nate on here real quick. Just move it out the goddamn way.
Beautiful face on the screen. Can we get that out the
Nate.
goddamn way?
There we go.
Let's go.
Thank you, Nate.
What's up, guys?
Appreciate it, Nate. Real talk, man. Appreciate everything you're doing. DynastyRanking.com. I know you got your own service. Just shout out what you're working on, Nate. What you're doing out here before we get out of here with you.
Yeah, man. DynastyRankings.com. Like I've been laying pretty low because we've been working on it, but I think it's going to be really exciting for you guys, especially the ones in this group that I hear talking with an analytics-heavy mindset. I really appreciate that. I'm kind of a nerd about that as well, so we're really trying to dive into that kind of stuff. Find me on Twitter at @AnOutrageJew. Apologize that I couldn't be on here longer, man. This looks like a fun group. I wish we could have hung a little longer, but it's real brief for me, man. But I will say, A-Rich at 101, I do like that.
Let's go.
Nate fucking List, man.
Nate's on the right team, man. Nate's on the right team.
Thank you, Nate. Thank you, Nate.
Let's go, Nate.
Appreciate it, Nate.
All right. Put the tablecloth sleeper share screen back up. Drag it back up there.
I got you, man.
It went all right. Mike went Dalton Kincaid at 2-1. What? Mike went Dalton Kincaid at 2-1. I took Zach Charbonnet 2-2. Tajay Spears goes 2-3. Michael Mayer 2-4. Jalen Hyatt, the third-round receiver to the Giants, goes 2-5. Jaden Reed 2-6. We're at 2-7, y'all, and I'm just Jonathan Mingo 2-7. Okay, ooh. I like that. I mean, shit, he got.
Would you take him over Rashee Rice?
Yes, I would.
Okay.
Yep, I would take Mingo over Rice. Rice goes 2-8. Now we're oh man, I see a player that we probably should take. Probably should have taken a little higher. Luke Musgrave goes 2-9. And then we're down to our last three picks. The 210, 211, 212. Hendon Hooker goes 210. Oof.
I'm taking Tank Bigsby here, man.
Okay. Roshan's got to be the pick. Roshan should have been selected. Probably
you think so
higher.
For sure?
Yeah, man. You got to take Roshan. You're not taking third round downs. You got to take Roshan.
You know, I was looking at Laporta too, because Laporta obviously got great draft capital with a slight premium, tight end 4 off the board. And Ray, it's funny. Yesterday, I took Roshan in this exact spot. I took A-Rich at 1 and Roshan at 212. But yeah, on the Bears, he's in a great spot to potentially earn opportunity early. Maybe not super early, but he can definitely win out that job. I know Elliot Chris is already screaming from the mountaintops. Best running back on the Bears roster is Roshan Johnson. It's not even close.
All right. Good job. Good stuff.
I remember all those.
And did you see, Ray, that that the Arizona Cardinals have a new quarterback for this season? Did you see who it was?
Hold on, let me take a guess. Is it Dorian Thompson-Robinson?
It is not.
Okay. Is it
He is
Clayton
a
Tune?
Senior Bowl. Yes, Clayton Tune.
Clayton Tune,
the new starting quarterback for the Arizona Cardinals this season.
There it is. Holding that placeholder for Darius Rush. What a pick by the Colts. Love that pick.
Oh, they took
Darius
him?
Rush.
Let's go.
Yeah, the Colts got him.
That's a great pick for them. Man,
Great
he's
pick.
so good.
Boys, we are
Listen.
Go ahead, Mike.
The Vikings did pass on running back again. So if Dalvin Cook gets moved, man, are you more excited for our Ty Chandler shares, or are you more excited for those people who are being Alexander Madison truthers? Like, I'm not a Madison guy.
So question for you, Mike. Do you think they bring in a back who's cheaper than Cook? Because I think that should be a consideration as well.
That's actually probably the realistic outcome, Jay Rich. I mean, we can talk the good body talk about like, hey, Ty Chandler still got life, or I got a ton of it in Nwangwu. I think it's probably they find some vet just laying around out there where they just
could be Fournette, and Zeke's available. Fournette.
Yep,
Mixon could become available for all we know.
Like as much as we want to make fun of left tackle Lenny, like him playing in that kind of offense with Kirk Cousins would actually be pretty good for fantasy football. Like as long as he's motivated and not 320 pounds like I am.
Yeah.
Genji's saying we forgot about Marvin Mims. I mean, I didn't forget about him.
Did not forget.
I guess everyone here, what are your opinions? For me, Marvin Mims, we talked about this on America's Game a little bit briefly last night. Like Marvin Mims is best ball only for me. And when I say best ball only, what that really is that's a nice way of saying like it's dog shit in lineup. I don't know. I'm just not that interested, honestly, man.
And even in best ball, like the opportunity is going to be so limited for Marvin Mims unless they trade a receiver.
I think they're going to trade one of them, man. I think one of them is going to be on the move. I like
But
Mims.
if they don't, I'm with you, Ray. I like him too. But if they don't move him through your rookie draft, and are you going to – so my question for you is, would you project a trade and draft Marvin Mims maybe late third round if still available, hoping that he could see more opportunity because they trade one of those receivers? Or would you want to kind of wait to see what happens and act based off that? Because right now he's wide receiver 4 at best and looking like he's filling the KJ Hamler role, which is like a 30-target role over the last couple seasons.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a little biased. He was my wide receiver 5 coming into the process film grade pre-draft. He's got one of those receivers have to go. The reality is one of them have to go. Between the running game, Dolchich, Russ maybe getting some volume pulled back, one of those receivers needs to go for Mims to really be listen, man, I think people just got to understand, a lot of these picks are great picks for the NFL team. They're going to help them win actual football games. In fantasy, we got a real limited window and needles that we're trying to thread. And the reality is Mims, I don't see it absent one of those receivers getting moved. So I like the player a lot, but he needs some help there too.
Listen, we got
Did y'all see the report on
go ahead.
that
Go ahead.
before Odell Beckham was signed, Cortland Sutton was set to go to the Ravens and the deal fell through at the last minute, but they are shopping those guys. I don't mind the bet that one of them moves.
I've heard rumors something about both of those guys. Both of them, and I wouldn't be shocked if they end up moving one here in the next month or so.
And something with Mims, obviously.
Go ahead, JB.
Go ahead, man.
Yeah, with Mims, the Broncos obviously didn't have much draft capital, and with the new coaching staff and everybody there, that was their first pick that they decided, okay, we need this guy, or we really want this guy. So I think we should put some weight into that. But I totally agree with, hey, he's probably a better NFL player than he is a fantasy asset.
Yeah, I mean, I think in fantasy he's probably in a shallow lineup league. He's going to end up being more of a roster clogger. Will he get a little bit of dynasty value buzz or something? Yeah, but are you ever really going to feel good about pressing the button on him? It's probably not going to happen. That's kind of where I'm coming from. So.
Yep. So I did want to butt in just a little bit. We got a new Patreon for Adam and I on South Harmon, newest shithead, GRT. He hit me up in DMs because he said he sent in a couple super chats that didn't go through, so I wanted to get him on here. What are our thoughts now on moving up to 104 or 105 if you have the 7, the 110, and a second? What is your play right now? What are you sending in a package if you want to move up into that tier of goodness and get out of the tier of uncertainty? So, Adam, help our shithead out, man. What are you doing? What's the max offer you would send to move up from 107?
To get into which pick specifically, or just into the top 5?
4 or 5. Just pick 4 or 5. He wants to get into that range.
I mean, so you're talking about, right, let's say 107's after JSN. So you're talking about shooting probably on Quentin Johnson there? Or would you rather have a chance to go get one of these quarterbacks or Gibbs? I mean, I'd send a couple seconds easy. I mean, you could probably justify a first and player type value too, honestly, for me.
So he has the 107 and the 110. Would you send both of those?
Yes.
To move up into the top 5?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Easily.
Would you attach another second to it if you needed to?
If that's what it took. If it's especially in lineup, yes. If it's in best ball, maybe a different conversation. But I still even think there, as long as you have enough assets, you have enough depth, I'd do it.
Anybody else disagree or have any other thoughts? Are you going to package all that just to get into the good tier?
Yep.
Cody?
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I just saw what happened. Israel Abanikanda to the Jets, and I couldn't hear most of that through.
The world's going to burn now.
Yep. Easy to the Jets.
Oh, no.
That kind of just...
Can I get a
feels not good for everyone involved.
Can we get the sounder?
I've been so high on Izzy, man, and this just is
talk
not...
yourself into that one. Do a mental gymnastics and talk yourself into how that's good.
Brees,
that's just another one of these running backs.
Yeah,
is it a
returning kicks.
Carter,
that's it.
Is it a Michael Carter replacement?
If it is, do we care?
100%.
You're gonna care. You're gonna care if it's early. You're gonna care if it's early.
Agree.
Because Brees isn't gonna come right out the gates. I know Jeff Mueller, our guy, our injury analyst, really likes Brees Hall just to. He's a ridiculous athlete, so he's going to beat the trends in an outlier. I don't want to make that bet on outliers, even though Brees is phenomenal right away. So you kind of go into it. So Izzy beating out Michael Carter and kind of taking over the role early in the season is going to matter if that could happen. But do we see it? Do we see Izzy pushing Michael Carter or unseating him?
No.
Seems unlikely.
Like I think no. I mean, it's the NFL. No, I'm not going to project that right now, Mike. Like, no, I think he's battling Bam Knight for RB3 with the Jets right now. This is a fifth round pick, man. He's a fifth round pick. So the answer to the question is no. I like Izzy, Mike, but I don't think I'm looking at this as he was a fifth round pick, man. Fifth round pick.
There's no way to this to be good, personally. Like, it's just not.
He also is, at least in my opinion, Ray, like you've looked at him a lot harder than anybody else here who's sitting up here. But in my opinion, he is also a little bit on the raw side, just a little bit. And Michael Carter is one of the more refined guys at the position. So it's going to be tough for him to come in from day one and unseat Michael Carter with what he does for that team and the role that he does. So
it's not happening because he's not a pass catcher either. He's not a pass catcher either. So you're telling me now what he is I believe he will be the youngest running back in the NFL at the start of the season. He is very young and he's got a lot of talent, a lot of athleticism, and maybe down the line he can turn into a nice compliment. This Wooford. This is the type of player that you wanted somewhere else. Yeah. This is the type of player, Mike, you wanted in a different spot, not behind fucking Brees Hall, man.
Ray, let me just say, like, if he would have went a few picks prior and he would have went at Minnesota, I think we're having a different conversation, right?
Absolutely.
Really,
absolutely.
You got Bam Knight, you got Michael Carter, Brees Hall. Like, even if he gets the role and does do well being young and raw, he does have size and speed, but when do you ever get to see it unleashed with this backfield?
And Adam, I just want to say this, too, because no one really answered Mike's question. I'm still mildly optimistic about Ty Chandler in Minnesota, Mike. So a long shot, he was a fifth-round pick as well. I'm not banking on him being anything, but I want to see him work with, if Dalvin Cook moves, I want to see what he does. And I just want to say that the Patriots, Antonio Mafi, the guard from UCLA, great pick by New England here in the fifth round. He's a physical mauler. This is a good pick. We've been talking about getting Mac Jones some help. This is a good pick for New England right here in the fifth round.
I will say that these running backs, I mean, there are big differences between best ball and lineup, which we talk about. Like these running backs like Izzy Abanikanda, I don't have any interest in best ball leagues at all. But Scott will tell you, and it pays off, right? Any running back on a 53, right? In your lineup leagues, if you have the spots, any running back on a 53, Ty Chandler, you put in that bucket. Izzy Abanikanda, you're going to put in that bucket. The Izzy Abanikanda, Adam, to your point, like if he goes a couple picks earlier to the Vikings, in best ball leagues, I'm interested in taking him probably in the third round just because the rest of this class is getting pretty gross and you just got to take flyers somewhere. That's a guy I could see possibly having a role. But Izzy on the Jets, like the role just diminishes, and that's a guy that I just pass on. I know we don't like Tyler Scott or where he went to, we don't like Charlie Jones, but that's what I'm talking about. The differences in lineup in best ball is I'm more apt to take shots on those wide receivers because it's easy for them to have one pop week or one consistent week where, they catch 5 passes for 60 yards and a touchdown, and all of a sudden they're a wide receiver too, and that's all I'm looking for in best ball. These running backs, on the other hand, they're scoring you 4 points a week. They're scoring you 2 points a week. They're DNPs. They're playing nothing but special teams. Those are the guys that I don't want on my best ball rosters.
Now to that point in lineup, right? Now, if you get to the fourth round and you're still wanting to take Israel Abanikanda, fine. And let me give you why I think in lineup it's totally different. Like Bam Knight, who we're talking about. Look at what happened with Bam Knight just because of the opportunity presented, right? That's part of what we do when we're taking these running backs later is there could be 3 injuries, and if somehow Izzy had the backfield for a couple weeks, everybody started him across the landscape in fantasy football. But you just can't rely on that, to Mike's point, in best ball for holding that for 13 weeks and hoping that comes to fruition when we don't even know if it does. We got a super chat here. 12-team Superflex start 10 PPR. Quarterbacks are Mahomes, Fields, Jimmy G, and he already put Fields. Fields for the 102, a 24-second, and a 25-second, and Carr. Or Fields for the 102 and a 24 first mid.
Fields for Wait. Give me 102. Yeah, give me 102 and a 24 first. Give me 102 and 24. Wait, I haven't seen his other. Just is there other context to it? I'm not even looking at the screen.
So he says
these are Mahomes, Fields, Jimmy G.
So he's basically going to go from Mahomes and Fields to Mahomes, and I'm assuming A-Rich at 102, hopefully. And if you're going to get
24 first,
if you're going to get a 24 first and A-Rich, I can do this for sure.
I'm doing that. But for me, we had this conversation, and for me, Dynasty startup, I'm taking Anthony Richardson 1-for-1 over Justin Fields. I'm not taking him over Deshaun Watson. I would take A-Rich over Justin Fields. I would take him over A-Rich over Justin Fields in a startup. Absolutely. And I stand by it. I've been on this train all fucking year, and I'm not like Nate was on here, and I just said 101. Nate was like, I ain't even mad at that, bro. I kind of like that. I would take him over Fields 1-for-1, man. If Fields doesn't make it happen this year, they will be replacing him come next year. Like he's got to get it done this year, not just running for 1,200 yards either. He's got to do it from the pocket. I'm taking A-Rich. He's the 4th overall pick. He's just as athletic. He's in his great offense. We know the situation. I would take him over Justin Fields straight up in a startup. That's just me, though. You don't got to agree with it, believe it, but I'm taking him over Fields.
I would say this too, and go ahead, Mike. Go ahead.
This is what I love about Destination Devy, though, in the team that we have, is that's straight facts. And as Ray's saying it, I'm out here looking, what leagues am I in with Ray? Where does he have Justin Fields? Where do I have the 102, or where do I have Anthony Richardson already? Because we'll both follow through with it. I'm on the other side of the fence. Like, I'm taking Justin Fields over Anthony Richardson, no question about it. But it is a good conversation to have, and I do see your points. Like, we look at it, if this one right here, I'm almost staunchly on the super chat side of, like, I'm going to keep Fields in this format over the 102 and the 24 first. But, Ray, you hit it on the head, man. We look at it next year, and Fields is getting replaced. All of a sudden, you walk into A-Rich and you have a first. That's the tear down where you just de-risk yourself. That's probably the process play to make. So to answer the super chat, take the 102 and the 24 first. De-risk yourself. Go ahead and do it. No matter how much I love Justin Fields, I'll probably be on the other side of it, but that's a smart play to do.
That's exactly right, Mike. The 24 first here, I think, for the super chat question is what makes it very different, especially at saying mid. See, in a lineup start 10, when I see something say mid, my brain already forces me to say, if this is mid, why can't this be early, right? Like, if this is a conversation of in the range of Marvin Harrison Jr., Brock Bowers, and A-Rich, I want that. Because even if you say it's A-Rich or Fields, you can land one side or the other, but that extra piece is massive, man.
And I don't hate Fields. It's not me. It's no indictment on Justin Fields. Big J-Rich, I'm a big Fields fan, but I just believe in the talent, the draft capital, the landing spot, and the situation that Richardson is riding in right now.
All right, 2 quarterback, 10 team, start 9. Herbert, Love, Lance are the quarterbacks. Running backs are Hall, Etienne, Najee, J.K. Dobbins, Khalil Herbert. Wide receivers, Garrett Wilson, A.J. Brown, Ridley. Tight ends are Andrews. Would you send the 101 plus Harris and Love for Trevor Lawrence?
Nope.
I was going to ask who Harris is, but
Najee.
No, I don't
think it's
care
Najee.
who that is.
I'm saying
Yeah.
I think it's Najee based on the team. So he's got Najee at running back, Harris here. So Najee, Harris, 101, and Jordan Love or Trevor Lawrence here on the start 9.
This is too much for me in a 12-team league, and it's way too much in a 10-team league where quarterbacks are a little bit more devalued.
Yeah.
I'll take I think I'm going to take the other side here, 101, Harris and Love.
Yeah,
we just talked about
the band tier
down tier.
quarterbacks, but
because
it's 10 team.
Even if you love, like we just talked about how Fields and A-Rich should at least be close. Whether you want to have one or the other, I wouldn't fight you. But if you can just say that's even A-Rich, right? A-Rich and Lawrence, like I want Lawrence better, but you got Harris and Love on the other side. I'd rather have that.
Way too much.
Mm-hmm. Let's go. Jay Rich, can you update the draft? What have we missed?
Let's see what I got here. So since Izzy, we have Mafi, Jamie Robinson, and then the Saints just took, I believe, a defensive lineman off the board. That one hasn't been updated on the SB Nation tracker just yet. And then Tennessee is picking right now. I believe it was defensive lineman, though, for the Saints. It was a safety.
Jordan Howden out of Minnesota.
That's it. Because I keep thinking of Jordan Howard, and that's why when I saw that, I was like, oh, Jordan Howard, let's go. But yeah, safety out of Minnesota. Josh Wiley. Ray to Tennessee. That's actually a pretty good tight end. That's pretty good. Tight end out of Tennessee. Go with Chiggy?
Yep, Chiggy seems to have survived as well. I mean, I'm not threatened by Josh Wiley if I have Okonkwo. So there's a lot.
Hey, real quick, JB says he's got to go. JB, appreciate your time. Appreciate you hopping on with us, man. Make sure you're tapping into his podcast.
Appreciate
Who's
you,
next?
JB.
Yep, JB. Anything you got before you go?
No, it was fun being on here. I got to go back to being dad. Got a 2-week-old upstairs that's calling my name. So it's good being on here. Thank you, guys. I really appreciate it.
Let's go.
Love you, JB. Appreciate it, man.
JB.
Thanks for coming on, buddy.
Take care, guys.
Yep.
All right.
Peace, JB.
JB, like, I know we got our guy Fizzle has made one of the coldest intros in history for podcasts.
There we go.
But JB's outro might be the coldest ever. I love that fact.
It's a good outro.
The Braylon Allen radio call is awesome, man.
Yeah,
just fits in perfectly.
It's a good outro. Well, y'all, just looking through stuff. I'm still we didn't talk about Dorian Thompson-Robinson.
I was just going to say,
to the
can we talk
Cleveland
about
Browns?
Cleveland not having a lot of picks, using a quarterback, one of these picks. I don't really understand it. What do you think, Ray?
Good developmental guy behind Deshaun Watson. I mean, that's all he is. He's a developmental guy behind Watson. And the thing with backup quarterbacks, you just hope that if something were to happen to Watson, he tweaks an ankle, something happens and he's got to miss a week, can a guy come in and just steady the ship, right? We're not asking him to be a world beater, but can you come in and use your athleticism and just keep us from absolutely stinking it up this week or two? And maybe DTR has some talent. He's got the arm. No one doubted his arm talent. He's athletic. Very, very much developmental, but that's what he is. He's a developmental quarterback for Cleveland.
Yeah.
What like you said, Ray, I think he's a guy who can come in and run that offense, not the way Watson would, but profiles to run a similar style system, and I think that's where he's a good fit for that offense there.
Man, you hit it, Jay. That's exactly what I was going to say. Just from I'm not going to say
stylistically, right?
Yes, he's not the talent of Watson, but stylistically he's very similar to what Watson does. So if you're going to have a backup quarterback, that's what you're going to invest in. It usually bodes well if you have a guy that does something similar to what the starter does. Like you think
it's like Lamar with Tyler Huntley, right?
Tyler Huntley,
kind of the direct
and the
parallel.
offense doesn't have to change. You don't need to change everything you do. It's kind of the predicament like Arizona gets into when Kyler goes down and you bring in Colt McCoy, and they're vastly different skill sets, vastly different in what they do well. So I think it's a good pick for – I know, Adam, you're probably not excited that with their limited draft capital they're taking a quarterback, but they did lose Jacoby Brissett, so you do need somebody solid behind Deshaun Watson, and why not bring in a guy that does a lot of things similar to what he does?
Yep. I mean, I think that's the idea behind it, but it's just, man, this team needed – I mean, they versus Atlanta got the ball run down their throat, man. I would have much rather seen just throw bodies at defensive tackle and linebacker, because our defense has not been good, and we take Cedric Tillman in the third. We haven't addressed defense really hardly at all this whole draft, so that's my only problem with it. But I get why they're doing it.
Yeah, Josh Dobbs and Kellen Mond behind Deshaun as it was currently standing, so they needed something.
Yep, and they
be in the USFFL next year.
they also drafted, since we haven't had much talk of Cleveland, they drafted a corner a couple picks later, Cameron Mitchell out of Northwestern. So we'll see if he can fill in.
Oh, Noah Sewell finally off the board.
Oh, to Chicago.
Finally off the board.
All right.
This just so Adam, you and I started doing more IDP leagues, right? We started with a C2C IDP league as well. We did our own. as I'm getting more and more into IDP, I was more and more buying into Jack Sanborn for you IDP savants out there. Like, he did fairly well, and this is just another kick in the teeth for all my Jack Sanborn shares that I have in my IDP league.
Oh gosh, Jordan Love is on notice. Jordan Love is on notice.
Jordan Love. Don't say that.
Stop it.
Sean Clifford. Sean Clifford, the Green Bay.
Boy.
Jordan Love is on notice.
Boy.
Oh boy.
What if they don't pick up that 5th-year option?
Stop it.
They haven't yet.
Please stop.
They haven't yet.
Mike, you watch a lot of Big Ten ball. How's that Sean Clifford?
Oh man, that was the biggest knock against Will Levis, right? He couldn't beat out Sean Clifford. Like, that's not a good
transfer
point.
elsewhere.
Right, he had to transfer elsewhere because of Sean Clifford. He's not good. He's not good at all. Like,
Sean Clifford, man.
He makes Iowa quarterbacks look competent at times, which is a scary thing. He has made Iowa quarterbacks look good at times. So Sean Clifford, pretty bad at football. I hope Sean Clifford ain't watching. I hope he's enjoyed his draft day. Congratulations!
Yes, congratulations. Yes.
But,
that is a big congrats. Isn't that a big congratulations that he got drafted?
Yes, it is a big congrats.
100%, man. You got a contract.
What? The
Chill
Packers
Channel's
really love Big Ten players, man. They just really love Big Ten guys. They're just going to take them all, even if they're not
used to the
very
cold.
They're used to it. The frozen tundra just fits, doesn't it, Jay?
Just fits for that. He's a gamer. That Sean Clifford.
You don't even need sleeves in December. He's fine.
He's a gamer.
They're going to sign Ian Book next.
Yeah.
Trade for Sam Ellinger while they're at it. Let's go. Let's fill out.
Hey, where's Sean Tucker? Does Sean Tucker get drafted? I mean, and it's not even. I mean, there was some serious medical stuff, right? Like, wasn't there some medical things with Sean Tucker? So
what was it?
Heart condition. They thought
heart condition.
Oh, that's.
I don't know. I don't want to.
Then,
I'll just say this. This is why playing Devy is such a dangerous game. It's just such a dangerous game because Sean Tucker, Zach Evans, all these guys were first-round Devy picks not too long ago, and a lot of other ones from that class weren't even good enough to be drafted. They won't even be drafted. But this is the dangerous game of Devy, investing in these college guys 2, 3, 4 years before they even are draft eligible. And you look up and, they're 5th, 6th, 7th round undrafted picks. So still no Zach Evans, still waiting on that one. That's one of the higher rated running backs that people are still waiting on. Eric Gray, Dwayne McBride. Remember, we talked about it last night. McBride was top 3 running back for some folks out there. No Chase Brown, no Kenny McIntosh, Chris Rodriguez, Evan Hull. I mean, man, they said the class was deep. I was told the class was deep, and the running backs would fly off the board round 3 through 5, and that has not been the case yet. Has not been the case.
We had a good trade go down in a USFL league, right, Ray? So you're in this league too with me and Eric just a few weeks ago, where we already have some Devy guys off the board. We already have some rookies, and I'm picking at the 110, and it's a best ball league. And Eric puts on his auto accept trade block. Like, I'll take any rookie pick coming up, up to the 110 for Cortland Sutton straight up. And I talked with Adam about it, and I just ended up sending it. Ray, I think that just kind of speaks to your point. Like, when I was looking at it, I'm trying to count the rookies in this class, and there's Tank Bigsby still available, Mingo, Jaden Reed, Banakanda. Like, there's a lot of running backs, and I'm starting to go, the numbers just don't really match up. Or I'm looking at taking a guy in a best ball league who's going to sit on my bench and do nothing for the next year or two as a Devy prospect. But we already had some of the elite ones off the board, so I didn't even know who the hell that would be. Like, who was I going to invest in that was going to be it? So I think to your point, it's not a victory lap. It's just when you're looking at these Devy picks, like, you're looking at making them, I think we got to stop valuing so high because a lot of these guys or how these classes shake out, you go, oh man, like 2 years ago, I thought this Sean Tucker was going to be special. or I thought this, Zach Evans was going to be the guy. And all of a sudden you look at it when they actually become draft eligible and the NFL still doesn't like them and still hasn't taken them. And we're in day 3 filling time here talking about these guys. So Devy is a very, very dangerous game to play. I think there's probably a handful where you can hit on them right away. Right, and you just ride that out. You take the Caleb Williams, right? He's generational at the quarterback position. You take that guy. You look really good for what you had to pay for him a couple years ago. But these other ones, like you get past 4 or 5 of these guys, do you really feel good about holding them on your roster or spending draft capital on them or including them in trades? I would say no.
Darian has a question. I think it's for Mike. What happened to Kayshon Boutte?
I'm glad he asked Mike because that was my damn WR1 coming into this season. Good Lord. Glad I pivoted off of that one quickly.
Hey, it's not in a vacuum, right? Yeah, a year ago we have something. It's not the way we would do it today. Like it's, especially with this draft capital not clicking here. I was kind of out before the draft capital, but now I'm 100% out. Yeah.
Really out.
Yeah.
Kayshon Boutte Kayshon Boutte.
His name changed. The pronunciation changed.
It did change.
He's not a very good athlete from a testing standpoint. Now I will say some of the GPS data on Kayshon Boutte is pretty good. The game film looks really good. He has concerns not only with injuries, but we also saw earlier in the season we have some like work ethic concerns with him, some ability to be a good teammate, right? Pouting, kind of quitting on his team a little bit. And then the production has kind of always been inflated. I know I throw Adam's face. Look at his freshman year. But Ray, you hit me with his freshman year only happened after Terrace Marshall quit the team. It didn't do it. Like it said, I'm going to the draft. Like I'm not playing the rest of this year. So
COVID season.
That's what happened to Kayshon Boutte. You have a confluence of work ethic concerns, subpar athletic testing numbers. You have some off the field concerns with him, and he's fallen. He's fallen into the point where we talked about him as wide receiver 1 heading into the year, and now we're talking about him as like Justin Ross.
I mean, he could go under. Mike, this is football is just unpredictable, man. Because I mean, a lot of people coming into the year, they're like, man, they got Brian Kelly's there. He's healthy. Right. This is and then for better or worse, people holding on to Chase and Jefferson. This guy's got to be just as good. And you look up, and now we're in the middle of the 5th round, and he hasn't been selected. And this is my only hesitation and pushback with the tear down, get picks is because you end up like you just don't know what the hell you're getting. Like I want guys that I know are going to be good or have the capital or have the skill set. It's a game that we play, and it's a risk either way, right? It's a risk either way you do it. But I think for the most, I don't know. How do y'all feel just in general about rookie drafts? Your first, second, third round picks in rookie drafts. Based on how this draft is played out, just gut reaction right now. How's everybody feeling?
I'm still okay with rookie picks. I still want them, but I will say this: when we talk about 23, I am one of the people. I can tell you that I leveraged a lot of my teams into the 23 class hype. Right? I built productive struggles that are going to be okay when 23 hits. I have all these guys that are going to come in. Now I'm ready to go for sure. I'm still comfortable with the top 6, very much so, but when you start thinking about guaranteeing a class, it makes you really wonder. I really hope the 24 saves us, but man, this doesn't feel good about just leveraging for classes and guaranteeing future dynasty success, because this class is good, man. There's some guys I want here, but it's not going to come in and shift mountains in the dynasty landscape. I think that's what we have to be real about, man.
I am still fully on board with the pick liquidity. But there comes a point, Adam, I think specifically in this class is kind of going to be a wake-up for it, where I got to stop with the back end thinking like, oh, if I get stuck making this 2nd-round pick or if I get stuck making this 3rd-round pick, I'm fine. Like I'm better at finding prospects than everybody else, right? That ego that you have. this class is telling you right now too, like, good luck making those picks. Like,
right.
I want all my league mates to be the ones who have all the seconds and thirds. Like, you sift through this and you tell me who you think is going to be good, because we can sit up here all day and I have no idea who I'm taking at the 207, if they're going to be any good at football or not, or going to matter. So during the season, during the off season, I still want the liquidity. When we talk about trading this guy for the 211, like, yes, get liquid, but I need to do a better job of when I get those picks, I get those late first, I get those second rounders, I get those third rounders, putting them in deals to raise point to go get players that I know are actually good at football and going to score fantasy points. Using them as those extra pieces. Like, yes, go ahead, take these 2 seconds and this third, and I'm going to attach the 110, and I'm going to go up and get a reasonable quarterback, or I'm going to go get a top 12 wide receiver, or a running back that I know is going to have a role next year. So that's the part that I still think even you and I, after doing this,
sure,
we got to get better at and stop being like, if I get stuck with them, I'm fine. Like, I can figure it out, because this class is telling me right now,
you just don't want to do that.
I don't want to do it. I'm
bringing in
somebody to take me off of.
Oh, damn. I'm bringing him in. I want to hear your take. Trophy Chase, man. Do we got you? Can you hear us? Oh, yes. We're ready. Let's go.
Yeah, he's good. He's good.
Talk to us, Trophy Chase. What do you think about liquidity, man?
I'm with you. I'm with Mike on this one. I think that when it comes to the picks, Ray talks about it all the time. When you really look at a class, it's not necessarily, the top tier. We're like, oh yeah, we want the 107, 108 prior to this draft coming in. It's which players are those elite talents. And we talk about Gibbs, Bijan and A-Rich right now. Maybe you can throw in Stroud and Bryce if you really want to. So we got 5. If you look at 2024, after 4 guys, we got Bowers, the 2 quarterbacks. I know there's a couple good running backs in the class, but we just don't know what's going to happen. Everyone was super high on Tank Bigsby coming into the year. Everyone was super high on, I was high on Sean Tucker. I like Sean Tucker a lot coming into the year. I was hoping that he had the chance to.
I told y'all.
Yeah, man, and it sucks, but that's the Devy downfall, and that's also the downfall of trading for just random seconds, right? So if I have those picks, I'm happy to move them into assets that are going to put points on my fantasy roster. I'm not willing to take a bet that a class is going to be so deep that the 205, 207, 209 is going to net me a huge fantasy relevant player.
And can I say, let me tell you who the fantasy managers who are sweating bullets today. Everyone who thought it was cute to go trade for an entire class and they've got like 101 through 112, you're going to make all those picks. Like, Adam, don't tell me you've done that.
Come on, man. I thought you listened to all of our stuff.
I listened to it,
I know. I did. But
Adam, don't tell me you did that.
I had all 12, but let me just say.
I know you did. But this
Can I tell you what I did, though? Can I tell you what I did?
I know what you did, but I'm talking about the people who are going to have all 12, and their league mates are going to force them to make all damn 12 picks.
Right.
You'll feel good with 101, 102, 103, 104. Hey, does anybody want this 105 or my 106 or one? And they're just like, nah, man. You make those picks. That's your call. You take that Zay Flowers. You take that tight end. I know what you did. You're not going to make all the picks, Adam, which you shouldn't.
No, and I know we're talking and kind of slandering him. He's overrated, but I ended up leveraging. I didn't even have to send any of the top 2 picks to get Trevor Lawrence. So, those are the type of things you want to do when you have the liquidity is find tier gaps. You're ahead right now, even with the draft happening. You've been tapped into us for 3 days. Even if you had that situation, it's time to make sure you've leveraged more now. Like, even if it feels like an overpay, more than you expected to pay, get rid of them. Don't make all the picks. That's the main point. Do not, in this class, make all the picks. I know I talked about in other classes, you could have been okay. I'm not saying you still couldn't have gems in this class, but you just don't want to do that right now. Don't put yourself against the wall by having to have all these guys hit when some of them just won't. They're just not going to.
It's rough out there, man.
Cody, I think Cody's super chat is down. He is here, though. Adam LMAO.
He's tapped out, man. He finally ran dry.
Did Amex finally catch up?
All right. Do the Chargers take a running back? Do they They've been mocking running backs to the Chargers since round 1. Do they take one here, We're already at the 21st pick of the 5th round, and we had, after Noah Sewell, Sean Clifford to Green Bay, Justin Shorter to Buffalo, wide receiver. Mike Morris, DN to Michigan, goes to Seattle. Colby Sorsdahl, O-tackle from William & Mary, goes to the Lions. Servanica Dennis, I probably pronounced that wrong. Linebacker from Pittsburgh, goes to Tampa Bay. Michigan just cleaning up this draft. Seattle gets another Michigan player, a center there. You've got Daryl Luther, cornerback out of South Alabama, to San Francisco. And the Los Angeles Chargers do not take a guard, a running back. They take a guard, Jordan McFadden, out of Clemson. So we've got the Ravens, the Colts, the Packers, the Jags, the Rams on the clock. It's getting bleak for running back landing spots. We'll see. Dallas has got one more shot here in the 5th rounder, but again, I don't care who it is. They're probably not competing with Pollard or Malik Davis or even Rojo right now. My God. Whew. Man. Jay Rich, you've been quiet, man. What are you thinking?
He has been.
Man, honestly, it's just not looking good. Not looking good. These rookie drafts, I'm glad I don't got that many picks, because if you're not in the top 15, 16, I'd rather just wait till the 3rd round and just start throwing darts, because those back end seconds are just not looking good. Not looking good. Now maybe, you could take a 6th round running back, 7th round running back, but you don't feel good about it, right? We'll take shots on them based off of, where they are and the teams they get drafted to, but in the 2nd round, 6th round running backs, it's just not a good spot to be in. It's not a good spot to be in for me. So
is that what we're going to have to do? Is that what we're going to have to do?
Well,
take 6th
you're
round
gonna have to
running
make the
backs
choice,
in round
right?
2?
Can you trade back?
Good
Maybe,
Lord.
if someone really wants
Lord.
that Tyler Scott in the 2nd round. But, like Cedric Tillman, probably a back end 2nd round pick. And we don't really feel great about that. It'd be okay, but in Cleveland, what's the upside there for Cedric Tillman? Maybe there is upside, but that's who you're looking at in the back end of your 2nd rounds. And it's, I got Roschon Johnson. There's maybe a couple guys there that you feel okay about, but I think once the draft community and the fantasy analysts get their takes out there and the rankings start to solidify, it's going to look a little gross.
So he didn't actually sue the Wake Up promo code. He used it, but Ray's
thank goodness.
Ray, he's looking for the link to the Discord.
I got you. I'm gonna go do that right now for the ones who I got the email a few minutes ago, so I got them. I just
love that comment with the suit in there, man.
Let me make sure he sued the promo code.
They want it right away. Yeah. They sued the promo code.
Man, you sued it,
and they want it bam right now. Need to get in.
You gypped me, man. Just a Ponzi scheme here. Destination Devy running. I got you, man.
So we did 13 pre-NFL rookie drafts, right? And I kept track of all the picks, and I got the ADP from them. So I want to go through the list, and you guys tell me how gross this gets when we get to a certain point, right? So Bijan 1, A-Rich 2, CJ Stroud, Bryce Young 3 and 4, respectively. JSN 5, Will Levis 6. Now, that one's not as good as we thought, but not dead. Not dead. Stop it. Jahmyr Gibbs, 7. Anybody who took Jahmyr Gibbs around ADP of 7 is loving life, right? Loving life. Jordan Addison, 8. Charbonnet, 9. That one doesn't feel as good anymore. Quentin Johnson, 10. Zay Flowers, 11. Jalen Hyatt, 12. Like, think about taking Jalen Hyatt with the 12th pick in the 1st round. That one feels really disgusting. 2nd round, Jay Rich, to your point, Michael Mayer, Josh Downs, Hendon Hooker, Kendre Miller, Dalton Kincaid, Tajay Spears, Devon Achane, Tank Bigsby, Marvin Mims, Zach Evans, who is yet
Noah's coming on tomorrow, right?
Sean Tucker, who has yet to make an appearance, and Darnell Washington. The 2nd round is just littered with wah-wah-wahs.
We can't get enough of that sounder right now. Yuck.
It's rough. I mean, somebody took Sean Tucker at pick 202 in one of these leagues.
Wolf.
Like, how do you...
We need a wolf sounder. Just absolute wolf for that. Yuck.
So bad.
So bad.
These are rough out there. I mean, there's some hits that you got, especially when we get to later. Like Roshan was a 3rd round pick. Like getting him in the 3rd round, especially with the way the 2nd round's going out, you feel okay about that. You got Rashee Rice, who is a mid to late 3rd round pick. Like you feel okay about that because these are all best ball leagues. Sam Laporta, Tucker Kraft, if you've got them in the 3rd and 4th round, like the way they were going, you're doing all right. Like you had some money, but these early ones, like how do you overcome spending the 112 on Jalen Hyatt? And for some people, it was the 109 on Jalen Hyatt. That stinks. That's horrible. So it's rough out there. This class ain't exactly what we thought, and it feels like we're doing this every single year, Adam. We come out with all these hopes for how great the draft class is going to be, and it only takes a few days for us to hate it.
Yeah. I mean, I'll say this. I think we might be getting a little bit too down on the class. Like there's still a top 6 that I really want. There's I'd say a definite tier break at 5 though, but I think JSN's still an asset that people are going to want in Dynasty. I think it's a fine class. I think that the expectations we had, right? I think this is what makes 22, Mike, to your point. And I want to get back to this because you told me to chill myself, and I did it for a while. Jasmine put it in the chat. But listen, man, expectations for 22 were really low. Everybody said the class sucked. So, yeah, when you have names start popping, of course, the 22 is not as bad. We expected 23 to be smash everywhere. People were, the whole 25, 30 picks. Yeah, relative to expectations, I think 23 is not as good. But I think there's plenty of guys still here that I want to shoot my shot on in Dynasty rosters. Like I want to make sure we chill it a little bit though. Like it's not terrible class. It's just it's not as good as we thought it was going to be. That's the truth of the matter.
I don't think it's that bad though.
And let's get back to
I don't think it's that bad.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
But 22
it's also not that good either.
I agree. I just think
both can be true.
Right. It's not. I mean, there's some high end assets I really want, but it's nowhere near relative to expectations what you wanted, and it's also not gonna save or change Dynasty landscape. But I want to get back to this conversation Mike had about the 22 and the 23 running back class. And Mike says, how can I say the 23 running back class is better than 22? And like we can go down the list, like kind of just go one for one just to kind of get ideas. But like Bijan Robinson, we said Brees was the 101 last year, right? And there's no quarterbacks to speak of. Mike, you're still telling me Bijan is worth more than A. Rich. You'll take him at 101. Ahead of a top, what Ray says is in the conversation of Justin Fields. Bijan Robinson's way better than Brees in value, right?
Fair.
Okay. Jahmyr Gibbs or Kenneth Walker?
You take Gibbs.
Okay. So then who would be the running back 3 in this class? Kendre or A-Chain for you?
Doesn't matter.
Okay. You're going to take Damian Pierce over both of them?
Yeah.
Are you? Rashad White over both of them?
Hold on. Stay there for a minute. Damian Pierce over any running back in this class not named Bijan Robinson and Jahmyr Gibbs. Are we there?
Yes.
I'm not, and I guess, Mike, why would he be? Why for you is Damian Pierce ahead for sure?
Why is he not is the question. Why is he not, Adam? Like he know what
Adam, I think you're the
has.
minority here, so
that's
you're
fine.
in the minority on this one, buddy.
That's fine. I'm okay with that. I can be in the minority. My point though is we're talking about how we don't want anyone in these round 4s. Like Damian Pierce was a round 4 guy. Like we're talking about all these day 3 running backs don't matter. There hasn't been a lot of them, but why are they dead if Damian Pierce can do this?
Well, he survived. Right? He survived.
The landing spots are far different, right? What did Damian Pierce have in front of him when he went round 4?
Well, there was no Kenneth Walker in front of him.
Hold on.
There was no
Rex Burkhead. Remember, he didn't do much in like week 1. People were freaking out. I'm telling you. He didn't play ahead of him. Nobody believed it, but there was people telling you when the season started that, he's not going to be that great because he didn't play in week 1. He obviously wasn't going to be behind Rex Burkhead for a season, but it shifts a lot during the season. Kendre Miller, Alvin Kamara may not be in front of Kendre Miller for a while. Why would you not? I would rather have Kendre Miller than Damian Pierce personally.
I can't believe we're making this.
I think you can make the argument about Jamal, but you still got Jamal Williams there. You still have Kamara, depending on suspension. I mean, I think there's more of an uphill battle for Kendre to actually get there, at least year 1, right? You're talking Pierce year 1, Kendre year 1.
You know who had an uphill battle in year 1? You know who had the biggest uphill battle in year 1? Kenneth Walker.
He was a second-round pick.
Everybody. Mike, come on. Everybody said he was not going to be able to get in front of Rashad Penny and Chris Carson at the time.
I wouldn't say.
But he was a second-round pick.
Right. Idiots said that.
105 off the board in rookie drafts.
Yeah,
Jamal Williams.
Jamal
Williams. Would anybody be shocked if Jamal Williams wasn't great this year? Like, isn't what he was in Detroit with 12 and 13 touchdowns?
I would be pretty shocked. I think he is what he is,
be.
and he's pretty good at what he does. Maybe it's not great for fantasy, but I think he's going to get the carries. He'll get the goal line work. It's just, I think he'll be what he is. Doesn't mean that you necessarily want him long term in fantasy, but if you have him, he's probably going to be the starting running back for the Saints.
Jamal
what is
Williams,
that role?
Can I just say
decent role? Right.
I get you, and I know he had a good year last year, but can we just say Jamal Williams is 28 years old?
Sure.
I mean,
okay. Do you think he's slowing down?
I don't think it's out of the realm of possibilities at all that he's not really much this season. Now, could he be? I don't disagree that he could be really good. He could be a threat to Kendre, but he's not long term. I'm worried about him at all.
Let's update the pick tracker. We've had some players go off the board since the Chargers took Jordan McFadden. The Ravens get Caillou Blue Kelly, who at one point was projected to be a first-round pick at corner. Daniel Scott out of California goes to the Colts. Dontavian Wicks, wide receiver from Virginia, goes to the Green Bay Packers. And then Antonio Johnson, safety from Texas A&M, goes to the Jacksonville Jaguars. I love when the Rams are on the clock. Let's see what doozy the Rams give us. They've got 4 picks in this back half of the 5th round to position themselves to get Caleb Williams. So the Rams are on the clock, followed by the Colts, the Bengals, the Vikings, and the Bears.
Joshua, appreciate the not super chat, but putting it on the screen.
It's our Pays Heisman, man. What's up, Josh? Kendre is scoring the most RB fantasy points for the Saints. I really hope so. Because I'm a big Kendre guy. I just don't see a world in which Kamara is not suspended, or the moment he comes back that they just don't give him the ball every single time like they always do for his last year. We know they're going to probably move on from him after this year, so I don't see a world where Kendre's getting snaps in front of Alvin Kamara. Don't see that. Do not see that world existing.
I have no idea who changed their YouTube name to Adam on the Clock, but I love it because that is a mainstay in our Discord. Adam, you're on the clock. Make your damn pick.
Oh, here we go. Adam on the clock. I like that.
Rams took Nick Hampton, edge out of Appalachian State. So,
App State.
Ray, did you talk about Justin Shorter going to the Bills?
I mean, we mentioned it that he went to the Bills. Yeah. What do you want me to talk about?
Man, he's fast. Downfield threat for Josh Allen? Best ball? 4th round?
This is a joke, right?
5-star? No? Not believing in 5-star receivers?
No.
There's a punchline
Jake Davis
somewhere,
is
right?
Be gone, man.
No.
Oh,
no.
Gator Nation, stand up.
No thanks.
Hey,
thanks, Justin Shorter.
Yesterday, I think we were either doing a rookie draft or you told me I was taking a shit, whatever it was. I wanted to shout out to. I don't think he has much fantasy relevance, but I do want to ask Ray what you think if there's any long shot hope for a guy that went to the same high school I did. Shout out to CVCA, Cuyahoga Valley Christian Academy. Trey Tucker out of Cincinnati went to the same high school I did here in Cuyahoga Falls, was the 3rd-round pick going to Vegas. Is there any outside chance in best ball worth anything, or is this somebody you're just not interested in at all?
I'm not. I mean, I'll say there's a chance just to say it, just because you played with him and he's from your school and all that good stuff. But realistically, probably not. Probably not, man.
I'm with you. Fantasy relevance, I don't think he has much, but I just wanted to make note of that. I think that he probably doesn't have much, but pretty cool to see that happen.
Yeah, Joey says, say your high school 10 times fast.
I couldn't do that right now. Y'all had me drinking 3 days straight. I can't say that 10 times fast.
It's over.
Yeah, I'm not even going to try. I'm not even going to try, Joey.
Hey, your boy Will Mallory off the board to the Colts.
Oh. Okay. What do we think?
Tight ends
I like that. I like that.
More tight ends for the Colts.
What about Jelani Woods?
I'm not even going to touch the Jelani Woods because I still like him, but I can definitely say my Kylan Granson shares, we can just drop them.
Yeah.
Kylan Granson.
I'm good.
R.I.P.
We just move on.
R.I.P.
It was a good run.
Warm out.
Ogletree.
I've got Granson, and I got Granson in a couple of Ogletree. Yeah.
The Ogletree, yeah, that's dead. Nice knowing you. Appreciate it.
Let's take a look at what the Colts.
Is Mallory better than Woods though? Matt Bruning loves him. Loves him.
Could be.
I'm with Chase. I'm kind of. I don't know, man. Woods is pretty athletic. Mallory's good. I like Mallory though. I do like Mallory.
I'll take Matt's word on it. We'll see.
Technically, Mo Alley-Cox is still there. I guess we have to obligatory mention Mo Alley.
Big rebounder. Multiple tight ends. They love it.
All right, let's just take a look at some draft classes right now. Let's take a look at, and we'll start with the Carolina Panthers and just take a look at who they've drafted. Oh, we got another one.
We got
Chase Brown to the Bengals.
Ooh. We got a running back.
163.
Tyler Algier. Hold on. But the reason I wanted to talk about that too, Mike, is because I think we're living in a world where we saw what happened to the 22 running backs. I want to make sure we talk about that. Like it's important. We were very similar on Zamir White and Tyler Algier, but we know now Zamir White didn't get an opportunity and Tyler Algier did, right? So the reason I'm talking about that is we're in round 5, and like Chase Brown, if he got an opportunity in Cincy, sure, we'd like that. But what if he may never get one? Like that's the reality of these running backs.
Would you take a shot on Chase Brown? Because for me, right, the mistake I made, I faded Damian Pierce and I faded Tyler Algier for other guys for situations that I liked better, like a TDP, a Zamir White. But again, still a wide open situation. Would you take a shot on Chase Brown? Because there is the chance that Joe Mixon is not a Cincinnati Bengal in the next little bit, right? I mean, I don't necessarily see that happening, but would you take a shot whether Joe Mixon is on the roster, right now? You have a rookie draft in a couple days. Joe Mixon's still there. Would you take a shot on Chase Brown?
Yes. I think in the 3rd round I would do it.
You wouldn't go any higher.
Yeah, I mean, are y'all
absolutely not. I'm not going in the 2nd round personally. I don't know if you guys differ. Maybe I'm crazy here.
I think Chase Brown just signifies that Joe Mixon is the guy there. That's what
I was going to get to.
That's what it's telling me right now.
We've seen, these 5th round picks come in and out of Cincinnati that just fizzle into nothing as far as rostership and people's hopes and dreams. Chris Evans, Travion Williams, all these guys. Like, I like Chase Brown, man, but like keep it in the realm of possibility. He could end up just being a day 3 pick we talked about, and that was the best he ever had in his dynasty career, is right here, right now, on a stream with 500 people. That's maybe his best case.
He just falls into that running back, though. In the 3rd round, you shoot your bucket on, right? Like you're just trying to get some.
But I think he's worth that, right? I think
3rd round for sure.
Opportunity
I'm taking
could be there.
Yes, agree with you, Jay Rich. Yes.
And would you take him over any receivers that we've seen kind of off the board recently, right? Once you get into day 2.
All of these guys.
In lineup leagues, yes. In lineup leagues,
like this would be probably a priority guy for me. Once, you get through the 2nd round, he'd probably be a guy who would be near the top of my RB shots, I think.
All right.
Look at that. Jaron Hall to Minnesota, Ray.
There's your Vikings week 1 start.
Hey, where have we seen this
Kirk
before?
Cousins panic.
Developmental quarterback.
Oh, boy.
Mobile. We see him in practice every day, baby.
I see enough of him in practice every day.
It's our favorite quote. Do you want Kellen Mond to play straight face for what? We see him in practice every day. I mean, that is the most savage line I've ever heard in sports. My God. Jaron Hall to Minnesota.
Week 13, Jaron Hall. Should he be in the lineup? What do you think, Coach?
If he'll get you negative points. You will get negative points.
See him in practice every day.
Minus EV move. Yuck. Hey, shout out. We got a new Heisman tier member in Destination Devy. Cody Lewis.
Whoa. Hold on. He's a retread. He's back.
Cody Lewis.
He's back.
There we go.
Hey, Cody, was in and out. He had a little bit of a issue. He embarrassed himself, but he's back.
It's not where you start, it's where you finish. It's where you finish. It's where you finish.
Tour.
Absolutely, man. The redemption tour. We're all on the redemption tour right now,
Shout out.
Listen,
he's
going to be on the
Chase and Cody, right? They couldn't get in all yesterday. They're here. Cody's back. Let's go. Shout out to Cody Lewis, man.
We're up.
Just stay away from Brandon and his trade offers. All right, Cody, best advice. Stay out of voice chat when Brandon's trying to make trade offers. Log off.
What a day.
He is in and out. He's been a Heisman member at least 7 times in the last 6 months. He's in and out. So he's back for today. So there we go.
Man. We got a super chat. R. Stone, is Charbonnet Walker the new D'Angelo Williams, Jonathan Stewart?
No.
Maybe if this was
okay. Don't be.
I'm not dismissing it.
Could they not just work in tandem with one another? Could they not just work in tandem?
I was actually thinking about this, and so Kenneth Walker last year, right, was used in a bell cow role as soon as Rashad Penny went down, right? And he ended up getting hurt towards the end of the season, and I think even towards the end of their year, he wasn't looking the same. Is it better? Is there a possibility that they both have all the downs? They split it. They split series, whatever they do with them, and they're both going to get 12 to 15 really more efficient touches on an offense that wants to run the football. Is that scenario that could exist?
Yeah,
absolutely.
Sure.
But then what does that mean for fantasy success for these two though? That's the bigger question.
RB2.
Somebody said Chubb, Hunt, RB2s, right? If that's how they're going to be used, they're running back 2s, right?
Yes. I agree, Chubb and Hunt, but yeah, that's probably true. Like they're probably not going to be likely RB1s for the season, but maybe they're RB15s.
Can we acknowledge too that was also the golden time for the NFL running the football? Like
they both had 200 carries, both had 1,100 yards, and both had 7 touchdowns.
If there is a team
in 2009,
Mike,
this is 14 years ago.
Mike's 100% correct. But if there was a team in this day and age that was going to run the football like 2009, would it not be Pete Carroll?
That's the Niners.
Would it not be? And Pete Carroll stuck in 2000. I mean, that is very fair, Adam.
Yep. Maybe, I'm just asking the question.
But last
year, they were in the bottom
the
10 in rush attempts last year.
Exactly. They were a passing offense last year and had success, made it to the playoffs.
Sure.
And re-upped Geno. They just drafted a wide receiver.
They drafted JSN. They drafted a receiver and a running back. But could it? Let me ask you this: could it be a more efficient offense though, with JSN coming in, with Zach Charbonnet?
It's only going to be more efficient passing though, not running.
Outside of San Francisco, that division's horrible, so they're going to score a shit ton of points.
Right. So if they score a shit ton of points, even if it's a decent passing offense, couldn't they both score touchdowns?
There's a possibility. Take the D'Angelo Williams, Jonathan Stewart comp out.
Sure.
Right?
I'm with you there, by the way. I get you.
They're not getting 200 carries and going for 1,100
No,
yards,
I think it was.
Fine,
I think it's more so. Can they be used like those two?
Right.
But if you extrapolate it to today's NFL on how teams use the running backs for fantasy purposes, could they both be usable RB2s? Yes, 100%.
That I think is the scenario Mike brings up that brings us full circle. Yes, I think they could both be middling to high end 2 assets.
RB2s.
Yeah, something like that in the best case scenario.
For me.
I mean, back end 2s I think is realistic. Back end 2s I think is realistic for that to happen. I think in a great scenario.
Y'all legit have me so paranoid on Walker. Like I'm what would you get out for if you're ready to get out? Like if you've got Kenneth Walker, what are you packaging up? Are you trying to tear down? Are you just trying to get picks? Like what are you doing?
Ray, last year he only had 220 carries, and
I know what his stats are.
Mike,
what are we doing to get out of him? He's valued as RB4.
Would you take any 24 first, Mike?
Absolutely.
No, not just any 24 first. No.
Okay.
I'm gonna keep the running back. We just talked about how these classes kick you in the balls every single year, right? And I could do the whole boom. Adam, if I'm trying to score fantasy points, though, I'm not just taking a random 24 first.
Okay, fair enough. I get that point.
Trade, okay, so Mike, I have a question for you, though. Do you think you could trade for Austin Eckler if you offered your 24 first?
Do I think I could trade for Austin Eckler if I offer my 24?
Yeah, you offer your 24 first, and you could get Austin Eckler. Now, do you think you could trade Kenneth Walker and get Austin Eckler today? Because I bet you couldn't.
No.
Well, the reason I think Jay Rich's question basically is the 24 first more movable for an asset that you can score points with than is Kenneth Walker? I think that's the better question. That's really what he's asking, really. And I think that's the thing. To me, I might take the 24 first right now, especially because we're going to do this again, right? We did it last year, 22. Well, 23 is going to be better. 23 wasn't good. Well, 24 is going to be better, right? This could be the time right now to take that 24 pick and use that.
I'll take the 24 first, to be honest. I'll take the liquid asset, and then if I want to reinvest it right before the season into whatever running back I can buy that gets me similar production of points, I'll take the pick right now and just sit with that throughout all of the offseason. And if I want to push back in with projected similar points in the running back market, I'll send that pick back off to the rest of my league, and hopefully I can get something done there.
Y'all are really out like that on Kenneth Walker? I
think it's close. I'm not saying for sure I would do it. I think it's close though. Go ahead though, Mike.
If you want to get off, they are. If you really want to get off Kenneth Walker, you don't have to just do it for a 24 first. I think that's the thing. I don't think he's just going to be a single 24 first. If you want to get crusty, if you're looking for points, like Joe Mixon right now, if you want, get a first and a crusty running back. Like that's what I'd look to do. At least I'm not just going to take just
24 first. I think we'd all be first. 100%, right? We'd all be in for Mixon in a 24 first.
What about Zeke?
What are the leverage first?
I was just asking the question too because I think there's a lot of different ways you could probably sell Kenneth Walker right now for a lot of different packages. I'm just starting with the 24 first, and then let's talk about the running back position though. 1 for 1, where would you trade him in and out of? So, like, where does that start, Mike? Because if Kenneth Walker is,
list?
Yeah, we could pull it up like Jacobs or Kenneth Walker.
Okay. I'll start way at the bottom. Isaiah Pacheco or Kenneth Walker.
Kenneth Walker.
I like that snicker.
We got a couple. We got a couple people thinking.
I like the snicker. No, it's Walker for me. I just like Mike's snicker.
Cam Akers or Kenneth Walker.
Fall out of their chair. That's
Walker. Walker.
Dalvin Cook or Kenneth Walker.
Walker.
Aaron Jones or Kenneth Walker.
Go higher.
Walker.
Please go a lot higher.
Cody's credit card is back.
Oh God.
J.K. Dobbins or Kenneth Walker.
Walker.
Ooh.
Walker.
I think it's close now, but I'll take Walker still. I think it's getting a lot closer.
Derrick Henry or Kenneth Walker.
Derrick Henry.
Walker.
Ramondre Stevenson or Kenneth Walker.
Kenneth Walker.
Walker.
Really?
Yep.
Yeah.
After
All right,
that,
then you're getting to Javonte Williams, Nick Chubb, Austin Eckler.
I'll take him ahead of Javonte.
Taking Walker over Javonte. Yes.
Everybody else, I think here you could
Chubb
trade
and
out.
Eckler?
I'll take Chubb and I'll take Eckler. Yep, I'm with you.
Really,
guys
y'all
there.
wouldn't take Ramondre knowing that he's the RB1 in New England?
I don't trust Hoodie for nothing at all.
I don't.
What do you mean you don't trust him?
They drafted Pierre Strong. If Pierre Strong or Kevin Harris were a thing at all this year, not even to make the RB1, but if they just were a tiny bit of a thorn in the side, would you be shocked?
No.
Nope.
What thorn in the side are they going to be? They didn't do anything last season. They're probably not going to play much this season. They'll get involved, but Ramondre was a great running back last year.
Last year he sure was.
And now we're unsure about Kenneth Walker, and I doubt we project much long term. And Ramondre's going to be a good running back this year.
Like 5 years ago, Sony Michel was a great running back for New England too, and
good pick, Houston.
Didn't really matter.
Houston took Henry To'oTo'o,
Ramondre for me. I'm out.
Out of Alabama.
Other ones. Sorry, go ahead, Ray.
What about Najee or Kenneth Walker?
You want Najee?
Najee, I'll take Najee. Yeah.
Najee.
But what's the difference between Najee and Najee and Ramondre? You just don't believe in the Patriot system, which is
it's big for me. Yeah, a first round pick that they after Lev Bell, they're like, we were going to just run this guy, and that's what I still think what they want to do with Najee. They just drafted O-lineman, right? Broderick Jones. I think it's actually better for Najee Harris. I don't see Hoodie given like if Ramondre got a little bit dinged up or if one of these guys got carries and looked good, I don't think it's a guarantee that Ramondre is safe in this backfield. That's my biggest thing. I guess that's the best way I could put it.
And they didn't draft to replace him this year, but they'll draft to replace him next year because when his contract is up,
and Walker and Charbonnet are together forever for the length of however long they're like. The Charbonnet's not going anywhere.
Now, to your point, Jay Rich, do I think that Ramondre could outscore Kenneth Walker this season? Yes, but I also think that we're having the conversation here. I think that I could probably trade Kenneth Walker for more than I could Ramondre on most leagues still, even with Zach Charbonnet
today.
Yeah, I do. I still do.
Man, I don't think so.
But
I'd be pretty shocked.
I also haven't seen a lot of people really pay up for Ramondre Stevenson, which is another reason why I'm hesitant.
That's fair. But what you're doing now is you're taking Kenneth Walker. If you could trade for Ramondre, and then maybe you could make the swap back, right? When Kenneth Walker's value continues to go down and Ramondre is the bell cow running back in New England, you could still trade him away. But you're making the bet that Ramondre is going to have more value going forward than Kenneth Walker as, that value settles, and maybe you could flip Ramondre for more that you're looking for. Maybe you don't want him long term, but I think that could be a bet you make in terms of value over the course of the summer.
Let me say this. If somebody wanted to do that, I'm not going to say you're crazy. Like, I get what you're doing. For me, though, like, I would rather take a 24 first again in April. And
That's
then
fair.
when I figure out what teams are doing and who's a good buy, I'll go buy then, as opposed to making my bet right now on Ramondre and having no flexibility if it's not him.
That's fair. But when that time comes and you go to buy, that more secure situation is going to cost more, right?
Correct. It probably will.
Cowboys are on the clock. Cowboys are on the clock. Cowboys are on the clock. The Arizona Cardinals took Owen Papo, linebacker from Auburn, and Henry To'oTo'o went to the Texans. I thought that was a good pick by Houston. B.J. Thompson, edge from Stephen F. Austin, goes to the Chiefs. Terrell Smith, cornerback for Minnesota, goes to the Bears. And then we talked about Jaron Hall to the Vikings. Cowboys could take a running back right here. There were some rumors about Deuce Vaughn.
Oh, no.
Dwayne McBride.
There were some rumors about... I'd be fine with any of those guys right here. They'd just be depth pieces. I wouldn't pump them up.
Let's go Zach Evans.
I hope not. I really hope not.
Please.
I hope not.
I hope not.
Over under 500 team carries for Seattle. Cougsy asked in a super chat. So I feel like we have to at least answer the question for that.
Under.
I mean, I don't think anyone's debating over, right? But
yeah,
how many teams rushed for 500 attempts last year?
Not that many.
Actually, that's a great question. I don't know. I would imagine it's super small.
Let me see if I can find it. I was looking at it yesterday.
Did Chicago do that?
That's the first team that you would think. Okay, Chicago, who threw for 2,200 passing yards as a team.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 teams ran the ball 500 times last season.
Okay. I'm still saying under, but
Seattle was at 425 last year. So it was the Falcons number 1, Bears, Eagles, Commanders, Browns, Cowboys, Ravens, Giants, Niners, Steelers. Top 10 only teams that rushed ball 500 times last season.
Can I tell you why, real quickly, why I want Najee Harris? That team with a shitty O-line ran the ball over 500 times. They just upgraded O-line and Najee's still there. I want Najee Harris.
Cowboys went O-tackle. They went O-tackle.
Okay.
Who was it?
Sim Richards. Let's go.
What do you think of the pick, Ray?
Is it true that Chase Brown can't pass block?
He's awful.
Saw some pretty big whiffs from him and Evan Hall firsthand. Firsthand. All they caught was air on those edge rushers.
And they've killed Joe Mixon for the last how many years because he can't pass block.
I was just gonna say that. It's not like he can come in then and take over for Mixon on third downs when he always comes out.
Right.
No,
but that's where P-Ryan was so valuable for them, right?
Yeah, you don't want him in. He's not the P-Ryan role. You will not have him out there trying to pick up the blindside block for Burrow. Absolutely not. I like Chase Brown as a good rusher, and I think he's dynamic. He's fast, but I'm not. I mean,
that Fournette or Zeke on the way.
Wouldn't shock
me.
Y'all
are making me not really be very excited at all for Chase Brown right now at all.
I mean, it's a great spot. If
they get rid of Mixon, it's
if Mixon's
great
gone,
opportunity for him.
But
if Mixon is gone, I will guarantee you they're bringing somebody in. They are not saying Chase Brown, you're going to be our guy with this team. Absolutely,
but he seems
not.
like insurance, though. If they do have something happen with Mixon and they got to bring in somebody else, at least they have another body in the building that can handle the first and second down.
I don't even know if he's insurance. He's that bullshit they try to get you to buy when you check out at Walmart. Do you want protection on your grill cover that you just bought? And I'm like, no, I'm not paying $19 for this. Check me out and get me out of here.
Oh, man.
Yuck. Yeah. Super chat on the subject of Stevenson, Jay Rich and Ray and everybody. Traded Ramondre and Pat Freiermuth for the 308 and Mark Andrews. 10-team Superflex for starting 8. Which side would you be considering how shallow? I mean, I think I want Andrews here. I'm actually. Yeah. Can we talk about Pat Freiermuth for a second? Is Darnell Washington affect him at all for anyone?
Touchdown upside, yes.
Maybe touchdown. A little bit.
Yeah. I think they're just different. I think they're a little different. I think Cody said it best last night. Cody called Pat Freiermuth a between the 20s tight end. And then once you get in the red zone and stuff gets muddled up, that's where he's not as effective. I think Washington's going to be a dope red zone option. I think Freiermuth's still going to be a compiler. He'll get his volume. He'll get his catches. He'll get his yards. I think where Washington really hurts him is touchdown upside. So, Cody, that's the first time I've ever heard that be described, but I love a between the 20s tight end.
Do you think that's unfair to Freiermuth?
Well done, Cody.
And more of a product of Pickett than it is Freiermuth himself? Because, I mean, he had 7 touchdowns as a rookie, but he only had 2 last year. And the only thing that changed was the quarterback.
I think Pat Freiermuth before Darnell Washington had plenty of touchdown upside. I also think there's concussion concerns with him. So, like, in a start 8 league, I want to move Pat Freiermuth, honestly. Like, he's just as much in the mix as anyone that's in the next 5 to 10 tight ends. They don't matter, really. So, I'm comfortable getting rid of Ramondre to get Andrews in this format, personally.
Can I ask, though, is it says 10-team Superflex. Is there any tight end premium in this?
Does it matter?
In a way, yeah, because even if it's start 8, like I don't care what tight end I'm starting.
Well, can I tell you why? Can I tell you why it doesn't matter? Now, to your point, it does help more if there's a tight end premium. But this is the thing about tight end premium that I think everyone listening to try to understand the differences. Okay, non-tight end premium. So really, relative to all the other players, they don't score as many points. So especially at the flex spot, tight ends have no consideration unless you have Kelsey, Kittle, Andrews, those types, right? But the thing is, you still get the positional advantage at the tight end spot of an elite guy. So that's the difference for me why Andrews, it doesn't matter. If it's outside of Andrews or Pitts or Kelsey or the elite ones, then yes, it absolutely matters, and that's why I wouldn't even discuss it.
Yeah. This is such a large percentage of your weekly scoring in a start 8 that, yes, it actually does matter a lot to have Mark Andrews over Freiermuth in any format, and it just gets exponentially more in any tight end premium.
Because when you think about this, right, what's crazy about this league, think about it for a second. Eight players we're starting, 2 of which are going to be quarterbacks. We're talking about 6 skill players. So there's only 5 skill players and a tight end that you have to start, right? So that's why, for me, a positional advantage at tight end matters. Now, if this is start 12, okay, we'll take it down a little bit, even if it's non-tight end premium. So that's kind of the way I view it, and where, for me, I want the elite difference makers in a start 8 league. So even if it's non-tight end premium, or if it is, that's my thing.
And I do agree. And I guess I'm basing it purely on last year, but Mark Andrews only scored 2 points per game more than Freiermuth last year.
Yep,
and it just makes me wonder, like, is Mark Andrews? I mean, I agree, he's a very good tight.
Oh no!
He's gone.
Oh no!
Patrick Price had spot on,
so
and I guess it was spot on. Dang!
It was such a good counterpoint, Adam. You killed him.
I promise I had nothing to do with that. I had nothing to do with that.
Hey man, hashtag free.
Damn it, Adam.
What's up, little man?
Free TFDR. Hashtag free TFDR.
What's up, little man? Yeah. So anyway, I think that in start 8, especially Superflex, I want the Andrews side there for sure. Now, if this is a different,
you got to solidify your quarterback though.
Honestly, Ray, we had a discussion about tight end premium and non-tight end premium doesn't matter.
He ticked Adam off.
I didn't do anything.
Adam bodied him so hard.
Yeah, just said get out of here.
He's back.
Hey,
Chase, can we hear you? Can you hear us?
He came back for more.
Can you hear us?
And now he's really dead.
Oh boy!
Oh, no.
And he's gone
Chase.
again.
Oh no!
We appreciate all the trophy chase. He did win the Royal Rumble, so shout out to him again. But
We
R.I.P.
appreciate
to
your
Fee.
service.
Okay.
I really thought he was going to come into the stream today laying down on the couch, just like full birthday suit with the belt draped across him. I really thought he was going to do it.
Well, that would be a flex and a half right there.
Anything else worth noting? We had Christopher Smith, the second from Georgia, going to Vegas.
Good pick. Safety, versatile, can cover tight ends, can play on the outside. He's a nice piece. He's a nice little piece for the Raiders, and they need as much secondary help as they can get. So Georgia having a good draft. A lot of Bulldogs getting drafted. A lot of Bulldogs getting drafted.
I think a guy like him, too, in a league that passes more and more, back to the point that we had on 500 over-under rush attempts, like it's more and more passing. You want a lot of guys that can do stuff like that and cover. So I'm with it. Good pick. All right, we got a super chat from
trade up.
Appreciate all the content. Which side are you taking in one quarterback, 16-team, non-tight end premium? Side A is Michael Pittman, Chris Godwin, or side B is a 23-108? The 110 or Jawan Johnson, Mike. Don't let the Jawan Johnson love get you here.
I mean, not in a non-tight end premium. That's not best ball. Like, I'm good.
All right.
One QB, 16
I'm kidding, though. But, Mike,
too.
what do you think of this one here? Let's start with you.
This is This is
easy, right? Easy A, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
No disagreements. All right. Easy. Appreciate the super chat, Josh, but side A is a home run slam dunk, man.
Hey, we got a Payne Durham off the board. Payne Durham.
Oh, Payne Durham has life.
To Tampa Bay. Let's
My
go.
like 5'12" Payne Durham shares have a little bit of life. What about Cade Otton?
Huge.
Remember when Cade Otton was like tight end 10 on Keep Trade Cut?
He was.
Yeah.
He was.
Good times.
I don't think anyone really cares about Tampa Bay's tight ends room this year.
Zach might.
Remember that Kyle Rudolph days?
Zach, if you're watching, still love
3
you, buddy.
days of Kyle Rudolph.
We have a $20.23 super chat. Very interesting.
For 2023.
2023, exactly, man. Let's go. Price check and one quarterback start 9, half PPR. What rookie picks are Dalvin Cook, Chubb, and Swift to the Eagles worth?
Individually or as a total?
Start 9?
I think let's discuss them one by one. I guess that's the best way to answer the question the way I view it. But
start with
what's Dalvin Cook worth in one quarterback?
I'm going to start with the most valuable one. Let's start
Which
with
is
Nick
Chubb,
Chubb,
right?
Yeah,
Chubb's the most
he's
valuable.
The most valuable out there.
Okay, fair.
Probably the 103 for me in a 1 QB league. I'd rather have Nick Chubb than JSN or QJ.
Yeah, I think 103, 104.
Gibbs than Nick Chubb though.
If you wanted to say JSN over Chubb, I probably would take Chubb. But for sure at 104, it's Chubb. I want by a mile. I want Chubb over 103, but I think as a conversation
and a half PPR leans back's even harder.
100%.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, let's say 103 then. Let's say 103 and half PPR. Okay. What about Dalvin Cook now?
Close. Is the price much different?
Yeah.
Yes.
I want Chubb quite a bit ahead of Dalvin Cook just because of risk. Injuries.
What's the risk with Dalvin Cook, man? He's 1,400 yards last year.
Dalvin Cook has been hurt quite a bit, and he's got a lot of wear and tear. That's my thing.
All right, but what receivers would you take?
Chubb.
Would you take Addison, QJ, JSN over him?
I'm definitely going to take. I will definitely take
107?
JSN. Like I said before, I'll take Chubb over JSN probably in this format. I'll take JSN for sure over Cook. After that, though, you could probably have a conversation.
I mean, 104, 105. It's not that much different. Maybe
Mike, would you take
Zay Flowers, but in a
would
half
you guys
PPR?
Let me ask you because I'm actually trying to think of it myself. QJ or Dalvin Cook in this format?
I'm going to take QJ.
I think I might too. It's close though. Mike, is it not close?
Eric Gray to the Giants?
Uh-oh. Saquon Barkley on a franchise tag hasn't signed.
I like me some Eric Gray.
I like
Eric
that.
Gray replacing Matt Breida is really nice.
That's
I'll take
Okay.
it.
Eric Gray
I mean, hey.
in that Matt Breida role.
Yeah, I like him. I had him pretty
Fifth
high,
round?
and I think I had him at RB8 just on film, not my final rankings, but just on film. So
Jalen Hyatt, Eric Gray.
good compliment to Saquon Barkley. I mean, a good backup running back to Saquon Barkley. Let me make it clear, not
Very
compliment.
elusive.
Good backup running back to Saquon.
Okay, so let's say Quentin Johnson and Cook is close. Like, is there what do you think here, Mike? 105, 106, like for sure.
Man, in a half PPR, I'd be if you really want to take the shot, I'd be willing to take him over just about any receiver. Like I get JSN if you believe in JSN, but QJ in his first year, he'll probably see some targets. But even in a half PPR, like if he's not scoring a ton of touchdowns,
Right.
the value's not really there for those guys.
I agree with that point, and I also think like part of the reason with QJ for me I'm close is because I think in an offense with Herbert with a big cannon, like that's where I would maybe be okay with it. After that though, I think I'm good. I'll take Cook, man, the risk here, honestly.
Is there any thought
Addison,
to?
right? He's a volume play, so in
Yes.
half PPR, you don't really care.
I'm with Jay Rich there. Mike, do you agree 105?
No.
Okay.
I'm like 107.
Okay. Fine. That's
so who
fine
are the
too.
guys you would take over him?
So he'll
Just
take
like,
Jordan
let people know?
Addison and the other
I'll
first
take
rounder.
Addison. I'll
Flowers?
take Flowers.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll take Flowers.
So
I'll
all
take
first
those
round
guys.
receivers for you.
I just take those guys because we're in like peak rookie hype season. Like we're gonna be in that throughout the summer. It's not even that I could get Dalvin Cook for this later. I can get somebody like Dalvin Cook and it probably doesn't cost me that much. Like let me take the rookie, which people are really invested in seeing what they do. Nick Chubb is just a little bit different for me. Like that's a guy where I look at 103 and I go, I think Nick Chubb personally is going to smash this year with a full Deshaun Watson. So Dalvin Cook's is different because people don't really like him as much.
I do wish that we had JB on for this because he's our one quarterback. He's our commander. He's the AAF god. But I'll say this. I don't play in these formats, so it's harder for me to speak on it. But when I think about it and knowing it and answering questions and looking at teams, I think for me, in one quarterback start 9 that's half PPR, it's all about running backs, really. And that's why, for me,
I have one league like this. I have George Pickens, and he's basically worthless.
Exactly.
He sounds great, but he just doesn't do enough. He scores like 8 to 10 points. You're like, well, great, right? Running backs, they're going to get the carries, they're going to get the receptions as well, right? They're going to get some yardage there. So it's definitely very running back heavy. And in the start 9, you got to be pretty damn good to matter as a wide receiver.
And that's where I think in this format, it's kind of like not what my brain normally thinks about in Superflex and the way we buy stuff. But I think in this format, I got to push all these guys up, even with Swift just, kind of having a down last year. Yep. I want to have all my shots in the running backs in this type of a league. So I'd be okay at 105.
Mike,
I think
would you take Swift? Because we didn't really talk about Swift in this format, at least.
Yeah.
I'd put Swift and Dalvin Cook pretty similar.
I agree. 105, 107.
I'll lean a little bit more Swift because I can talk myself into the age, the youth, right? And the Vikings aren't a bad offense, or until Dalvin Cook actually goes to like the Bills or something like that we talk about. I know the offense in Philly is fantastic. So,
is there any thought that possibly any of the other running backs of this class could go over any of these guys? A-Chain, Miller, Charbonnet, Spears?
No.
I don't want any of those ones over these guys, honestly. What do you think, Ray?
Which ones?
The running backs that aren't Gibbs and Bijan in this 23 class. Or Dalvin Cook, Chubb, and Swift in a format like this.
Negative.
With you. I'm with you. Mike, do you agree or disagree?
None.
There you go. And there you go. And I think that's
those backs,
that's another point though that should make these running backs go up in this format, right? Like outside of the elite running backs, Bijan and Gibbs, we don't want any of the other guys in this class ahead of these guys. So I think it's just they go up a lot more in this format personally for me.
It's
what they're really crazy.
The first again.
Go ahead,
Mike.
Go ahead, Mike.
The real crazy thing, man, we always talk about keep, trade, cut, right? We always talk about it. The rankings are set up based on half PPR, and they never reflect half PPR ever. There's not a ranking on keep, trade, cut where you go, oh, yeah, that's a half PPR where we push running backs up a little bit more than wide receivers. Never. It's half PPR. They tell you that. It's at the top of the page, and nobody pays attention to it. I just thought it was interesting because I really wanted to see where Dalvin Cook was, where people are ranking him on keep, trade, cut, and you got him at RB24. The 106th player off the board, like in rankings. So people are scared shitless of Dalvin Cook. That's why I'm going to lean the rookies.
Real quick actionable advice too is this. I think is a good question on know your league. Right, you go to keep, trade, cut, and it's going to be pretty generic and straightforward. You can play that a bunch of different ways if you know your league. We talk about this. Destination Devy is one of the best places out there that talks about knowing your league, knowing your league mates. That's very actionable for me here. I got news for everybody, man. I got big news. It's time to get the Sounders. The Amex is back on. I got Mike. Can we get that back up?
Count that money, man. Count that fucking money.
Mike, can you put the word out for Cody?
He's back up.
Damn.
Put the word out there.
He's back up, man.
Get
the shot glass. Let's go, man.
Let's get it.
Cody throws a $100 super chat on day 3. I'm in, man. You got me.
Listen, I ain't got no shot glass. But for Cody on day 3 to come in and drop $100, I might chug this Cayman Jack here. The whole
Mike,
thing.
you got to chug it. Let's go. Come on. I'll do a shot.
Don't worry. Let me put this on mute first, though.
Hey, real quick. Cheers to all you guys. Cheers to everybody watching. Cheers to DD. Love y'all guys, man. For real.
Cheers, y'all.
Cody, appreciate the super chat, man.
My son just said he needs a drink.
No water.
He said, I need a drink. He needs a drink too. So gotta go get him a drink.
All right.
Well,
gotcha.
That was rough.
Cody, I mean, I'll give you a shot, but no water rest of the day. What kind of craziness is that?
Yeah, I'm not trying to die, man. My wife's gonna go home at some point tonight. Yeah, I don't want her to.
I'll let you
laying on the floor.
I'll drink on stream for you, but I don't want to die. Still love you.
All right, trading with the Texans again.
What happened?
Eagles trading up with the Texans again.
No.
Let's go, man.
I'm just.
Why not?
Who's Philly? Watch them draft Kayshon Boutte. Watch Philly draft Booty. They're going Booty. They're going Kayshon Booty.
For Bama and Georgia, 9 apiece. Seemed like a lot.
I was kind of hoping the Rams here would just take a bunch of kickers, just really flex it. They just take 3 kickers at the back end of the 5th.
Do you want to hear the Rams class so far? Want to
Yes.
just go through the Rams class?
Yes.
See?
100%.
Give it
Let's
to
go
me.
through the Rams class. I'm going to give you the Rams class. This is what they have. They got Steve Avila in the 2nd round, a guard out of TCU.
Okay.
Byron Young, edge out of Tennessee. Kobe Turner, D-tackle from Wake Forest. Stetson Bennett, quarterback, Georgia. Nick Hampton, edge, Appalachian State. And an offensive tackle, Warren McClendon, out of Georgia.
Okay. Building for the future.
Building
Building in
I
the
like it.
trenches and building
They're building to be set up for
Inside
the
out.
tank of Caleb and Drake May
Caleb.
sweepstakes. Yeah, let's get to that.
Wouldn't that be fun? Wouldn't that if I was telling you right now, if let's just play a game, because one of the things that Jay Rich and I do, it's a tradition that the day after the NFL draft, we put out the next year's early look at a top 12, what that rookie draft would look like. Nice. Caleb Williams, how high should he be? If you're let's not even ask that. If you're a dynasty team that's not a contender, you're middling. I mean, should you really just tank and stink it up for Caleb Williams, Drake May, Marvin Harrison Jr.? Like, how high should those guys be valued in dynasty today?
Okay, I think there's 2 questions there, because I think for Caleb Williams, which is what most people will say, if you just tell me it's for sure Caleb Williams, can we go back to tank for Tua for a second? Remember when it was tank for Tua, and then he's the 3rd quarterback in that class, right? He was definitely behind Burrow in drafts. My only thing is, like, I like Caleb Williams quite a bit, man. I think he's going to be really good, but we don't know what's going to happen. Injuries, how he's going to play. Like, I think that's something that needs to be said, because I think Caleb Williams already right now, if like you put him in keep trade cut, if keep trade cut lets you vote, he'd probably be like quarterback 5, which is just – that's, I think, too much, right? But I think if you're a bad team, you should absolutely be tanking for the top of this class. Drake May, Caleb Williams, Marvin Harrison Jr., the elite players in the 24 class are going to be worth the tank.
I think for me personally, I got 5 guys that I really just put into that elite tier already. I don't know where they're going to land in, like to Adam's point. We could see some of these guys fall out. But if I got 5 guys already sitting here while the 23 draft is going on and I'm a dynasty team going like, I don't really have a shot this year, I'm doing everything in my power to get multiple picks to try to land 1, 2, maybe 3 of these guys and really just reset my entire roster. I don't want, if I'm in a Devy League raid, there's no way I trade for the actual player, because now I assume all the risk on them, risk actually being good. But if I get the picks, I know that, hey, this team's not very good or this team's not very good. I'm going to be looking at worst the 102 and the 103. That's what I'm really trying to do, because I think whether Caleb Williams ends up being as good as a prospect as Trevor Lawrence or like some of these other quarterbacks that come out, Drake May is also fantastic at football. Marvin Harrison Jr., we know how good he is. Brock Bowers is one of those guys that we're going to have talks about. Hey, should we do it again at the tight end position? How often do we get burned? And for me, whether it's Travion Henderson or it's Rocket Sanders, like one of these running backs also just feels like they're going to be pushing for that next elite territory for the running back. So, yeah, Ray, to your point, man, I'd be doing what the Rams are doing. Like if it's this year, I'm just trying to figure out like what can I surround my team with? What kind of assets can I get? How can I position myself to really make a run in 24 and try to reset this whole thing?
Hold on. Genji says Caleb's a better prospect than T-Law. Can we stop?
He does some things a lot different than T-Law.
Could he be better than T-Law? I'm not going to say it, but he's not a better prospect.
I know a lot of people who say he is a better prospect than Trevor Lawrence.
So Ray,
that feels like recency bias to me, man. That feels like recency
bias. On KTC, Caleb Williams' value on KTC in the Devy rankings is 8,300. How many quarterbacks do you think are higher than 8,300 on their rankings right now?
Count them on one hand.
Oh, God.
Four.
4 of them.
Count them on one hand.
That's the big four, and that does not include Justin Herbert, Trevor Lawrence, Lamar Jackson, Justin Fields, and obviously only goes down from there. He would be slotted in at that like quote unquote value
quarterback
at QB5.
That's what I just said.
Joe Burrow and Justin Herbert.
Hey, and you know what? I don't even care. Y'all can talk all your junk, but I've been over here hydrating, okay? I have to go piss again.
And Ray, you think about it.
But I've been drinking water because Cody's been making me drink alcohol. All right? There it is. All that.
Man.
Gotta go piss.
Go to the bathroom.
96-year-old bladder.
We'll see you in 10, 20 minutes or so.
We'll see you after a 3-minute shit, right?
Are you kidding me? Like he legit is QB5 already.
I don't know if the value quite matches up between the Devy rankings and the Dynasty rankings, but in terms of the raw number, 8,300, that would be QB5 right now on KTC.
Ray, I mean,
if he just slotted in.
You're the Devy guy. You're the USC guy, right? You've watched him more than probably any one of us who are going to sit up here and talk about it. So I will defer to you. But I know for me, when I watch him, he does some things that just make me say, what the hell? But what the hell in a good way? Like, how is that? How did you do it? Like, he kind of has a little... This sounds stupid.
That's why he gets the Mahomesian comps.
Right. I was just going to say that. I hate these fucking comps that we do with some of these guys. But he has a little bit of that Mahomes thing to it where you just go, wow. So is it
it's the it factor, right?
Is it a legit possibility that, I mean, T-Law was the best quarterback we've ever seen since Andrew Luck? Is it possible that we're talking about Caleb Williams as the best quarterback we've ever seen since Trevor Lawrence? Or does he jump Trevor Lawrence?
If I'm being objective, it's sort of reminiscent of this class, Mike. You look at Bryce Young, who went 101, right? He went QB1 in the NFL draft, yet he doesn't have the strongest arm. He's not the best runner in the class. He doesn't have prototypical size, but there's just something about Bryce that makes you comfortable with him. Because here's the thing, a lot of times we really look at these players in a very narrow window. We're fantasy, what's the value, how many points per game could they score me? But there's a lot more that goes on to an NFL team selecting a guy to be the face of a franchise for $1 billion company, right? And Bryce Young has that. And that might be part of the reason why. And I'll be honest with you, Will Levis is kind of annoying. Like his persona, like it's not for everybody's cup of tea. But we individually, we could all be, somebody's not cup of tea, right? Caleb Williams has it, Mike. I don't think he's as natural of a passer as Trevor Lawrence. I think they're similar athletes, but when you just watch them play, just like Bryce Young, the moment's never too big. And I said this about Bryce Young. Back in 2021, Alabama versus Auburn was everything I needed to know about Bryce Young. Less than a minute left. They started on, I believe, their own 4-yard line, and he drove the ball down the field to win that game, to keep him in national. Like, the ice water that he had, I'm like, this kid's got it, right? Caleb Williams has those similar qualities. He's got some rushing upside. He's got a good arm. And to be honest with you, Mike, Lincoln Riley is the QB rainmaker. Every quarterback that he's had, Baker Mayfield, number 1 overall pick. Kyler Murray, number 1 overall pick. Jalen Hurts to start the season back in 2020 was viewed as a late day 3 pick. Turned him all the way into a second rounder, and now we look where Jalen Hurts is. So then you just add Caleb Williams to this. There's something special about him. But I will say there are people that are like, he is a little reckless and not as good under structure, but he's just got some it factor to his game that you can't coach, and he's phenomenal in the media as well.
I think we can all probably agree that paying QB5 overall prices right now is way too rich for a lot of people.
Yes.
Where would you be at right now? Like, say you're in a Devy league. What would be the 1-for-1 that you'd be like, as much as I love Caleb, or as much as I want to take the shot off, like, if you're going to offer me this quarterback in a Devy league, like, just get out of here. Like, I'm good. Here, you take Caleb, I'll take this quarterback.
Mahomes, Allen, Hurts, Burrow, Herbert, Trevor, Lamar, Fields, Rich, Deshaun Watson. I think you still got to let's remove Anthony Richardson out of the equation. He got the capital, but I'm not taking him over Watson, Lamar, Herbert, Lawrence, Burrow, Hurts, Allen, Mahomes. And if you told me Justin Fields is locked in and he is Chicago's starting quarterback, there is no ambiguity about his situation, I would take Justin Fields over him as well. Other than that, you take Kyler, Dak, Tua, Daniel Jones. I'm taking Caleb over all those guys easily.
That's pretty high starting out right now, and that is reasonable. It's too rich for me, but that is a more reasonable.
I mean, Bryce is 9. Bryce is 9, and I'm taking
he's
Caleb
worth more than Bryce.
10 out of 10 times over Bryce, man. No doubt about it.
That goes to the point, though, right? Like, Caleb Williams is going to be, I think, top 5 easily when he gets drafted. Bryce Young, we're saying a lot of people. Mike, we're saying 103. He's quarterback 9. Caleb Williams is going to be top 5. I almost guarantee minimum on Keep Trade Cut, man. Minimum.
If it stays pat, right? And he's the 101 next year, right?
If next year is what we know today, he's the 101. He's the first pick overall. Yes, I'm with you, Mike. I agree.
Right. All right, I don't know how many times picks though, if you guys don't mind. We had Evan Hall go to Indy, and then we had Puka Nacua go to the Rams, which I thought is interesting, right? Because he's a guy I did want to see landed in a place where he could get some opportunity. Obviously, we don't know what's going to happen with the Rams, but it seems like they're tanking, and off of waivers because people don't like the spot. Maybe a guy I'm willing to pick up. And then Ray, your Dallas Cowboys just traded up and took Eric Scott Jr., cornerback out of Southern Miss. That was kind of the latest past few picks. But how do you guys feel about Evan Hall going to Indy? Because I thought that was kind of interesting. A team that has had Nyheim Hines in a pretty solid role for some time, got rid of him. Rip JT. Probably wouldn't go that far.
How come?
Maybe he could find a role in Indy.
Real quick, because I want Ray, go ahead and answer the question. But before that, I want to say, how come every time Mike gets up to go to the bathroom, y'all are killing me every time I get up out of the chair, and Mike leaves and nobody gives a damn. Real talk though, Ray, what do you got, man?
Where did Evan Hall go? To the Colts?
Indy, yeah.
Indy, yeah.
Sure, he's the 3rd string running back behind Deion Jackson and Jonathan Taylor.
Genji says R.I.P. JT.
Zach Moss too.
Oh yeah,
is Zach Moss still doing things?
Zach Moss.
Oh man, I missed you guys talking about it.
He's RB4 over Darrington Evans.
Did anybody say discount Bijan Robinson? Right, like I heard that somewhere. Discount Bijan Robinson from an analyst at one point.
That Russ sounder is awesome.
It's funny that discount Bijan Robinson went, right before Puka Nacua, who was also supposed to be a stud.
Yikes. Puka.
Does anyone care, or do we care about Puka at all, honestly?
Is he better than Skoranek?
Are we taking him at the back end of the 5th?
Hey, Puka's all right, man.
Puka's not bad,
leave Puka alone. Puka's all right, man. But
I'm just saying, people were rostering Skoranek last year. I think he's actually rosterable. That's all.
If Cooper Kupp gets traded,
Skoranek won me a week in the playoffs in best ball. Help me. He didn't win me a week, but he hit the lineup.
Didn't he help you knock me out?
Knock you out of Royal Rumble, man.
I think
the playoffs.
Was,
Ben Skoranek had 17 points.
That was the first Baker Mayfield game, wasn't it? When they beat Green Bay.
The first Baker, yeah, man. Skoranek, man. That's why best ball, those dog shit best ball darts matter in that format. That's why we love it. But
Ben Skoranek, man, that's the guy.
I mean, he could legitimately be wide receiver 3 in 3 wide receiver sets. He could legitimately be wide receiver 3 for the Rams this year.
Yes.
What does that matter though? In fantasy purposes,
I mean, it's not. So for me, it's not about we should draft him, but maybe he's a guy that we're like, okay, there could be opportunity. Last spot on a roster, taxi squad type of thing. If you could put a guy on your taxi, it's not to say you should draft him, but I'm intrigued, right? I'm intrigued because if they're tanking and Cooper Kupp is gone and Stafford is gone, like it's Van Jefferson, Ben Skoranek, maybe he's a guy who could accrue value in the next couple of years. But again, he's just a name to know and monitor the situation, not necessarily to draft in the 3rd round.
Speaking of
intrigued by that spot.
Speaking of, going back to the well and, going back to receiver, we're going to give it another go, man. Chase.
Oh.
Can you hear us?
Come on. Give me something.
Yeah, I had to take an Adam bathroom break, so I'm back.
Well done, man. Did you get rid of your shitty Mark Andrews takes?
I don't know what the heck was going on. Ecamm didn't like my Mark Andrews take, so here we are. But we're back. We're back. Right. We're back in the building.
I like that. Was that an Undertaker?
Yeah, that was the Undertaker. Go. He was back. You like that?
That's my Royal Rumble guy. Come on now.
Yeah. I'm seeing people say the Rams should definitely trade Kupp. I don't think it's off the table, man. If I don't think it's off the table. I don't think it's off the table. If not, I don't. Stafford and Kupp, they'll just. I don't know what to think about the. I have no idea. I have no idea what the Rams are gonna do. None.
Let's get them to the Giants. They need another slot.
Why not?
Oh God!
Listen, Mike's bathroom is literally. I haven't been to his house, but I know it's like right around the corner. I got to go upstairs, do all kind of. It's all right though. I understand. It's okay.
Come on, Matt. I've been at your house. I've seen how far your bathroom is. Like you got like 4 steps, and you're in the bathroom.
See, this is what Mike does. Mike needs to count better because there's a lot more than 4, but it's all right.
How many steps is it counted for us? People want to know. Slide on over because it ain't that far. Line. Get out here. Cap.
What if we doubled 4? That would be 8, right? That's how many there are, but it's not.
My bathroom to your bathroom is the same distance. I mean, not from here. You know what I mean?
We've had 11 running backs drafted. That's it. It's round 6. It's like 2. It's
a wrap for the running backs. There ain't no value slipping now.
Oh, there's nothing.
Noah's gonna be pissed on Monday.
Running back 3 in the class. Okay.
I don't know. I'm not excited about any of these ones though right now, man. They're all going to.
None.
Can we talk about this in depth in future classes when we get all excited for 24 and 25, whenever it's going to be? Like we assume these prospects we like are just going to land in spots where the running back is just going to be empty. Like, oh, it's going to be their backfield. Like all these dudes are going to spots that already have backs, right? Like ever since day 2. And I think we have to remember that they're not just going to go to a landing spot that guarantees them the sexy dynasty value that we all want and hope.
Got to lower our expectations, don't we? Got to lower them all the time. And a lot of these guys got to end up carving out roles through attrition, through trades, through just, financial decisions the teams make as far as what they do with the running back position. And you're kind of right. We all go in like that little kid. They got that gif.
No. Oh, no.
Wow. What happened?
Cody with a super chat.
Ooh. Oh, man. Oof.
And that's
it's not $100, but I'll do a shot.
And come on, that's false too. My wife will tell you it's more like 7 seconds, and then 33 cuddling.
Jeez, Mike. He had to go full in with it, man. We already all knew what he was talking.
Come on, bro.
All right, no Zach Evans. Let's get back on the.
Let's get back on the rails, but. Adam, I think you're right. Like we all kind of go in like that gif of that baby sitting in the walker, right? All smiling, and all of a sudden he gets that face like,
Yeah, good call.
We all going in thinking like all these dudes are gonna land in the perfect landing spots. They got an equal. They got the perfect opportunity to get touches early, and it's always dirty. It's always disgusting, and we kind of got to wade through it. Even a guy that we like, Kendra, we're talking about. He's got to overcome Jamal Williams. He's got to overcome, Alvin Kamara. It's rough for these running backs, especially the ones on the later spot. Even if you think about it, we don't think Tyler Algier is any kind of real threat to Bijan Robinson. He's damn good. But still, like that was a running back who got taken 8 overall, who also goes onto a team who just had a 1,000-yard rusher last year. Jahmyr Gibbs goes into a loaded backfield. Right, he goes in with DeAndre Swift was still on the team. We had to get a trade for there. We had a guy in David Montgomery who got a sizable contract. So it's not always so clear-cut where we go, here's the exact path to this guy getting 50% of the touches right out the gate. It's usually he needs about 2 or 3 things right for him to break for him. And especially when we get to these round 6, round 7 running backs, these Zach Evans, no Zach Evans yet, he's going to have like 3 or 4 hurdles to overcome to be fantasy relevant, which really stinks for us.
I mean, Zach Evans is – what are we doing? I mean, honestly, at this point, is he
the same thing you were doing before because I told he's not good. He's not good.
Yep. Thank you, Ray.
He's not good.
Ray was on it early.
He's not
Ray
good.
was on it early. He told everybody.
Tape
good.
tells it all. He's not good. Not good.
Let's see.
Not good. Not
but yeah,
good.
like whenever,
we're not doing nothing with
looking at those, whenever you're looking at those rookie mocks where you don't have draft capital and you're looking through and you're like, oh, this class is so good. It's good all the way up to about the 3-4. That's where the real tier break stops whenever I don't like these guys anymore. Then you do one with draft capital associated and you're like, oh, like I might like guys at 2-4. I think that's what we're seeing today. We like all these profiles, but whenever you put landing spots and draft capital to them, it's a completely different world. Just we can't keep sitting here doing the mock drafts where we just like the profile and like the guy, because it all changes today, and I think we've seen it play out even worse than most of the mock drafts that we were currently running beforehand.
I'm not actually sure what the super chat is supposed to mean here, but Ray, what does Ray says about hope? Shouldn't that apply from this forward about
hope.
Rookie classes mocks?
Everybody hoping. Hope. Hope is the death of all dynasty rosters. Having that hope. Want to keep hoping. I really hope. I hope he can get the opportunity. I hope he can get some targets. I hope he can get some carries. I hope he can play in 2 tight end sets. Hope is the biggest killer in death of dynasty rosters, man. Stop hoping.
Well, because outside of Chase, as you can see, who has the belt, everybody else that played in the league that didn't win, they're all hoping. You're just hoping for next year, hoping for something different. That's true.
Yep.
What? Hope don't float. That's another good saying.
Yeah. Hope don't float. Hope don't float.
Joe. 2 minutes is his 40 time. My goodness.
I guarantee my 40 times faster than that.
Toby said, remember 1 week ago when round 2 picks were coveted.
Hey, listen, I'll take an L. I was one of the main ones screaming this, so I'll take the L.
And now you hate them all.
I don't know about all, but I hate most of them. I hate a lot of them.
Well, Adam, it's back to our earlier point, man. If you would have gotten all those round 2 picks and then think about moving them all 2 weeks ago when everybody else really liked round 2 picks too.
True. Correct. Yep. I did a lot of that too. I moved some of them when people were into, shooting their shot in the second. So I probably got some good ones and probably got burned plenty too.
I mean, Chase is on here. He was giving me shit just a couple days ago about, Daniel Jones or Will Levis. It's still Will Levis, by the way.
Chase. Oh, stop it. Stop it.
Yeah, speaking of taking L's, Mike is acknowledging his L on Will Levis.
Oh, boy, Mike.
Zach, who
get it.
Zach threw a super chat at Mike about Khalil Herbert, about how he's back and he's going to make him love it. Now, Zach, after 20 minutes after that super chat, Khalil Herbert was killed on stream by Roshan Johnson, is going to make me with a non-super chat eat it in front of everybody. So I appreciate you, Zach, walking through the exercise of that. I really, really do. That makes me feel good. Before I traded the 111 and the 204 for the 207 and a 24 first, the guy didn't have a 23 first but had a 24 first. His team looks weak. 111, 204 for the 207 and a 24 first.
Oh.
Absolutely,
Yeah.
man.
Oh,
Are you
easy.
kidding?
Absolutely.
Good job.
You can, Dan, you can just remove the second swap there. Like, I don't even care what it ends up being. A 111 for a 24 first is an immediate win. So, congrats. Good job.
Yeah, that's a major dub.
Major.
One thing I forgot, Adam. I forgot that
go
we
ahead.
have a live auction. I forgot we have a live auction.
So did I. I'll be honest.
I should probably check this every now and then.
Speaking of hope, that $50 donation I made, because we've been doing this during 3 days of streaming, that league is a hope league. I don't even know what's going on in this freaking auction anymore.
I just came in just in time to see somebody try to get Christian Kirk with 8 minutes left at $33. Nope, that ain't happening. See ya.
Oh, wait. I got 7 minutes to still take Christian Kirk out of your hands? Look, say less.
Hey, not me, man. I just reset him, all right?
Oh,
find
nice.
some other
Okay,
fish.
nice job. I thought it was you. Damian Pierce for $32. Is Damian Pierce worth 3.2% of budget?
Ask him if he wants to
Probably.
bid on. Jay Rich, where you at?
Best ball? Yeah.
Best ball, yeah. $1,000 budget.
league.
Everyone watching. I'll give you some live auction stuff that we're doing. Damian Pierce, start 11, best ball league, $32, which is 3.2% of a $1,000 budget.
Sounds pretty reasonable.
It's like 4.5.
What would you prefer between that and James Cook right now at 23?
Pierce.
You have to give me 3 James
Probably
Cooks.
Pierce, yeah.
You have to give me 3 Chase Cooks. Is that what you said?
All right. Yes. What about Cam Akers at 25?
I love it. He's like
Cam Akers over James Cook. That's a sneaky bargain right there. That's a good one.
Intrigued.
Well,
piques my interest a little bit there.
As a Cam Akers truther, we'll build this up a little bit. Okay. What about Amari Cooper at 37?
Well, that's too.
How is the format skewed between RBs and receivers?
Good call, Mike. Scoring. Can we get scoring settings?
It is point per carry league, 0.25.
Then it's Pierce.
Well, hold on. I like to make fucked up scoring settings. It's 1.5 points per wide receiver reception.
Oh. So then it just negates the whole point per carry thing.
It negates the whole point per carry thing. Right.
Just take the point per carry and just, doesn't matter. Where's the receiver?
Who cares?
So we're back to neutral. Is that what we're saying?
I've never heard of a wide receiver premium league, but here we are.
Mike, I'll tell you this much, man. When you're in a bunch of leagues, Mike basically just sends me a sleeper league in chat like every once a week or so. It's just like, here, another $50, $100, right? And I think he gets so kind of stuck in the stagnant space. He just starts doing crazy stuff with scoring. You have to check scoring when you're in a McNutted league every time. He gets crazy with scoring, man. Wild with it. I don't know. I'm just kind of giving some names here. What about Mike's guy, Trey Lance? Okay, so Trey Lance has not been moved yet still, right? He's $43 out of a $1,000 budget.
That's not bad. I could get in on that. 43 for Trey Lance?
In an auction league, there's no way that goes through at 43.
You know what's wild?
This isn't even you having that.
I know it's not, but this guy, literally, I almost had Trey Lance for $51 about 4 days ago, and this guy was like, "Hey, you gonna let Trey Lance? Is the league gonna let Mike have Trey Lance for this price?" And then everybody started bidding him up, and then MFL fucked up, and I had to reset all the auctions because MFL.
What am I doing? Everyone watching, Mike's asking what I'm doing. I'm trying to give you guys actionable advice and questions and opinions on a real money league, and Mike doesn't want it to happen.
Actionable advice. It's that same guy who wouldn't shut up in league chat about me getting Trey Lance is now the high bidder on Trey Lance. So I have an alarm set for when Trey Lance is at 1 minute left to go in and just bid up his proxy and hit the reset. And now he can enjoy another 12 hours of waiting for his QB2. That's the plan, Adam. You can't tell the people this, though.
What you already did. What do you mean I can't tell?
Love the auction petty. Love the auction petty right there.
It's the auction petty. That's all it is, Chase. I don't even care about
I'm
team
here
building.
for it. I'm the same way.
I'm just here for the petty.
Mike's.
I will donate my $50 just to be an asshole for the rest of this auction draft.
Mike's petty has nothing to do with auction for every one of you guys watching, by the way. At what point in each round of a 12-team Superflex rookie draft do you trade the pick for a 25 pick in the same round?
Never. At no point.
Okay, so wait, hold on.
Are you going to move a pick like a third round pick this year for a third round pick in 25?
No.
Yeah, but what if I'm picking at the 112 and somebody just offers me a random 25?
No, that was what I was going to say. I think honestly, if someone says here is a 25 first for your 112, I might.
You would
consider
say
that.
yes.
I might consider. Might consider that.
I wouldn't.
And I'll tell you why I would say might.
2 years out.
The reason I'll say might is because I'm going to take a good hard look. I'm going to be petty like Mike is going to be. I'm going to say, is this team a disaster? Is this team a dumpster fire? Because here's the thing. I don't actually have to wait 2 years, Jay Rich, if this team is built really bad. Because what I can do is someone's going to say, man, we're going to have a lot more clarity. I wish Ray was here for this on the 25 prospects, right? In the middle of next season. Somebody might decide that 25 pick that could project early is worth moving at that point. So that's why I think it depends on the situation. If it's a really well built team, I wouldn't do that.
Yeah, I don't. Just again, for me, it's a 1 round discount per year, right? Like that's kind of how I treat it. If you want my second at the top, give me a 24 first, or give me assets kind of equivalent to that. If you're going 2 years out, you got to really make it worth my while if I'm gonna trade out of that.
And that's a fair point. And let me ask you this then. What about the 203? Would you trade your 203 for a 25 first?
Maybe.
And I think the 112 and the 203 are the same damn thing this year.
They could be, but that's not – I don't
– That's the reason I'll justify it because I agree with you too. I agree with you too.
But I don't think that's how most people think, right? We have those guys in kind of the same tier, same bucket, but you're trading a first-round pick, whether it's the 112, 111, it has a lot different name cachet, quote-unquote, than the 203. And for all you know, when you're in a rookie draft, you may be like, oh man, I might have actually preferred that 112 over that 203. You may not think that. You may think it's kind of the same, but you just never know. Having that higher pick is probably worth it. And 25 first sounds great, but you can get a 25 first easily, right? You don't got to trade your 112 for a 25 first. You could probably get something different package that you could use a little bit better that you'd be happier with.
Now, I will say this. On the surface, I think the 112 and 203 are very similar values for me, which is why in that exercise, I just think that if you want to get the 25 first and you don't want to get stuck with that pick, fine. Do I think you could maybe get better for that? Yes. I'm not saying that you have to just take the 25 first, but in a scenario that's your best offer and you wanted to, I could get behind it. Go ahead.
But even in the rookie draft we just did, would you prefer Kendre Miller or Tajay Spears?
Kendre Miller.
By how much?
Not much.
Probably a decent amount, right?
A little bit. I'd rather have him for sure. Yes.
Right? Would you prefer him over Michael Mayer?
Yeah, I would.
Jalen Hyatt, Jaden Reed, Mingo, Rice, Musgrave. These are all the players that went 203 or later.
Yep. Now,
and you're saying there's not much of a difference, but you're kind of admitting, well, there is a bit of a difference here between Kendre Miller and Tajay Spears.
There is, but I'll tell you this much, right? I talked about how this class I think is good at running back, but we're also all here today sitting, and most of you saying I'm crazy on Kendre Miller if I would take him as RB3 versus the 22 RB3 with Dameon Pierce, right? I think, like, tradability-wise, a 25 first that someone can talk themselves into early is really, really valuable in Superflex, and that's why I say it's about what the team's built like. So for me, it's a preference thing. I get if you don't want to do it. I'm not gonna tell you you're wrong to stay with Kendre Miller. I hear what you're
saying. It's just I think you're. So for me, I think you're overstating a little bit that difference between 112 and 203. I get they're kind of the same range of player, but in a lot of cases, you may be like, oh, I kind of wish my pick was a little bit higher. Right, and even though you get the 25 first, you may regret it. The 203, I'm with you. You know, those players probably not. But if I'm trading a pick in the same round for a pick in 25 in the same round, that's just not a move I'd probably make, even in the first round.
I mean, I got the 110 in the first copy of the 110 in the Royal Rumble. Like, can we trade 25 first, Jay? I'll swap you right now if you want.
Now, let me say this. Let me say this too. I think we also we're thinking about this right now. It just happened, and it's good to talk about it, but. Let's say Kamara misses. What do we think Kamara misses wise? Games. Like, what do we think that looks like?
I think 6 games.
Okay. 4 to 6, right? I think 4 to 6 is fair to say, correct? Let's say he misses.
Probably on the high end, just in case.
Let's say he misses 6 games. Let's just say for the sake of argument. And let's say because Jamal Williams has a new contract, which is, 2 years of guaranteed money. Let's say Kendre Miller doesn't take the workload away. And let's say that Jamal Williams is the primary back. And then Kamara's back. And Tajay Spears in Tennessee has Derrick Henry get traded, right? Like, variance-wise, I think in the same ranges here, like, I'm not going to put it out of the realm of possibilities. Tajay Spears is one of the guys in this class we want. So that's part of the reason I say they're similar. It's not necessarily what I believe today, just how it could play out. I'm with you, though. I want Kendre Miller by a decent amount ahead of Tajay Spears right now. But how it's going to play out, I don't know yet. It's hard to say.
Yeah. Because even if Derrick Henry does leave, I think what's being a little bit understated is just how talented he is, and it doesn't mean that Tajay is going to walk in and be anything close to what Derrick Henry did. Because that offensive line, it still isn't very good.
Awful.
And so I think that's 100%. Part of it as well.
He's not going to be Derrick Henry. For everybody listening, he's not going to be Derrick Henry.
Our guy Parker Washington just got drafted.
To Jacksonville.
Oh, wait, for real? Okay.
Yeah,
for real.
Jay, what do we got? Talk to us, man.
I mean, Parker Washington's fine. He's going to operate maybe behind Zay Jones if he's lucky. I just don't see a lot of upside for him in fantasy, but maybe if there's an injury, he could get some targets. I mean, he's got Trevor Lawrence as his quarterback, 6th round draft pick, not too interested. But, I mean, the thing for him, I think, where he really lost value this year was he was outplayed by his own teammate, and everyone thought he was the wide receiver 1 coming in. And so that was kind of a problem. But, yeah, Jacksonville's a fine spot. They're going to throw the ball a lot, but I mean, we all agree there's a lot of good weapons there already, so not going to move the needle and probably not looking for him off of waivers either.
Like
that. They're down. Brady has a flex. It's not a question. I can just tell you this is a flex. It has nothing to do. It's not a real question.
It's not a question.
What do you think about me getting Jahmyr Gibbs for $60 in the auction? Can we get Can we help this guy with a flex, a sounder of some sort, Jay Rich? He wants to
I'm
really
surprised you even put it up, man. If someone was trying to flex on me and didn't even pay for it, no way it'd be on the screen.
Well, here's the thing, man. I see in the chat people are saying I'm dirty, I'm this and that. No, I'll give people their credit. It's, hey, congrats, man. You got one win on the start of an auction league. Happy for you.
He did.
Congratulations. All right, Ty has a question. He's a shithead and a Heisman tier member. So, Ty, 12-team Superflex lineup, start 11, full PPR. It's a 0.7 tight end premium, 0.25 points per carry, 0.25 points for first down. Just traded Fields for 101 in the 24-second, adding A-Rich to Fields and Cousins. What are we thinking here, guys?
Yeah,
wait, how are you adding
A-Rich to Fields and Cousins?
He's taking A-Rich at 101.
But
but
he just traded Fields for
if you just trade
A-Rich, right? How do you have A-Rich and
This
has to be A-Rich and Cousins now, right? Instead of I know I've been drinking, but I'm not this.
What are we
confused.
doing here, man?
I'm not this confused.
Come on, Ty.
What's going on?
Get it together. Put it in chat. What quarterbacks are you guys? Is it just A-Rich and Cousins?
Give him 10 seconds.
I would
kick
say
him out.
We're looking for
Right?
all
10,
the context we can.
I was lost with all the
shots.
settings. It's like, there's a premium point per carry, point per first.
Chris says Ty been taking shots.
Ridiculous.
He been.
Hey,
all right, Ty. Can we get the actual context?
Chat from Ty too.
We do? Okay. How far up?
In the guest chat. I got it from him. I copied it and pasted it.
It's in the guest chat. All right. Okay. Let me get to that then.
Up.
No, you're good. Hold on. So, are you talking about the use this as a free water?
Yeah. Apparently, Ty gave us a super chat and it timed.
I did put that on the screen. That's a while ago. But yeah, he said this is a free mix in a water. Maybe. Let's see.
Hey, here we go.
There you go.
Rico said he pissed down his leg. I love it. Not really an athlete.
I'll let y'all answer this one, man.
Adam?
Question is Adam or Scott the bigger degenerate where they can talk about anything forever? Adam or Scott? I'll say Mike, but
I gotta give it.
I was gonna say Mike too, but he's not a part of this. As a guy that co-hosts with Mike, the correct answer, Jason, is Mike. But between me and Scott, what do you guys think?
I mean, if you guys want to discuss why Cayman Jack margaritas are the best kind of margaritas out around, let's have that. Let's play a game of Would You Rather.
It's got to be Scott because Scott's going to pull random questions out that we hadn't even thought of. Who's the first guy? It was back in 2004. He was drafted 504 in the fifth round. It's like, all right, I'm waiting.
He also
it's got to be Scott.
He also dropped. Remember, he dropped.
He's got some knowledge. Man.
He said who was the last 33rd overall pick to be drafted by Tennessee, and then it wasn't even that person, right? So I'm going to give the edge to Scott too. All right, $5 super chat. Oh, we already went to this one. My bad. I got one more super chat here.
Did that one.
Casey says, Mike, you really still salty about that? There was 5 hours left to bid on Lance, and I said it once in the sleeper chat. Once! Keep up the good work, boys. Love watching the banter. Casey, I appreciate the super chat. And I also appreciate somebody, even if it costs $10, calling Mike out in front of everybody for once. Thank you, Casey.
Casey, welcome. Yes, I am that petty and I am that salty, and I don't feel good for what's going to happen to you for the rest of this draft. Like, I've made it my mission. I don't care if I finish last place. I am resetting every one of your bids that gets under there. As long as it's not a player I don't give a shit about, right? Like,
people, it finally happened.
Uh-oh.
It finally happened.
Booty! Yep. New
We
England.
got some booty in New England.
New England, too.
Mac Jones.
Got some booty in New England. Mac Jones getting some.
Mac Jones to the moon.
Athleticism
Getting some
score,
weapons.
60. Damn.
Here's what's gonna happen.
I'm not putting Cody super chat on stream. I'm not putting it on stream.
The fish will love it. The fish will love it, man. They're gonna love it. Oh man, he's better than everybody there. Just wait until that booty gets a chance to get in there with Mac Jones.
Devontae Parker, yeah.
He's one that I'll draft just to trade to somebody.
Yep.
Like, it's just they're gonna talk themselves into it, no doubt about it.
He's not making it out of the third round. There's no way.
No.
No way he makes
my
it.
one pre-draft Tayshaun booty share at 401 is going to be moved before the end of the day. You can bet it. It's gone.
And what does that cost? What does it cost for me to get that?
The 312.
I want to be a fish.
A 24 third.
I'll give you a 24 third. Let's do it right now when I send that.
Oh, damn!
Live trade.
Done.
Okay.
Actually, can I get a super chat inbox offer? A 24 third or Keishawn Booty.
You gotta ask the panel.
I'm gonna put it through. I'm just messing though. But
which
curious.
Side are you
I'm
taking,
curious
Adam?
what you guys. I'm selling Booty.
Third.
I'm taking a 24 third. What do you guys think?
And Mike's gonna take him and flip him for more. Watch.
I think I'd wait. Yeah. We are not at the hype of Keishawn Boutte, man.
Not at the hype. Wait till. Oh,
second
Philly's
rounder
got a new
incoming.
Quarterback. Jalen Hurts on notice. On notice.
McKee, let's go.
Jalen Hurts is on notice.
Is there a limit to how many picks you're allowed to have in a single class? Like, this is getting crazy.
I don't know what to do. What
they
are you
have
doing
another
Hurts
one.
In Dynasty?
In case you want to know,
there's Hurts. What are you doing, Hurts in Dynasty?
Sell immediately.
Put him on the block today.
I mean, he's no longer a QB1.
This kid went to Stanford. He's accurate.
Stanford,
his IQ is off
big.
the charts.
Now, can I go Scott Connor on this? The last time they paid a quarterback, he just had a new contract and they drafted one. They got rid of Carson Wentz, and we had a Jalen Hurts take over.
Damn. 250 mil be damned. It's
I'm just
Tanner.
saying.
I'm just proposing the thought. That's all I'm doing. You know?
This is true, Adam. The last time they paid a quarterback, they drafted a developmental guy.
Look how quickly things change. Carson Wentz is worth what? Mike, what would you pay for Carson Wentz right now in Superflex?
The Eagles value the backup quarterback.
Negative
they keep
fat.
saying it.
Look at those eyes. He don't eat.
Mike's fed up.
He's like, why are we even talking about this?
Andy Dalton. Can I pay Andy Dalton?
Sure.
Nope.
Dalton.
He's on Carolina.
I think I want Andy Dalton.
Real talk, though, on Boutte. I'm looking at Twitter, and people are already, I believe, this is an upside pick.
Devontae Parker's going to get cut.
I'm perfect spot for Keishawn Boutte.
Perfect spot.
Hey,
Keishawn Boutte with a soft landing spot and the ability to earn high targets with Mac Jones.
Doesn't he just feel like a Belichick guy, Ray? Doesn't he just feel like a Belichick guy? Not at all. Not at all.
As a bad receiver,
like a bad
absolutely. A bad receiver is absolutely what Hoodie does.
Unreal value. I'm seeing it. Unreal value.
Unreal value.
Ray, Cody has a super chat. I'm not really feeling putting it on the stream. You tell me, man. This is your show. Are we putting Cody's super chat on the stream for $20 here?
Yeah, throw that up. Wait. Where is it?
Go ahead and read it. Go ahead and read it first.
Yeah, you might want to read it first. We need to QC that one.
Oh boy. I didn't know we were QC and super chats.
I'm getting called out. I'm getting called out for not putting it up. So I just want to make sure that I'm not the one that's holding everybody back here. You know.
Well, my children are watching right now.
All right, that's what I figured. I figured so.
Here's the thing. This is what I'm gonna tell y'all. All right, Jay Rich, you are in charge. Please do not let Mike and Adam go off the rails. I got to get ready for Bleacher Report. So
Ray, I'm out here not putting super chats on the screen. I'm not going off the rails. I'm the opposite of that.
And these two new guys, the two new guys down here, Overreaction Pod, man, they're going to be tame. But no, I got to get ready for Bleacher Report. I got to go research the Cowboys draft so I can spin this to Cowboys Nation that it was a good day, good
Ray,
weekend
there's not
for
much
us.
to research, man.
I know, but I got to go do it for BR. But I just want to tell everybody who's here with us on day 3, you know, the day that nobody really cares about. They don't get on there and stream. We've been here with y'all for the entire time, and we're going to finish it out. So just hit that super chat button, hit the thumbs up button, like, subscribe, support all the creators on this channel. We grow everything inside of DD. We don't outsource. It's DD grown. Mike and Adam, South Harmon, Overreaction Pod. Go to the Fantasy Draft Room YouTube channel and subscribe. Support Chase and Cody. Just to really appreciate y'all. Like, really, y'all made this a great weekend, and we're going to do it even bigger and better next year, I promise you. So I just want to thank everybody in the chat. Wake Up Show rocks with us. We got a lot of dope stuff coming real soon from DD.
Appreciate it, Ray. Real quick, I just wanted to say, too, to Ray's point, we have 400 people in here. If we could get everybody that's watching to go sub to the Fantasy Draft Room, these guys down here, right? They got a YouTube channel. They're just getting started. I'm telling you, they are great content creators, and they're pushing the space. Make sure everybody that's watching this, if they could, go down. That's all we're asking. No super chat. Well, we take a super chat too, but just go sub to them. Yeah, that's what I'm asking. All right, go sub to them. You won't be disappointed, man.
Love y'all, man, for real. Every single view, listen. I love y'all, man. Thank you for rocking with DD. Continue rocking with my boys throughout the rest of this day. I may make another appearance, but I got to go get ready for the show. Thank y'all. I love you, man, for real.
All right. See you, Ray.
Appreciate you, Ray.
Adam, there's an inbox offer. We're waiting with bated breath for you to be a man of your word.
Well, I was told by everyone on the stream that I should wait it out.
Wait for that one catch. Wait for that preseason catch, and then sell the hype. Someone's gonna buy Kayshawn.
You know what I'll do though?
Hit it.
See, because Mike says he's petty. He's salty. You know what? I'm gonna stand by my word. Right or wrong. That's what I do. All right. What's up? What's up, Cody?
One of us has integrity.
Oh, Cody's true. I'm the one person that keeps South Harmon with integrity. That's fine. I'll live with that.
At least one of us has integrity. I love that.
Hey, Cody. I have no idea what's going on with Cody Lewis right now. I love the guy to death, by the way. But.
Neither does he. Jeff Math asked, what's that podcast again? The Fantasy Draft Room.
The Fantasy Draft Room.
Fantasy Draft Room on YouTube, the Overreaction Podcast on the Destination Devy platform.
Yeah, if you're tapped into Destination Devy, if you're tapped into Destination Devy Radio, it comes in on the feed. It comes in every Wednesday. So check that out. But go sub to their YouTube page too.
The easiest thing to do for Destination Devy, sign up for the newsletter. Get the newsletter every Friday.
Great plug. Boom. Look at Mike.
Boom, get that newsletter. It's got all the content creators in there, and Brandon does such a fabulous job too of putting links to the content in there as well.
Actually, I think is that still making a early appearance this week?
Yes, I didn't get an email about that today.
I didn't either.
Look at Zach.
Maybe tomorrow.
Look at Zach feeling confident.
I'm glad Cody remembered.
A South Harmon stream.
It's been taken over. That's all right. When we had this last year on the South Harmon YouTube channel, it was Jay Rich who made me a Chris Olave believer.
Jay Rich is the one person that made the most sense on that whole day, by the way. Chris Olave stocks went skyrocketing. Yeah.
I told you, Mike, I got 0 shares. We talked about Dodson versus Olave for like 2 hours, and I had no shares.
Can I? This is another example of why you see what's happened with Philly in this draft, right? All these picks, this great team. This is another example of Mike's it's just insane how lucky he is. Jay Rich is preaching. Myself and Jay Rich get no Olave shares, and Mike ends up with all of them. Like, it's just, sometimes life ain't fair, man. Sometimes life is not fair. It's not about being fair.
Do what you got to do, man.
All right. Mike, you have to admit, you've had a damn good 3 days here with the NFL draft. The trades,
I'm not talking to Mike for a week.
Good
when we're
times.
done with this.
Listen, I took the L in the semis of Royal Rumble, and it's just redemption.
Oh, right? Chase!
What do we got?
Are you
my
ready?
guy from Nebraska.
Trey Palmer? Did he really get drafted? Where'd Trey Palmer go?
To the Bucks.
Where'd Palmer go?
Trey Palmer to the Bucks.
Fire him up, baby.
What wide receiver is he on the Bucks roster?
Yeah, talk
Mike
my
Evans,
shit.
Chris
6th round
Godwin,
wide
Russell
receiver. He's gonna be a burner. He can't do anything underneath, but he's fast.
Okay.
And,
is he the next Tyler Johnson?
The next Jalen Darden. Jalen Darden. Come on.
Jalen
Darden. What are your Bucks prospects?
Okay.
Yeah, so when you run straight, he can do that really well. If he has a corner in front of him or even a safety, he's gonna have really, really challenging time to get off of that coverage. So good luck if you draft yourself some Trey Palmer. Unfortunately, I can't be Mike here where I get 3 Iowa, guys drafted in the first, 32 picks, 33 picks. So I don't got any shit to talk. That's suck.
All right, man. Nobody had a good as night as Lucas Van Ness's dad on draft night. I don't know if y'all saw that when I put it in the Heisman chat, man. A little butt slap to Cole Kmet's sister. I don't know what he was doing.
My goodness.
That man was feeling himself.
Ray said, Jay Rich, you're in charge. Don't let it get off the rails. We're 5 minutes of Ray not being here.
Fucking hell.
Can I give a big shout out to Ty? Like we're on here for hours. We're over 4 hours right now. He's watching us currently live. He's 10 minutes behind, so he's not missing a single minute, and that's the reason apparently he's delayed. So let's go back. I got to scroll to find the question. Yeah, his quarterbacks are now Hurts, Cousins, and A-Rich. Okay, it was Fields. Remember, he moved Fields. He put Fields initially.
So he had Cousins and Hurts.
For the 101
added A-Rich.
in a second.
Correct,
and the 101 is going to be A-Rich.
Right. So now let's talk about that. I got to try to find it. My goodness, there's so many chats.
Yeah, that's fine.
It was a 101 in the 24-second for Fields. So he ended up getting himself the 101 in the 24-second, and now he has Hurts and Cousins.
Let me ask you guys this, because for me it does matter. Having Cousins as a quarterback too, to solidify like what's going to happen with A-Rich, makes it a lot more beneficial for me to go ahead and take the down tier and take the 24 first. I don't know if that matters for you guys.
It does. Yep. Like if his second quarterback, with A-Rich and he's got to wait on him is like a Jimmy Garoppolo.
Correct.
If it's a Ryan Tannehill, if it's one of these turds, I don't feel good about it and I couldn't do the move. But if you've got, Kirk Cousins, some people are going to value him, QB 13, 14, 15. Now he gets Jordan Addison at least for a year. Yeah, like this is an okay move to make.
I'm with you. I think the team actually means a lot here in the this trade. All right, Gavin has 12 teams, Superflex, half PPR. Give Walker and Olave to get Lamar. Come on.
Yeah, why not?
Give me Lamar.
Lamar with a bag? I would have taken this. I would have taken this when there was people panicked about him missing an entire football season, which was never going to happen. But
when Walker
now, and when Walker was the 1,000%, this is a smash.
Yep.
By the way, we got a subbed to the fantasy draft room.
Let's go.
Appreciate you.
Appreciate that. Wow. All right.
I can't even say that name.
Thanks,
man.
Mike. Cole Komet's sister is my cue to leave. So
sorry, Joe. It's a hard hit.
Come on, Joe.
Booty's prime for a marketing deal with Amtrak now.
Am I not drunk enough to get that one?
I
Amtrak booty. I don't know. I got nothing.
Yeah. All right. We'll come back to it when we all either get it or it wasn't. Send A-Rich for Lamar.
You're gonna have to elaborate.
Yes, Gerard. Yes, I'm sending A-Rich for Lamar. Yes, 1,000%. Whatever you think about A-Rich, and could he pass Lamar? I guess sure, but I'm never gonna take the.
Amtrak's a train. Oh, now it makes sense.
Boom.
All right, full circle.
Full circle.
All right. So, is Xavier Hutchinson still on the board?
Yes, he
is.
Yes,
he is.
Yes.
Surprisingly,
he's no longer draftable.
Yeah, he's not draftable now.
I was actually going to ask, speaking of draftable, let's talk about something serious. Is there anybody that can get drafted right now and we're like, okay, we're interested at all, even fourth round? We're talking in rookie drafts, right?
McBride,
only if they go to the Chiefs. Running back to the Chiefs. That's it.
Okay.
Yep. It's got to be running back.
And then we'll have to ask Cody about Pacheco over Swift again.
Yep.
No, that's been fully revoked. Nope.
Age like milk right there.
That is old take.
Already was subbed.
You're dug in. Got to deal with it.
Old takes. I'm gonna need it. I'm gonna need this feed scrubbed for that one. That shouldn't have gone over airwaves.
Dynasty Alex, who's a Swift truther, so he probably has 1 million shares. Swift or a random 24 first. It would give me 3 24s, 12 team PPR, start 10. Is this? Are we not taking a 20?
Doesn't look back good. That's all right.
Tua, Cousins, Mack, Breece Hall, Gibson, Jamal Williams, Amon-Ra St. Brown, Higgins, Olave, Goddard.
I'm taking the 24 first.
I don't hate
I'll
the
get
first.
liquid with it.
I'm going to take the first as
liquid.
well. I think we have to remember, too, as great as this is, and I would love nothing more than my DeAndre Swift shares to get some resurgence in Philly, but for a guy that was almost like completely cut off from dynasty relevance, you get a 24 first today, I think you just got to take that, man, personally. And I know that Dynasty Alex has a bunch of shares, so just take the first, please. Appreciate it.
A punter off the board, boys.
A punter? Is this our first punter?
Pats took a punter.
Yeah,
Pats took a punter.
Surprise, surprise.
Surprise, surprise.
Got to get your edge somewhere. That's where they're going to get it.
Behringer. Corner.
Did they take a kicker earlier, too? They took a
have a kicker and punter secured. Oh, yeah. Their special teams is locked and loaded.
Locked in.
They took the Maryland kicker.
Leave it to Hoodie to draft a kicker and a punter in the same draft.
When's their next draft pick? Because it's going to be a long snapper. You just know it at this point.
It's pick 210, 33 in this round. There it is.
That's all they need now. Where do they go?
Be perfect.
Kuntz? He didn't get picked, did he?
Nope.
No. We're waiting on the Washington pick right now that I see.
That could actually be a spot for Kuntz.
I mean, yeah.
That'd be a decent enough one.
You talk about people that you'd be interested in? Yeah.
I'll tell you what. Let me get one pick off of Kuntz, and then let's go KC.
Chris Rodriguez to Washington at 193.
Okay.
Wow. Okay. B-Rob,
Mike's rocking
Gibson.
Mike's rocking the Antonio Gibson jersey. Let's talk about this.
Just throw it in the trash, Mike. Take it off your head and just be like, yup, this is over.
You want me to throw it in the trash for a guy who's slow and doesn't catch passes? Okay, I'll get right on that one. Like, I'm good. Like, this is a...
They got themselves a new grinder. Is it an indictment on B-Rob?
It is an indictment on B-Rob a little bit. Who is behind Gibson and Brian Robinson, though? Like, it is nobody of consequence.
Chris Rodriguez Jr.
They needed
Chris Rodriguez is now, yeah.
Right now it's Chris Rodriguez.
There's nobody else I don't even think that matters at all.
The Jarrett Patterson thing never worked out.
Patterson's gone, right?
Would there be any interest in the fourth for Chris Rodriguez? Do you think he could crack the fourth for you guys?
Yes.
I think in lineup especially, yeah. In lineup especially for sure.
It's a running back on a 53. There's interest in him in lineup leagues for sure.
I mean, with how bad this
gets
is
hurt,
he might be back to the third.
Later,
It's not one of the worst spots we've seen, that's for sure. Like, it's funny. You think about Izzy Abanikanda to the Jets in the 5th or Chris Rodriguez here in the 6th.
I would have much rather had Izzy. I would have much rather had Izzy go a full round later here in Washington. Than,
yeah.
And then you probably could have convinced me to take my Antonio Gibson jersey off.
Right, but we can't now.
But not a slow running back.
Jarrett Patterson is actually still on the roster.
It's hilarious how he is so Brian Robinson. Just runs the ball up the middle, and that's pretty much all he can do.
This is really gross. I don't like this pick at all.
I'd go buy some Brian Robinson today, to be honest.
Peyton asked when McIntosh is going. I don't know. When's the USFL draft?
Hold on, here we go. Regarding last night, Kenneth Walker was the 38th in the league in true yards per carry. Guys like Pacheco 10th, Khalil Herbert 5th at breaking tackles, which is more Seattle style. Hold on, this is part 2. Charbonnet is a steal. Got him 201 in my league. Fade Walker, I'm a Seahawks fan as well. Kenneth Walker gets tackled easily at the line of scrimmage or behind it. Dude can't block and can't catch.
Yep.
Can Ben Ege confirm?
I'm not gonna say he can't catch. Why he had an 8 catch or 9 catch game.
Bro, okay. Can we stop talking about how Kenneth Walker caught 6 passes in one game once? Like everyone brings every time we talk about Kenneth Walker can catch. It's remember when he caught 6 passes in that one game? Like okay, great. He caught more passes in one game than he ever caught in college. But
he didn't drop them.
Let's not go crazy. He caught 6 passes once.
Like if he can't catch,
I get.
I just hear this argument way too much. Like,
see, and this is what this is what Ray meant by Jay Rich keep it on the rails, because that's a good point. It's not good. I mean, we've already said this though. It's not good for Kenneth Walker. Like I don't really know that anyone on here said it's ever been a good thing for Kenneth Walker. So I wouldn't disagree with any of the points here. I will say, like, I'm curious to see how far he falls on keep, trade, cut, and in leagues, because if it's at a certain, like, catastrophic fall, I might buy back in. But primarily, I'm just hoping to get out of a couple shares at peak value still, because it's not good for Kenneth Walker, man. Let's just call it what it is.
Yeah, that's wild.
I mean, and Seattle's always, they even said all last year, they'll ride with the hot hand between Penny and Kenneth Walker. I don't know why they wouldn't have that same mindset this year with another second-round running back and just kind of see who is playing well and ride it out. So it's going to be a mystery. Best ball, fine, but I don't really want to have them in lineup where I feel like I'm going to have to start them every week and feel confident about it.
I mean, I'll say this too. I think that I love this picture, by the way, of Kyler. Wow. Pete Carroll wants more of a grinder, right? So I think if you think about Seattle, right? They have. If you look at how it's gone, like I thought Pete Carroll and I'm drawing a blank on the GM. Schottenheimer, is it?
Schneider.
No,
Schneider.
Schottenheimer was the old OC.
Schneider. Yeah. So they've done things the opposite of what they're at now, right? They were pushing everything in early. They took Rashad Penny. Now they've got multiple firsts. They've been trading back. They've always wanted to establish the run. We know this, right? And the way they utilized Kenneth Walker last year proved that. But them taking Charbonnet after having 2 firsts and trading back, I think it signals that they have no intentions of stop running the football. And Charbonnet, I think, is going to be a beneficiary. And Walker gets hurt. I mean, there's not really much to say. He'll be okay to this point. I don't think he's going to be terrible, but he's nowhere near this top 5 dynasty asset that we thought he was at the running back position. Even close.
Hey, man. Adam
All right,
Troutman,
Mike.
our guy,
Oh,
traded.
man. Adam Troutman's 40 equals Adam's bathroom time. Wow.
How much do you care about Adam Troutman anymore, Adam?
How much did I care about him before? I didn't. It's an L I took from a couple years ago. Where did he get traded to?
A.T. Perry headed to the Saints.
Oh, okay. And Troutman's going to Denver to go behind Albert O and
Peyton and Dulcich.
Yuck.
Troutman is not better than either of those guys.
Yeah, can we get that sounder that Troutman's officially
you know who it is good for?
There it is.
More Jawan Johnson, baby. More Jawan Johnson.
Let's go.
Fire him up.
Yeah.
Troutman was never in the way of Jawan Johnson, but you're still right. Okay.
At one point last year, he was in the way of Jawan Johnson.
A.T. Perry stand up. I'm not sure about this, man.
Cody, go ahead and stand up there.
Man.
A.T.
No.
Perry.
Yeah, go ahead.
No.
Oh, he's been riding A.T. Perry
A.T.
forever.
Perry stands in here? What is happening?
This guy.
There's one standing up.
This guy.
Are we in?
This guy.
Are we?
No,
Just when I
heck
thought I was
no.
out, are they pulling me back in?
Go ahead, Cody.
Let me remind you.
A.T. Perry or Rashid Shaheed. I mean, what?
You got
That's ridiculous. One is fast and one is slow.
You have
What are we
2 minutes.
doing here?
You have a full minute to convince us. Go.
A.T. Perry has a very good collegiate profile. He is large. He is that large presence that they need. A Michael Thomas potential replacement. Will it ever be that? No. Should you actually draft him? No. I like him though, so it's literally just.
I like that
personal
analysis.
preference.
He is large. That's top tier.
If you
top
haven't,
tier analysis.
if you haven't
watched all the tape to come with it, he's large.
If you haven't already,
He is large and in charge of not being worth a 4th round pick.
I know we talked about this just a little bit ago. If you
Brett
haven't already,
Whitefield, I know loves A.T. Perry.
If you haven't already, at least reconsider if you're going to subscribe to the Fantasy Draft Room after that. So
there you go. Yup.
Yeah.
You're supposed to represent Cody. Hey, Adam, where was that 10 seconds and kick him off
courtesy
thing?
of Cody.
Listen, man, he was talking. He could hear us. I'm not going to stop the man. You know, he's got a point to make. I'll let him make it. You know, so.
Hey, and he's not slow. I mean, he ran like what, a 4.47. I mean,
4.6?
just to give.
I don't know.
He ran a 4.47. 11'1" broad jump. Like he 40 time. It says combine results. So 4.47, 159 split, 35-inch vertical, 11 foot 1 inch broad jump. He's got some burst, and he has the college profile. He's old. He's big. I sound like Mel Kiper, but I guess Cody, you should have done a better job.
Up.
Yeah.
Demon Deacon.
I mean,
let's go.
Wyatt has a burning question.
Who the hell is Mel Kiper? I'm sad that I missed all that
is that
18.
dude.
Would you take a 25 first for A.T. Perry?
A 25 first?
25 first.
Man, I don't know.
First.
A.T. Perry's pretty valuable now.
Dude, but
next Michael Thomas.
You gotta wait. You have to wait for 2 years for that first to come to fruition. I don't know.
You do. You do. And A.T. Perry could be
like
wide
I
receiver
said,
one by
it's
then.
At the fantasy draft room.
It's a personal fanboy of mine.
They draft by the pound at the fantasy draft.
There we go.
So there you go.
Brandon Sanders, Sage Surratt is killing it in the USFL.
Let's
Yeah,
go.
he is.
Say Sherrod.
That's-
He actually.
Yeah, another Demon Deacon. Let's ride.
There we go.
Perfect.
Wake Forest stand up.
That's what I
Wake
thought I was
Forest.
getting into when Eric was like, "Do you want to do a USFFL league?" I'm like, yeah, I'm in, man. Like, I want some Sage Surratt. And then he was like, "No, it's just the format. We just call it USFL." Oh, my bad. A.T. Perry, huh? I'm sad I missed that analysis, Cody. I'm sure it was good though. I really had to go to the bathroom.
There was nothing good about it.
It was. I would say. I would debate it was great. It was great.
Okay. Elijah Higgins
back on the rails.
Oh,
that's actually
man.
interesting.
This is really interesting.
Tua.
Yes.
Because if he switches to tight end to fill in that move tight end role and gets that tight end eligibility, I really like this. Really, really like this.
Where are we shooting our
and
shot? Let's talk about
I would
this.
pick up off of waivers.
I actually totally agree with
There's no reason
Jay
to
Rich.
draft him.
Where?
But Elijah
okay,
Higgins
all right.
is someone who will probably transition to tight end, and he's a player I've been looking to get drafted because if he does become the tight end for the Dolphins, he won't have a ton of value, but he'll have a lot more than he will as a wide receiver. That's very interesting.
Telling me you got like 36 players that we've seen go so far that you really care about drafting? Like, you're probably taking Elijah Higgins at the end of the third round, beginning of the fourth, to be honest.
I would say in the fourth.
I don't think you have to. I don't think you have to. But the point is that people who don't know that Higgins could be a tight end is the reason why he is valuable, and you want to pay attention to him on your teams, because if he does transition to tight end, and if you hear those rumblings like we've heard all draft process, he will have value. He will have value.
I feel like if he went to any other team other than Miami, him converting to tight end would probably be a good thing. But the way that Miami uses the tight end has not been good. I mean, I don't know.
But they don't need him at receiver, though. That's why I like it. They don't need him at receiver, but they need a tight end. They lost Gesicki. They need to figure out that role. And if Higgins could be this big slot, tight end, H-back type of guy, I think he provides a lot of versatility there. Again, not super fantasy relevant, but if he becomes a tight end, you have to pay attention to that because he will have value.
Durham Smythe, Tanner Connor, Eric Saubert is that depth chart as it currently sits. He could actually be, if they convert him and he can do it, he could be like tight end 1/2, 1A,
47. Yeah, 47.
All right, question for you guys, real quick. Cam Akers or the 203 in this class?
Probably Cam Akers.
I'm gonna start giving you guys random dynasty comparisons and players to this class, just to give people listening context. Because honestly, at this point, like Higgins is a good case scenario, but a lot of these picks probably aren't going to be that relevant. We'll name them through just so people know, but like let's start thinking about the class versus other random players.
Give me Cam Akers.
I'm taking Cam Akers.
I'll take Akers.
Cody?
I'll take Cam Akers. Yeah.
I was told there's no way, but here we are all these days later.
I'm just gonna keep sneaking Cam Akers into every discussion just so he feels better about his take. For
I'm actually trying to go off Keep Trade Cut. I started there. Let's go AJ Dillon.
Yeah.
Give me the pick.
I'll take the pick. 203 still.
I'll take pick.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. One at a time. I was all at once. Jay Rich said pick, right?
Pick. Yeah. If it's 203 still, I just wasn't sure.
Yeah, 203. 203. Let's just say 203 for now. Pick.
Yeah, the pick.
Chase's pick. Cody.
Pick.
Mike. Okay.
Clean sweep.
Just so everybody knows, those guys are one spot apart on Keep Trade Cut. So interesting.
Tells you a lot about Dylan.
Yes, it does. That's exactly what I was going to. Okay, what about, let's go to the one pick later. James Cook or 203. 22 versus 23, Mike.
I think you could make the case for James Cook there pretty easily.
I'm going to take James Cook.
Okay.
I think I mean,
we talked about running backs who have dodged landmines, and the Buffalo backfield hasn't done anything.
It all depends on what you believe in Damian Harris, right?
Right.
If you believe in Damian Harris,
and
then I don't, I think James Cook's actually a pretty big winner. Quietly.
There's a scenario right now. I take James Cook over the 203, and then in 2 weeks we find out Dalvin Cook had traded there, and you're going, shit.
Yeah.
Hold on a second.
Yeah.
Dan disagrees with us. I'm trying to figure this out in my head, realistically. What 203 for us right now? We're talking, Hyatt, Mayer, Spears. Do we really want that over Cam Akers, who didn't take a running back again this draft? He had a great finish this season. We've seen it in spurts. We haven't ever seen it for a full year.
You have a really good point. Is we're talking about how the Rams are awful. They're going to be awful. We don't expect them to be good at all. But Cam Akers was still good last year, even when the Rams were absolutely abysmal. And they've actually added to the offensive line and actually tried to bolster it a little bit. So while quarterback play is in question, offense is in question, Cam Akers was still good with Baker Mayfield back there. And so if they continue to just tank, run the rock, I think there's no reason to not believe Cam Akers could be good, because if, heaven forbid, the Rams surprise at all, he'll probably be even better than we expect him to be.
He had a running back 1 week when fantasy mattered most. He was a running back 1 in the final 6 weeks with Baker at the helm when a team had no Cooper Kupp in a complete disaster. And Gavin, the audacity. Dillon over 203 over Akers over Cook. I don't even. I actually, it's part of the reason I wanted.
Does anybody here want Dillon right now?
Yeah, if there's any Dillon stands out there, stand up.
I don't get it, man. What are you?
I've never got it.
This offense should be way worse this year. Could be way worse.
Nobody here, I don't think, would take Dillon first over these guys. But I'll say this. I think the reason I'm bringing this up is I think I'm trying to give people ideas, though, if they do want to liquidate at 203, spots you can do it at. Because we've talked about getting out of these first and seconds, but what are we actually looking for in return? Somebody here, Gavin. Gavin, it's nothing personal against you. I would do almost the opposite of this. I'd go Akers, Cook, 203, Dillon. But the point is, you could probably flip the 203 to certain spots if you're looking to get a running back.
The A.J. Dillon thing is crazy to me, Adam. You and I have had conversations about it, but for everybody else here, Cody, Chase, Jay Rich, we keep track because we do best ball, right? So we keep track of when you spike and when you're consistent and above average option. So this is for lineup or best ball, but you know that would anybody say Javonte Williams had a good year last year? No, he was hurt, right?
Goodness, no.
Nope.
Right?
For 2 weeks, maybe, I guess. I don't know.
Do you think Kareem Hunt had a good year last year?
I know he didn't. Nope. You can see the sign in the background.
A.J. Dillon is tied with him. 1 spike week and 4 consistent weeks on both of those running backs who we ultimately are just like, nah, we're good.
Yeah.
They didn't do anything. One tore his ACL and the other was just god-awful all year.
The one spike happened to come in the playoffs, too, or people probably remember that. Right. So maybe that's part of it, but...
That's A.J. Dillon with Aaron Rodgers. What's A.J. Dillon with Jordan Love? I'm good, man. You can keep your A.J. Dillon.
I'll go through a couple more just for the exercise, but my point is trying to give people ideas, and there might be somebody that's high on A.J. Dillon. Maybe you can sell A.J. Dillon. Maybe you can trade out of 203 for James Cook or for Cam Akers. So ideas here. All right, David Montgomery with Jahmyr Gibbs now. 203 or David Montgomery?
This one's tough.
Probably Montgomery. I believe in the team.
It's disgusting to say. I believe that there's a possibility he does a Jamal Williams, maybe not full Jamal Williams, but the touchdown potential is going to be there for fantasy purposes. So I think I might go Monty. I'll take Monty over
this is so gross from what we thought before this draft happened, guys. Right? Like 203, we were kind of thinking it would be decent. We're talking Montgomery all unanimously. Like, that's wild to me. After they take Gibbs at 12.
Right.
Okay, B-Rob or D203. I know Mike's going to say the pick, but everybody else?
203.
I think you probably should take the pick, but
pick.
Are we
pick?
Is it because of Chris Rodriguez that we say that?
No,
yes and no.
Brian
yes
Robinson
and no.
sucks.
Brian Robinson.
Dalvin Cook.
I mean, I want Dalvin Cook.
Dalvin.
Easily.
Isaiah Pacheco.
Give me the 203.
He survived. He survived the draft too.
That's the pivot point for me where, like, I think the problem with Pacheco is that I know if he hits, I could probably get a first.
Yep.
But cashing out for the 203 is not a bad option because I don't necessarily believe. I think he's kind of a between the 20s grinder, and we'll see how many touchdowns he can really score in that offense. Maybe a lot, maybe not too many. It's hard to say.
I think these are all pretty reasonable, like, value-wise. I have my opinions, but I think if someone said one or the other, I might disagree, but it's not outrageous. Okay, here's a couple more. This one is crazy to me. Alvin Kamara, who's running back 33 right now, or the 203.
I want Kamara.
Would you guys
take AK?
Yeah, I was going to say, would you trade the 203 given a 6-week nothing, given you're getting Alvin Kamara? Like, come on.
Yep.
I would go try that, honestly, God. I would go try that if you want to liquidate. That's a good try. I mean, maybe the owner won't, but and then they have Devon Achane, which I think is
Devon Achane goes before the 203.
203 right now, so there you have it, right?
Yep.
Like, Yeah, man. 203 is not nearly as valuable as it once was. So just wanted to give some exercise there. Hopefully you found that valuable. Even if you have Dylan, which we don't, at the first overall.
That's fair. How about Adam? This was a hot topic. We did the trade show that came out today. We did one a couple weeks ago where I got a lot of shit about it. How's it look now, just in your opinion, and let's get to panel's opinion.
Okay.
We traded away a lot of Jamison Williams for late first, 111, 112s. You toss in a random third or whatever. Where are you at now? Like with what we know of this class, would you rather take a shot on Jamison Williams with the suspension, or would you rather have one of these back end first?
Let's play Would You Rather. I'll start at the 109. So would you rather J-Mo or Zay Flowers right now? Everybody here.
Flowers.
Okay, so that's 109. Would you rather J-Mo or Will Levis? 110 in our current mock that we just did.
Levis.
Okay.
Levis.
Devon A-Chain or Jameson Williams?
This is where it sucks.
I'll take J-Mo.
I'm with Jay Rich here.
12th overall pick, man.
I'll take him.
With the suspension, I'm taking J-Mo.
I will too, but I'm not going to be shocked if somebody says A-Chain. I will take J-Mo,
I might take
I'm
A-Chain.
taking A-Chain.
Interesting.
Yeah, like I feel like that offense, A-Chain.
Okay.
Yeah, A-Chain.
The problem for me with it, and I get it though, if it hits, it's going to be awesome, but this is an offense that can replace running back like it's nothing. Like, right?
Yep.
Like Jeff Wilson, Raheem Mostert, they sign someone off the streets. If A-Chain gets dinged up, it's risky there. All right, Kendra Miller or J-Mo?
J-Mo.
J-Mo.
J Rich?
I love Kendra J-Mo.
Probably J-Mo.
We're pretty close to split here. I think I could consider Kendra, but it's close if you told me J-Mo. So we're leaning. All right. So basically, what we're saying here is at 110 or earlier, we're probably taking J-Mo, and at 111 or later, we're taking the pick, and then we're taking J-Mo at 111 or later. So
the issue for me on J-Mo is that Gibbs is not a running back. Gibbs is a weapon, right? Like Gibbs is going to be used a lot in the passing game, and that takes away heavily from what J-Mo could possibly be after a year where we are like Amon-Ra St. Brown is better than J-Mo by far, and then Gibbs might actually be more of a pass catching weapon than J-Mo as he's coming back off of a suspension year 2 after a year in which he didn't do anything in year 1 catch. I mean, I'm very scared for J-Mo.
Can we let me put this up here because I was gonna say something about this. Now I everybody here said Levis, and I think part of it is like the scarcity and tradability, maybe, but I think I'd be okay taking J-Mo over Levis. I'm not going to fight you if you needed a quarterback and you wanted Levis over J-Mo, but I think this one's controversial. I'm not going to say that anyone's right or wrong, but I think it's controversial. Any thoughts on this? Mike, I know you're a big Levis guy, so I'll let you defend it because I know you're a J-Mo hater now, apparently, too, based on the trade show.
It's super flex leagues, man. And I'm going to take a quarterback who got taken early in the second round. Like, that's where I'm shooting my upside. We don't want to say it, but wide receiver is the easiest replaceable position in all of fantasy football because there's just so many of them. There is so many to choose from. Right, not even in best ball, in lineup leagues too, man. Like
no, but in lineup you can do any running back on a 53 we talk about, right? Like I think it's a little more convoluted there. Best ball for sure, 100% with you.
Yeah, but I'm talking like super flex quarterbacks. Like the difference.
Oh, the quarterbacks is no question. Yeah.
Trying to find a super flex quarterback versus trying to find even in a lineup league your third wide receiver. There's so many options. We talked about it with T. Higgins, where this is a guy who's a top 10 dynasty wide receiver. We got 25 guys we're naming off. Like, would you take this in a tear down? Yes, absolutely, you would take it in a tear down. So wide receiver is easily replaceable. I'm just going to shoot the shot on the quarterback because that's a hard position to find. And if you can find one that hits, even though it's not first-round draft capital, if Will Levis comes out and has a decent enough rookie year, they start to build around him. All of a sudden you go from, like, I'm not saying it's going to be Jalen Hurts because he's special, but you go from a guy who's taken third in rookie drafts the year he came out with second-round draft capital to a guy now that we're going, hey, this is a top 3 option. Even if Will Levis could get to, like, 15, he could just be Kirk Cousins. That's extremely valuable in Superflex leagues.
We have burning ears. Bleacher Report is here saying he wants to jump back in. I kind of had a feeling this one was controversial. I'll let you guys talk it out, though. Go ahead.
The thing with JMO is, you talked about it earlier with Addison and JSN. Like, JMO is not the number one wide receiver on that team. He's not. It's going to be Amon-Ra. And then you add another pass-catching weapon like Gibbs. They already gave DeAndre Swift a lot of targets if they can get, and it was close to 100. I think it was like in the 70s, almost 80. And he wasn't healthy. So if they give him 90 to 100 targets, he's just not going to produce for you those top 12 wide receiver type seasons that you'd kind of want and hope for, best case scenario. We still don't know what he is. I like JMO. I liked him coming out, but it's a lot of time away. 1 catch, 41 yards in what, 6 games he had last year. I don't know, man. There's still mystery there, and because it's the super flex position, because it's quarterback, I'd take a shot on Will Levis just because of the scarcity.
Yeah, part of my issue is like I have a hard time with round 2 quarterbacks. Obviously, you could point me to Jalen Hurts. You could point me to guys that have hit. For me, like at round 2, it's where I start to just trust the process of fading them overall. Not even that I like Will Levis or don't like him. If I just faded round 2 quarterbacks overall, I would win long term. Now, Will Levis could absolutely hit, but round 2 quarterbacks, go ahead and look them up, and I could give you a list of the guys that have not made it. But there are some guys, Derek Carr, Jalen Hurts. There's some round 2 quarterbacks that are in the league, but a lot of the round 2 guys end up being nothing. So that's part of my issue with Levis. I'm not going to say that I still wouldn't take him over JMO because I'm concerned for JMO too. Like the rookie season, I don't want to put too much stock into it because it seems like they never really gave him a chance to play a role that mattered. But now he's going to have a 6-game suspension, right? And then I think about his dynasty value. Okay, some of these other rookies maybe start to pop. There's other wide receivers in the space. Where is he valued when he comes back? What is his role now again, not being featured early, and he has to come into a mid-season type situation? It worries me with JMO too. I don't know. I think here I would maybe take JMO for tradability, but I wouldn't fight you if you took the other side. If it's a tight end premium league with 2 tight ends, is a guy like Sam Laporta worth taking at 203? Absolutely, man.
Yeah,
absolutely.
He could go higher than that.
Absolutely,
taking it like 106.
Mike, I know you just hated my Will Levis slander, but go ahead and talk your Sam Laporta stuff.
In 2 tight end leagues or heavy tight end premiums, like all these tight ends do get pushed up. Where right now we're kind of going like, if I have to take Kincaid at the back end of the first or the early part of the second, I'm in. Same goes for like Sam Laporta though. In these leagues, they get pushed up even farther. Where we're talking about, do I take A-Chain or do I take Kendre Miller? I think I'm gonna forego as much as I love A-Chain and as much as I love like Kendre Miller in 2 tight end leagues. It's so hard to find that second tight end. I'm going to take the guys with the good draft capital. So they do get pushed up. At 203 in a 2 tight end league, oh, yeah, I'd smash the hell out of that. Like Sam Laporta there would be perfect.
This is also tight end premium and 2 tight end, right? So, like, absolutely at the 203, we're considering it. I don't think anyone here disagrees, do they?
I mean, how far do you push that up? Like, I'm almost saying like 106, 107, depending on what the premium is.
I don't think I'd go that high. Actually, let's talk about it. Okay, so right now, here's the thing. Like 106 is JSN and Quentin Johnson. I'm still taking those guys, I think, ahead of the tight ends in this class. Do we agree here or no?
And I'm
dependent on the premium. I mean, like, let's say it's 1.5. Like, sure.
Yeah, let's say it's 1.5 tight end premium standard with a 2 tight end league. Okay, I think I'll take even JSN there. I think I could make a conversation at 109 starting for tight ends. What do you guys think?
Yeah, Kincaid coming off the board, I could see that. Yeah.
Yep. Kincaid, Mayer.
Do you want Kincaid there?
I'd still have Mayer and Laporta above Kincaid.
Yeah.
What I feel
Kincaid
good about
wouldn't
it,
even
like,
be my tight end 1.
Do I want to build my team around Dalton Kincaid? No, but people in the league are going to know that 2 tight end leagues, tight end premium, they're hard to get. If I take Dalton Kincaid, at least it's a pretty good movable asset later. Like I may not end up with Kincaid when the season starts, but it might get me into another tight end that I felt good about and a plus, like some sort of tear down where people are hyping Kincaid up a little bit too much.
I agree with you guys, by the way. I think at 109 starts the tight end discussion. I'm not putting Kincaid as my tight end 1. There's Mayer, there's Laporta, there's guys. Let me ask you, J. Rich, can we get you to pull up? Because Barry's putting it out here. He says the draft challenge is down to Sean Tucker and Zach Evans. Of all the prospects in this community, wow.
That's it. We got
who's in the lead right now?
They got 11 is the lead. It's Mount Hombre. I don't know how to say his name. Jay Peters has 11. Barry has 11. And Drewski has 11. And then Astros Frass has 10. So those are the really only guys in the running right now.
Wow.
But yeah, 4 guys tied at 11. 2 players still to go. I haven't calculated the tie breaks yet. We'll do that after if we have to. But yeah, 11 picks out of about 50, I think is the number or so that I put in the draft challenge. So 20% hit rate. I believe last year I won with around a 25% hit rate. So this is right on par with that. But yeah, Sean Tucker, Zach Evans, the only players left in the draft challenge. And to be fair, there's no undrafted. So if they go undrafted, doesn't matter. That wasn't an option for the draft challenge. But for Tucker and Evans, they are definitely on notice. They may not go drafted. So
Barry and Jay, come on.
We are very on notice. What happens if they both go undrafted?
Okay.
Who wins?
So we do have a tiebreak. I haven't looked at the tiebreak exactly to see who would win that. I have to calculate that still. But yeah, I'll do that later tonight if I have to. But hopefully it gets decided by a Sean Tucker.
Yeah, let's hope that just one of them gets
Zach
drafted
Evans
just for the sake of the
Sounds
challenge.
like Barry has Evans to Denver and Tucker to New England because that's what he wants. So that must be what he has for his draft challenge.
Barry's out
I'm
here.
at 9 actually, so I could get there. I could get to.
You get to the tiebreak. You get to the tiebreak. Yep.
But
for sure.
I have,
you and Berserker has 9.
Where do you need Evans and Tucker to go then?
So I got one that I think could actually hit. Zach Evans to Arizona, but then I have Sean Tucker to Washington, and I think that one probably just died.
Rodriguez killed you.
Dead.
That's over.
Yep.
Yeah, your hopes are gone, buddy. Zach Evans
Xavier
still on the
Hutchinson
board.
Off the board to
thought?
Houston.
Okay.
Oh, wait, hold on. Okay, to Houston. We actually had
Xavier Hutchinson to Houston. Interesting.
Is Mechie the Texans wide receiver 1? Gavin wants to know.
Probably still Nico, for being honest. Probably still Nico, but maybe. You never know. If Bryce likes the slot a lot, maybe that's the wide receiver 1. Mechie, 2nd round pick last year. Could be. I liked Mechie a lot. Or we must see 3rd rounder, 2nd rounder, 3rd rounder, right around that turn.
This is gross for. Just even thinking about this is really gross for C.J. Stroud love. If I'm being honest.
Yeah.
I'm
Robert
trying
Woods
to figure out too, right? The
there.
The 3rd round has taken a hit. You remember we did a trade show a couple months ago where I traded Mechie for like the 311 and got roasted for it. Now the class is dog shit, but I'm trying to figure out whether or not that was a pre-NFL draft.
Right.
True. Yeah, good point.
Oh man. Oh, just so many takes.
Scott.
Ray says even Spiller got that early day 3. He's talking.
I feel so bad for Scott.
Evans.
Andre Iasovis, wide receiver out of Princeton, going to the Bengals. And
let's go.
Locked up in
Trenton Irwin is officially a best ball darling for 1 week.
Dead.
This guy is going to be a gunner, and that's about it. Hopefully,
the best part
he was, man.
No, but see,
first team all Ivy League. Let's go.
Everybody watching, we got everything we needed. We needed everything we got out of Trenton Irwin, man. That's all we needed was that 1 week to beat Mike.
He gave you 1 week in the semis to beat me. It's terrible.
Depends how you look at it.
Jesus.
Depends how you look at it. People are talking about Bobby Trees, man. People are talking about Bobby Trees. Why are you disrespecting Bobby Trees?
I like Robert Woods a lot. I think he's a great receiver, but man, is he old.
Yeah.
I mean, he was old last year.
Yep. He was coming off the ACL, though. You're
right.
off the ACL. Maybe we see something.
We target players a year removed from the ACL, right? Robert Woods, Bobby Trees. Let's go.
He's still like 33 or something. What is he? He's definitely old.
That sounds right.
31.
Is Irv Smith still alive?
Yeah, Mike said he's in on Irv Smith for the first time ever.
For the first time ever, I'll be in on Irv Smith, man.
Wow, that's a big statement from Mike, man. Huge.
He survived the draft. I thought they were going to do something, and they didn't. Right? We heard all the Mayor to Cincy mocks, like we seen them all. Never happened. So.
People saying stop forgetting about Tank Dell, by the way, to Houston.
Jordan Love gets some more support. Anders Carlson, kicker from Auburn, to the Packers. Let's go.
Interesting.
More support.
Interesting.
I love it.
Hey, man, if you can't score touchdowns, you need a kicker that can kick those field goals. Green Bay got it.
This was also my favorite part of last year doing day 3 with Jay Rich. Not only the in-depth conversations we have, but just the slight towards every pick that would come off the board. Like, oh, this helps Jordan Love, huh? They get a kicker.
Man, they are hyping up Ilyasovas right now.
Shane from he was talking big stuff on Ilyasovas, right?
Dude,
Yeah,
I've never
Shane
seen someone
Hallam.
get locked
Shane
up.
Hallam, yeah.
I've never seen someone get locked up so hard by every corner at the Senior Bowl.
Really?
Every single one.
Oh, for real?
Oh my God, dude, just straps.
That bad, huh? Oh no.
Straps. Darius Rush, the LSU corner, NC State. He made a couple plays, and he's very athletic. But man, and through the route, he was not very good.
Why is Jay Rich feels like he's just putting the.
I have. If you guys might have seen on Twitter, I have a literal video of Darius Rush just wrecking him and getting a pick off of him on a little comeback route. Completely jumped it. Dude stood no chance. He was right in his hip pocket the whole time. It's not good. It's not good.
So I did do some looking. We did have a trade just a couple weeks ago with Jamison Williams, and this involves a 2 tight end league. So with a tight end premium. So both questions that we answered back to back is between me and Eric. I sent away JMO in the 206, and he sent me Jacoby Myers in the 112. So how do we feel about that with the 2 conversations that we had? 2 tight end league, tight end premium, and Jamison Williams value. Like, which side would you guys land on that?
I didn't hear the
question. So it was 206.
Yeah, that's all right.
Yeah,
I'm trying to kill the silence, but if you could give me a rundown again, that'd be great.
Yeah,
because these 2 guys are just letting the dead air just.
I felt the same way though. I was like, all right.
I was trying to process
these 2.
Jamison
all right, what's the 2 for 2? All right.
Jamison Williams in the 206.
Okay.
4, Jacoby Myers in the 112. The draft hasn't happened yet. It is a tight end premium and start 2 tight ends in a best ball league. So we get both of them, right?
I want the pick.
You could take a tight end at 12. Yeah, I might go the higher pick.
Yeah.
Jacoby in the 112.
206?
Probably.
Right. Do you value Jacoby Myers over the 206?
It's enough of replacement production at wide receiver, and I want the higher pick to get me a tight end possibly. If like that's the direction of my team needs, I'll take that side. I'll take the higher pick.
I just thought it was interesting. We talked about 2 things right there, the Jamison Williams, and then we went right to 2 tight end leagues, and I'm like, I think me and Eric made a trade for JMO in a 2 tight end league. Let's bring that up. Let's see what we did.
And you might be able to get one of those wide receivers pushed down the board too.
Yeah.
Right. One of those other guys falls a little bit.
Yep.
Not the worst thing. Like the 2 tight end leagues really open it up for opportunity. If you're not in a 2 tight end league, you're just in a 1.5 tight end premium. I'm pretty comfortably saying the back end of the first and the early part of the second is a pretty gross place to be picking right now. Like you got to make that choice.
Yeah.
I mean, how many mocks have we done? Every time that you pick at the back end, it's gross. Adam and I did it last night with Eric. We did a full 4-rounder. We've done a couple on this stream already. It's just not a fun place to pick.
We get to the end of the second round, then I'm ready to throw up. It's not good. It's not good.
Roster cuts.
Not good. Yeah. Bunch of cloggers in the 3rd and 4th round. Just a bunch of cloggers.
Adam out here on mute when he comes back from his shit again.
Am I hearing you guys want to do another mock for everybody? Is that what I'm hearing?
No.
Oh, please. I don't want to watch you struggle.
No, you know what, Adam? If you want to set up a mock, the chat wants to do a mock, go for it. I'll roast your picks, but I will roast.
Jay Rich is out. He'll abstain. All right.
I will abstain.
Enough. Well, if I can't get Jay Rich in the mock, I'm out. I'll do the what do we call it, the table cover. I'll do it again if it's for roasting, but if Jay Rich isn't in for it, we
gotta put a 4-round one out at some point before we get.
We'll do that. I don't know if we're gonna do that on air, but we could do a 4-round one.
We can get there. We can get there.
It's gross though, man. Like you start getting into late 3rd. Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Disgusting.
It's getting pretty bad.
Just disgusting. Everyone's talking about these Senior Bowl receivers now. Jeez. In the chat. Jaden Reed, Rashee Rice.
New England's pick is in.
Oh yeah. Let's go.
Do we know what it is?
Bryce Ford Wheaton.
No.
Let's go.
Is it?
Stop it.
Oh, come on.
Jesus Christ, Cody.
My goodness.
Please.
Don't give the people hope like that.
I'm really sad they didn't end up with Charlie Jones. That would have been the perfect fit, right? Bill Belichick, Charlie Jones. Oh, yeah. Would have been a good one.
Oh, yeah. He's long gone now. Charlie Jones has been gone. Crazy.
Hey, man, we got Scott out there tweeting, too, on the Elijah Higgins pick. I know we're going to rehash this one a little bit, but...
Ray says, laughing my ass off, do the mock.
Do the
mock. You come on and do the mock. Instead of talking all that shit, get on here.
The people want you back.
It's actually true. The people are begging for a Ray GQ reappearance in a mock draft on the stream. So,
so what we need is a Ray GQ only mock. He just takes all 12 picks.
Every pick.
Oh, come on.
Yeah, just come on stream, solo box it, and just talk. There you go. Perfect. Give us your hard-hitting analysis on the 7th round here that we got on NFL Network live.
Todd Barndollar.
All right, Alex.
Updated ADP, and Mingo is the 108.
All right, Alex.
Let's go.
Go ahead and bury the class, man. What do we got?
I mean,
is pick in? Do we know it?
He's not wrong.
So much.
Demario Douglas, wide receiver,
Liberty.
Ben Mason is going nuts right now. He was talking about Demario Douglas a long time ago.
Was he really?
A long time ago.
I shouldn't say that. He knows Liberty like the back of his hand, so I shouldn't say really. Like, I'm sure he knows Demario Douglas.
Was he at the Senior Bowl, Jay Rich? Demario Douglas.
I don't remember.
Was he at the Shrine Bowl?
I didn't go to the Shrine Bowl, so maybe.
I don't know.
I wasn't privileged enough to go to Vegas.
Liberty doesn't go to any bowls, right?
Yeah, I went to Mobile instead of Vegas. Clearly, I made the wrong decision.
Yeah. Who in their right mind goes like, I'll go to
Mobile over
Alabama.
Vegas?
Hey, man,
but you never would have known how
Mingo,
good.
So
you never would have known Mingo.
That's a dub for.
He did go to the Shrine Bowl.
That's a dub for Mobile.
I would have been like Cody and all in on A.T. Perry.
Listen, I'm not gonna lie, man. If you and Ray want to go down and scout the Senior Bowl every year in Mobile, Alabama, me and Adam will take the Shrine Bowl. We'll volunteer. We got.
I'm a 6-hour drive. I'm down.
Jesus.
There we go. Fantasy draft room and 40 chess got you covered at the Shrine Bowl. We'll be all right.
Y'all better be paying your own expenses.
I love this. Newsflash. I go to Liberty and don't know who that is.
Oh man.
Damn.
Big Wolf.
Ben Mason,
more
stand
games,
up.
Clearly. Ben Mason knows.
Ben Mason knew who he was a while ago. Interesting. All right.
Douglas and A.T. Perry, we up. 4th round picks just became more valuable. I don't know about that, but
I love it.
Sure.
Wyatt's holding out hope, man. The ultimate
anything
optimist.
to make you feel better about those 4th rounders.
How? Come on. Like, we need Dallas here. Can we get Dallas to take Zach Evans or Sean Tucker here, please?
Like, we got to get Ray back on as soon as that happens. Yes.
Zach Evans.
A compensatory 6th-round pick, right? Let's go ahead and make that Zach Evans.
I hope it's Dwayne McBride and not those two.
He's out here spitting game about Malik Davis. Right? I want that to end.
Yeah,
let's just bury him.
We're about a round away of Malik Davis getting a big hit here. Is there anybody? Let me ask you guys this seriously. Is there any player, that could go in the next round in the compensatory picks here that means anything at all?
Has Kuntz gone yet?
Struggling.
No,
he has not.
I don't think Kuntz is the only one I think I'm kind of waiting for. Maybe it's going to come off the board right now.
And is there a landing spot that we want for any of said players?
I mean, running backs you can still take, right?
Where could Kuntz go that we're kind of mildly excited, even though it's obviously late?
I don't really think I care where he goes. I'm so enticed by the athleticism that I think he's worth taking a shot on. Right? That's where the interest comes from. Yeah, obviously
Cincinnati's the name of it.
Alan Davis says he wants Sean Tucker to go to Cincy.
Sure. Yeah, it's a good spot. If he can, make the roster, pass his medicals, and beat out Chase Brown, then maybe.
I don't see them using another running back draft pick, but I guess if they actually did, it'd be a conversation.
It might mean Mixon could be on the way out, even though they're stacking with shitty running backs in the late picks, but
late darts.
At least they're bringing bodies into the facility to check them out. So You never know.
So some of the spots for like Kuntz that kind of stood out to me, we talked about Cincy. That's kind of the obvious one. Chicago would be fun, just because it's like Cole Kmet. It's kind of some unathletic, uninspiring ones. So you got Bob Tonyan off his knee injuries. The Jets, I know last year they went Ruckert. He kind of just sitting there. Conklin's been fine, but like Kuntz athletic to the Jets wouldn't be too bad. Then we just kind of grow with, Washington's always that one too, right? Just a bunch of dudes, We really don't have a lot of choices outside of that. Like everybody else is pretty solidified at the tight end position. I mean, maybe we could get on board if it was the Chargers. They pick at 239. Like they're like, hey, we're taking Zach Kuntz.
And the reality is these guys aren't going to just overtake the guys ahead of them either. Regardless of how bad you think the guys ahead of them are, like these are 6th and 7th round draft picks. We're almost in the 7th round, which means this shit is almost over.
Yeah, this is almost. We got a round and change. How are we feeling about Mixon? Gavin wants to know.
I still don't know if he's going to make the roster, though. Like, I don't think I feel much differently, but he did survive the draft, and that's a positive for him.
Oh.
Greg hit it.
The newest Dallas Cowboy running back.
Deuce
Vaughn.
Let's go!
Ray needed this.
Malik Davis.
Let's go!
The Zeke replacement.
5'5", 180.
Let's go. Man. Deuce
Their
Vaughn.
new 2-down grinder, Deuce Vaughn.
Their early down back. Let's see it.
Slam him up the
A-gap. Bro, look at this guy just carve up the Big 12. Man, is there a better conference than the Big 12? Wow.
I want to say, I have not drank nearly enough.
Deuce Vaughn.
I have not drank nearly enough in the last 3 days.
Oh my God. Look at that corner post.
He put that man on skates. Ooh, somebody is very, very adamant on Mixon being cut. I don't know if
Look
you
at
guys saw
Jerry.
this yet.
He is loving it. He is loving this pick. He's smiling. He's hasn't got out of his chair. He's old. He's still sitting down. But he is loving this pick. Loving it. Deuce Vaughn to the Cowboys. Ray can finally get excited. Maybe he's still on Beach Report. And he can talk about Deuce
RB1,
Vaughn.
he
How
says.
great of a player he is.
RB1.
Pollard shares are down.
R.I.P. Tony Pollard. Wow. His days are numbered.
Would you rather
Deuce Vaughn or Kenneth Walker?
I was going to say Kenneth Gainwell, but Kenneth Walker works.
My gosh, Jay Rich.
Shortest players in NFL history, Deuce Vaughn would be number 8 on the list.
In history.
No way they threw up the shortest players.
They got a kick returner.
Actually, AC has a great question. Is Malik Davis dead?
He's the shortest running back ever selected, and he'd be the 8th shortest player in NFL history going back to 1929. Where someone was apparently 5'1".
Those other guys, I think the earliest that I saw was the 80s.
This is amazing. What a stat.
Tariq Cohen, right?
Yeah, tiny.
God.
I'm trying to think who else. Sproles.
Darren Sproles, very tiny.
But wow, how did they go from
how
talking about Deuce Vaughn to
what was the dude from
Bijan
Jacksonville? Jones Drew. Wasn't he really small?
Yeah, 5'7".
Yeah, I think he was 5'7". Yeah, and he was like 200 pounds.
Nowhere near the. Well, he was much heavier, right?
He was a bowling ball, built like a bowling ball.
I'm just thinking of guys that are like 5'7" or shorter.
For his size,
correct.
Right?
BMI is decent. Yes.
For someone who's 5'5", he's 180 is pretty big.
Right.
Is Malik Davis dead now? Are we done with it?
Deuce Vaughn's going to be a nice weapon for Dallas.
He's taller than 5'6", so he's good.
If Deuce Vaughn's a nice weapon for Dallas, does that mean Malik Davis is dead?
Maybe.
Deuce?
How much does Malik Davis weigh?
Going to smash those 2 touches per game.
He's going to be hella efficient, though, Ray. Don't at least give him that.
Malik Davis is
hella
5'10", 207. So, yeah, he's a little bigger than Deuce Vaughn. Just slightly.
A little bit bigger.
A little bit. Just a little bit.
Man, that 2% touch load is gonna really get it for fantasy.
Oh yeah.
We get our 40%ers, our 60%ers, and the 2%er. That's the one that's gonna come through.
2%er.
I don't know, man. I'm in on Malik Davis, man. I went to Player Profiler. His
best ball only.
Comparable. His best comparable was Dexter Williams, so I'm in. Dexter Williams.
Oh boy. Not even Dexter McCluster.
No, not even Dexter.
What is going on? I thought when Ray left, we were supposed to keep it on the rails. This thing is
off
going
the rails.
Bro,
we have a whole round left. This
rails.
is trending. This is trending to a. We're nowhere near the tracks here pretty soon.
Welcome to when the 40 guys take over and do day 3. Just like last year, it gets off the rails.
Ronald Jones on notice?
Ronald Jones.
On notice?
I'm not actually sure what this comment means. Is there something that happened that I don't know about?
To the moon.
Right?
He's on
if
Dallas.
You didn't know,
on the roster.
if you didn't care.
I've thought so little of Ronald Jones, I didn't realize he was on Dallas. That's awesome. That is awesome.
Yeah.
Okay, boys, we got a big pick coming up.
What we
Pat's
got?
about to take their long snapper. Their sixth pick, 2-14.
Solidify that
we'll
special
see.
teams.
We'll see if they get it done. That's the last piece of the puzzle that they need is the long snapper.
Who's the best available long snapper? Alex Ward out of UCF. All right.
Really?
That's gonna be the
Central
pick.
Florida.
Right.
Orlando.
You found that quick.
What's
it would
his
take you a
draft?
long time to find the long snapper ranks.
Mike was looking that up for a while.
I got them starred, man. I star all the good ones. Just
Mike,
like
they
all
got to
the
get you in the
fullbacks.
Stump the Truck segment with looking shit up that fast. Damn.
That's true.
Long
if I'm
snapper
gonna go,
ranks.
if I'm gonna go down to the Shrine Bowl and do the scouting for Destination Devy, I gotta know these things, right?
That's
Be on my game.
honestly, Mike. That is required. If you're gonna take all that time and effort, you better come back with rankings for everybody, even the long snappers.
Right. I'm really looking forward to Hunter Lupke out of North Dakota State being the first fullback selected. So let's go. Let's stand up there. You can join Cody Mauch. He doesn't have the hair of him though. Yeah. But he does look just as mean. Like he looks like he kills bears with his bare hands. So I'm in.
I'm in. Let's go.
There we have it. Wise words of McNutted.
Come on, Pats. What pick did you take?
I'm looking right now just to get an idea. So I'm pretty sure. So Pacheco was the 7th round guy. Everybody else at last year 7th round, other than one person that Mike loves, has been irrelevant for fantasy football purposes.
What? Come on.
Brock.
Mike, what are we looking up?
Brock.
You struggling over there?
I'm not looking up Brock Purdy.
No, I'm just saying 7th round picks last year. We're going to be in the 7th round here.
We're getting there.
It's these.
Why do I have to keep talking about this guy? He's bad at football.
Brock Purdy or Will Levis?
Well, the reason you're going to have to talk about him is because
Brock Purdy or Will Levis.
Oh, here we go.
Oh, man.
All right, to the chat. Brock Purdy or Will Levis today. Fantasy football. What do you want? Let's hear it. Let's see it. Come on. If someone wants to super chat with a Purdy, if someone wants to super chat Purdy very heavily,
I'll lose it.
I'm doing a shot. I'll do a shot right here. Got it poured up. I'm ready to go. I've been ready for my next shot, but
Ryan, if you were rooting for Sean Tucker and Zach Evans, then yeah, you were already in a bad spot.
I think Nick
should be
actually
breaking your heart.
Can I say that I think Nick might have the right answer?
Stop it.
Amir Speed,
Neither.
D-back out of Michigan State.
That is a perfect name for
Speed is hopefully good.
Right.
He's 6'3", 210. Man,
runs a
Bill
4.7
loves some
40.
big corners.
6'3",
Bill
210?
loves
Is that for real?
Big, rangy corners.
6'3", 210?
Big dude.
That's a big corner.
Maybe
he moved into safety or something. I don't know, but
yeah.
Damn.
I was gonna say, I bet he goes.
Amir Speed. Interesting.
What a name. He's got to be good.
If he does,
you don't have his 40 time listed, so he's probably not that fast.
He's too fast to time, J. Rich. That's the problem.
Oh, there we go.
What is speed? I am speed.
Amir Speed.
Literally.
Mic drop.
Sam Darnold or Brock Purdy?
He apparently ran a 4.34.
All right, so he's fast.
Not bad.
All right, so
Name
just I'll go through and give some of these. Purdy's underrated. Plural says Levis. We got Purdy. We have a bunch of neithers for what it's worth, so I'm just going to keep those out of there for now. We're trying to poll that audience here. We got a Levis. We got a Purdy. We got a Levis. It's pretty split, man. This is a pretty split conversation.
It's Brock Purdy. Come on. It's Brock Purdy.
I think we're leaning. I think there's more Purdy comments, but it's like 60-40. 60-40, I think.
I got to figure out how many Purdy shares I have left out of 0. I might go get some.
0.
I need to go get. If
you haven't saw it already on our trade show, Mike depleted all of his Purdy shares for any second, 25 seconds, whatever it took. He's out of the business. Gone.
Right. I think I even traded one to like Matty Kiwoom for like the 312.
Okay, Greg has a point here. What about do weapons matter? Like, do the weapons for Purdy just give him the edge?
Of course.
Yes, of course.
It's a question for Mike because I think he's going to say no. That's
How do you feel about Will Levis if he plays for Pittsburgh instead of Tennessee? Well, yeah, I like him a lot more.
The weapons don't matter when he's in the injured room with his broke ass elbow. Like, how many fantasy points you get?
Surgically repaired.
I don't care who you're.
Well, like, he's going to be back.
He underwent successful surgery.
Does he get points for tossing the tape roll to the athletic trainer? Like, does that score you? Is that a touchdown?
Mike, you saw that man go out there with a torn UCL and gut it on the field in the NFC Championship game. And
you mean get gutted?
Watch that grit versus your Philadelphia Eagles. He pretty much handed you an NFC title, and here you are slandering this man, Brock Purdy. He did so much for you.
My favorite player on the Philadelphia Eagles.
I don't get it. The man has all the grit in the world.
All right, Jay Rich.
His S2 is off the charts.
Jay Rich is already on a roll. Jay Rich is on a complete roll.
Zach Evans off the board.
Oh
Let's
boy.
Go.
Cam Akers
to the Rams.
is dead.
Oh, Akers is dead.
To the Rams.
It's over.
Akers is dead.
It's over.
Remember when Kyron Williams killed Cam Akers last year?
All right, I'm sorry. I got a little excited there.
No, it's okay. We should be. Zach Evans is finally drafted.
Doesn't matter.
We were worried about him going undrafted.
Where's that draft challenge? Who had the Rams? Who had the Rams? I got to know.
I'm pulling it up right now. Let me put in the pick. Did anything
Ronnie
change?
Rivers better be on notice.
Come on.
Nothing changed. No one had it. No one had it.
Nope. Why? That's a good question. Does this matter for Cam Akers?
It comes down to Sean Tucker.
Does this matter for Cam Akers? Yes or no? At all.
It matters for Ronnie Rivers.
Does it?
Poor Ronnie Rivers.
Fucking hell.
Listen, I would say it killed Kyron Williams, but Zach Evans don't exactly catch a lot of passes. So
Kyron Williams is better.
Who is the personal protector on punt team? Because that dude's job is dead. Like he's toast.
Dude,
that guy's done for. I feel bad for that man. Zach Evans.
You think
at least he got drafted?
Zach Evans will take that role?
He might mess that up.
What role?
I don't know.
I hope Zach Evans actually makes Cam Akers' stocks tumble a little bit because I'll go ahead and get a little more overexposed. There's not many chances I'll have, but in those 4 leagues, I'll go find a buy window.
On a plus note, Chase, and for all those people who are out there with Zach Evans stance, right? On a plus note, as of like a couple weeks ago, the Rams only had 42 players on their roster. They need 53. So
filling it out.
He's walking into a job.
Good point.
He's got a job doing something.
Not going to be cut.
Gavin's back. Dylan over Akers. So,
man.
All right, Aaron Jones or Zach Evans in Dynasty? Go. That's
what?
It's
what?
What? That's the point. If Zach Evans matters for Akers, what is about Aaron Jones for AJ Dillon? Come on, man. Stop it,
Aaron
Gavin.
Jones, man. Come on. What are we doing?
Let me see how far I'd have to go down.
What?
D. Winters just went to San Francisco. I really like that pick. He was good for TCU last year. All right, the Bengals pick is in. Can we get a Kuntz?
Jay, is that true what you put on Twitter? That they literally announced Elijah Higgins as a tight end?
Yeah, someone confirmed it.
Really?
I had it muted. Yeah, I had it muted, so I didn't hear them say it. But yeah, apparently he was announced as a tight end.
If he has tight end eligibility on Sleeper, where are we drafting him?
He won't. But if he plays tight end and he converts, then that's even better. Because if he doesn't have tight end eligibility, then everyone will draft him as a wide receiver. He'll be profiled as a wide receiver. Switches to tight end, all of a sudden, bam, he has a lot more value than he did. As a receiver, he has zero value.
Right.
Zero. As a tight end, there is hope, at least, for some value in some way.
Where would he go? Where would you guys consider taking him if he was a tight end in sleeper leagues?
I still don't think I could draft him, but it'd be 4th round if I did.
Yeah, I would agree.
In the 4th.
Late 4th, 5th round.
It's not about trying to draft the right player. It's just there is a potential value bump for him, and it's very clear where it could come from. So that's the only reason why I bring it up. But yeah,
Jay, let's get a sounder, man. Don't forget to hit the thumbs up. Daniel Perry, appreciate that, man.
All right, feet to the fire, Jay Rich. You're on the clock at the 4:07. Your only two choices are Zach Evans or Elijah Higgins, who has tight end eligibility. Who you taking?
I'm probably still taking Zach Evans. He was drafted. It was the Rams, but yeah, it would probably still be Zach Evans. I don't think anyone's going to draft Elijah Higgins except for people that are in leagues with me that watch this stream and know that I want to take him. But
all right,
yeah.
You're on the clock at the 5:01. It's Deuce Vaughn and his 2 touches per game or Elijah Higgins.
Let's go. Really efficient. 2 touches.
I'd rather have very efficient Zach Evans.
Oh, my God.
I don't think I got an answer. What was that from anybody?
I'll take Elijah Higgins. I don't know, man. Deuce
Jay,
Vaughn's
the point is you're going to be doing your rookie drafts, and if you have late 4th and 5th round picks, you're going to sit there and you're like, I don't know if I can draft him. You're going to be
like
staring
the funny
at
thing
dudes,
is in our leagues, people will be like, "Oh yeah, Jay Rich likes Elijah Higgins. I'm gonna snipe him in the 4th," and I'll be like, "Okay, go for it, man." Like I wasn't gonna draft him anyways. Like if you're gonna draft him over a running back who got drafted, it's just bad process. But like you said, if there's nobody else there, you're staring down a bunch of garbage wide receivers. He's a guy that you could maybe take with like your 4-12 to secure him in a draft instead of taking him on waivers.
I get that. That's kind of
literally the only point I'm making here.
I remember I was really over my skis. Mike was too. We were fighting each other in drafts over a one Sammy's Reyes tight end, and
love me some Sammy's Reyes.
It's like let's just make sure we don't get too over your skis on Higgins.
Who else did we fight over too? Do you remember another tight end?
Probably everyone. Sure, who? What?
Hunter Long, man. We were trading up in front of each other.
Who's also on the Rams, right? On the Rams.
Who's also on the Rams. Yes. Look, it's full circle.
Love your guys' content. Don't catch many shows live, but tune in later in the day. Superflex, what are you guys doing with Chris Godwin? Ryan, appreciate the super chat. Thank you, man. What are we doing with Chris Godwin?
Pick-wise, like what's Chris Godwin worth?
I mean, I'll say this: if I have Chris Godwin, what am I doing? I'm not doing anything with him. I don't want to trade Chris Godwin on my teams right now. He's valued.
Is he worth a first?
He's value depressed right now, pretty bad.
In
maybe
this class,
he should be.
Like, would you trade your 112 for Chris Godwin?
Yeah,
I think you probably
yes,
should.
for sure. 100% I would. 100% I would.
Yeah, 10 through 12 for Godwin. I'd easily take that.
Do you think could do a 111 and 206 for Godwin?
Yep.
Would you think about that?
I'd do that.
You'd do that?
Yeah, I would do that.
Yep.
I think Godwin is way too depressed.
I think that
right
might
now.
make people consider, like a 111, 26 might make people consider it a little bit.
To give you guys an idea of how bad it is and why I say this, Ryan, I want you guys to think right now. I'm gonna give you a number. You can guess a number. Wide receiver what on Keep Trade Cut right now?
It's awful.
32, 33.
This
Did
is
you
tough
just look at it? 32 on the nose.
No.
32 on the nose. You know who's 31? Is Jahan Dotson. So you're telling me Jahan Dotson is worth more than Chris Godwin right now in Dynasty? This is my point of I'm not selling Chris Godwin. It's a terrible time to sell him. Terrible.
What? And I gotta give Ray a lot of credit too, because he brought this up about how if you look at the stats between Amon-Ra St. Brown and Chris Godwin, they are strikingly similar. Like they both had 140 targets. The yardage was very similar. I believe Amon-Ra just scored more touchdowns, but outside of that, it was like boom, 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 pretty much line them up. And obviously Amon-Ra's a top 10 receiver and Chris Godwin's way down in the 30s. I like Chris Godwin a lot. I was pretty upset that he went back to Tampa Bay. Now, of course, that was to try and win a ring with Tom Brady. But even still, like, I think he's a great talent and I would be buying. I'm just curious, kind of, like you said, I think a first is definitely fair. How high I would go, I don't know if I'd go much higher than that. Would you take him over Zay Flowers? Like we're going into, 109, 108, right?
I would.
Addison.
I personally would. Addison, I think you could start making the case just because of the way it's valued too, where I don't know that I would do that.
But I also think that Addison would be lucky to be Chris Godwin in the NFL.
I don't
Chris Godwin's older,
right?
But
I don't disagree with that at all.
Chris Godwin in the NFL.
I don't disagree with that at all. It's just on dynasty value there. I don't know if it makes sense right now, but
for sure.
I'll tell you this much. Let me say this: come September, if you know for sure in September that those are not going to be able to be moved for different pieces, you just have to pick one or the other. I can guarantee you want Chris Godwin come before the season starts. I can promise you we'll go back to Keep Trade Cut if you don't believe me, and we'll look it up. Bet anything.
I want Godwin. Hey, J-Mo just got replaced Antoine Green.
Oh, no.
Done.
What?
We take another speedster. What? It's over for him.
Who?
That sounder is unreal. It's so good. Antoine Green, Tar Heel.
I love it. It's a big guy.
Yeah.
He's also like 23 or 24. Like he played football forever.
Zach Kuntz.
There it is. And he went to the Jets.
Oh.
Talked about it earlier.
Rogers.
What's up? All right.
Rogers finally gets his weapon.
Make it happen, Ray. Shrine Bowl next
Kuntz.
year.
Zach Kuntz. Zach Kuntz.
So-
Athleticism 94.
On notice.
Yeah.
Damn.
Can't block for anything, but do we
Old
care about
Dominion's
that
finest.
in fantasy as long as he can get on the field? That's the big question.
R.I.P. Corey Davis. Zach Kuntz is going to play your role.
Sheesh. My goodness.
We out here. We out here.
Dynasty Barry says Elijah Higgins is 59 on his board. I feel like knowing DB this is serious, but I can't tell if it's serious.
Probably is.
That is
Yeah, that's fine.
seems about right.
That's fine. I don't.
Yeah.
I'm not trying to say
Back
you're
to the
wrong
fifth.
if you have him that low. That's fine.
No, that's
That's literally.
Like I said, he's a guy you
he's a
wanna pick
waiver
up off
wire pickup.
waivers.
There you go.
Yeah.
Right,
It's literally the 5'11", like just in before the buzzer.
right before
But
it's
he's
over.
more worthwhile to pick up than some of these other 6th, 7th
Yes.
round wide receivers that people might consider, right?
100%.
But I would take
Green.
Kuntz over him though. I would take.
I say Kuntz
over him.
or yeah.
Yeah, no, Kuntz.
Yeah,
Take
give me Kuntz, man.
I'm with you.
Give me
With you.
Kuntz.
Hey, man.
Although to be
Shake-
fair though, like we might be overstating Kuntz to the Jets a little bit because like how long is Rodgers really going to be there? And so if he doesn't kind of
9 games.
find success this year, is there going to be an opportunity for him to be on a good team down the line, right? Like that 2 to 3 years for the hit rate for tight ends. If that's Kuntz, A-Rod's going to be retired by that point.
I'm selling
Both got
Kuntz.
2 more years.
If someone will let me re-roll Kuntz, I'm selling. This is a 7th round tight ends, right? Like that get a little bit of buzz at this time of year where we talk about all these players. We're at day 3 here talking about guys that probably don't have any relevance ever in fantasy. But if somebody believes in Zach Kuntz in the next month, sell him.
I'm in.
People will though because of the RAS. People will.
No,
because of the
I
RAS
I
score.
fully agree. I think someone might, but I would sell off of that.
I'm in
But
because
if-
you just think of all the chemistry that him and Zach Wilson are going to have when they're just tearing it up in 2024. Like, they're back, all right? You're talking about the next George Kittle and the next Joe Montana at quarterback. Like, I can't
Let's
wait.
go.
I
Just put
I
them
have
back
a
together.
I have a serious question for everybody. Who is Zach Wilson going to give Aaron Rodgers more hell or myself to Mike every time we do a show about Zach Wilson?
I don't know. Aaron Rodgers is planning to give him happiness off the field. I don't know.
Off the field, yeah. We'll take the pressure
That's-
off him, right?
that's
Take the
true.
pressure off him,
The
so he can just go hide in the shadows where he belongs.
I have no idea.
can-
I have
he
no
can be
idea what
practice
the hell's
squad.
going on.
Alan Davis thinks that Baker's going to use Godwin like Landry was in Cleveland. So
I could see that. Yeah,
Okay.
I can
That's
see
not
that.
bad. We know he probably ain't
They don't
pushing
got a
him
run
down the
game.
field to Mike Evans a whole lot.
If it is Baker, like I don't think it's a terrible.
No.
I don't think it's a terrible situation. I think he'll throw the ball. They'll want to throw the ball, and they don't have a great running game anyways. So why would they run the ball a ton?
yeah, I mean, I think Godwin could end up being because of his role in a lot of the intermediate area. Like he may not be. You don't necessarily have to have a great quarterback for him to be good in fantasy either. Now to be elite, yeah, but to be relevant, like a wide receiver too. When he's wide receiver 32 in Dynasty, I think that's just silly. He doesn't need a great quarterback to be better than that.
Yeah, I mean,
Oof,
it's
man.
all dependent upon Baker, right? Like that's all that we're really looking for is what is Baker next year. If he can, because I don't think anybody here believes that Kyle Trask is going to be the quarterback for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
I was just gonna ask if we had one like Kyle Trask truther. Do we have one? What?
Not up here.
No.
All right.
So
Listen,
Next.
what is Baker next year? That's it.
but we laugh right now. But I remember in plenty of drafts, people hitting the love button and sleeper on my Kyle Trask shares, and there was excitement shortly after the draft for Kyle Trask. He's the next quarterback after Brady's done. Jay Rich, one more time maybe for us.
What do you want? sorry. I was texting my buddy because the Jays almost got no
Text
hit.
him my buddy.
And I was pissed. Yeah, man.
Pissed
right
for
now.
The what? I'm just
baseball
for the
during the draft?
What?
Dude, I probably put in like 15 home run props while we were on the stream earlier when I was like not paying attention at all. Just gotta get those bets in, boys. Gotta get those bets in.
This is what you come to day 3 for. Home run.
Did Rashad White survive? Like, is Rashad White a thing? Like, is he a thing?
Who are we gonna draft now? Dwayne McBride in the 7th round, and he's gonna take Rashad White's job.
He didn't.
No, I'm good.
He thrived. He didn't just survive, man. He thrived, man. This is.
I mean, just wait till Keyshawn Vaughn takes over.
Oh,
just wait.
It's over. just punch their ticket to the Super Bowl.
Wait till week 7. We got Keyshawn Vaughn and Kyle Trask in the backfield for Tampa.
Oh man, I can't wait.
Yep. Wait till a week from now when Fournette re-signs for $2 million.
Yep.
If you were Lenny, like, why would you do that anything other than just I want to go there for money? And then Lenny would just eat himself. Like,
Matt,
thanks for the $2 million.
Can we shout out Matt Dennis? Matt Dennis didn't make me drink myself into a coma this year. Appreciate Matt hopping in though. I've got Sam Howell and Brissett. Would you sell him for a 24 first? Too high, love y'all. I would sell him the combination of him, both of those guys, for a 24 first.
Yes, easily.
Love you too, but any one of those, all of it, yes.
Both
24 first, both.
If you do one of those individually, you're a legend.
Right? Yeah, seriously.
Oh man,
a legend.
I mean, a 24 first swap in one of those guys in there, like maybe.
Dwayne McBride going right to where we just kicked Ty Chandler right in the balls.
See, this is interesting. This is interesting. Let's talk about this.
How to kill 2 running backs with 1 stone right there. Just
you got to consider drafting him. You have to.
Yeah. What round was Ty Chandler?
Rumored to be on the way out.
4.
Dwayne McBride. He's a grinder. 1st and 2nd downs only.
I thought he was later than that.
Could be an option for them at running back. Which
six round was just off the top of my head.
He was a 5th round pick, 169.
All right, what was in Wangu?
Right in the middle.
7th?
He was a 7th, I think.
7th, yep.
Yeah.
Which is what this is.
So we got a 5th and 2 7ths on the roster, potentially replacing Dalvin Cook.
So anybody could fucking be the starting running.
You got actually we're all tripping, and Wangu was a 4th.
Oh,
the fuck out of here! He was
119.
Day 3 capital. Okay.
The good thing about Wangu,
there
like,
we
at
go.
least if you roster
Johnny
him,
Hecker's
you know,
replacement off the board. Ethan Evans. Let's go.
Tell us about the Wingate punter.
Is that where he's from?
Wait, come on. Wingate punter?
I was waiting for the school to try and put some respect on the school. But
hey, can somebody help me out?
All SAC selection. What is that?
Right, nobody look.
He's got to be the...
Let's take some guesses. What part of the country is Wingate in?
I have no idea.
I'm going northeast.
45.7 yards per punt. Southern Athletic Conference.
I want to say
D2.
Let's go.
I want to say I went to a Division II school in North Carolina, and I feel like it sounds familiar. I'm going to go North Carolina.
Feels like Virginia. I'm going to go Virginia.
I'm going to go West Virginia for me.
I'm going to go Montana.
I want to say Wingate is North Carolina. I could be wrong, though.
Wingate College.
I think you have Winthrop.
Wingate is in North Carolina.
Let's go.
Hey, nailed it.
Wingate is in North Carolina. Let's go. Wingate
Let's go,
University,
man.
Near Charlotte.
I need Jay Rich to start getting me in some bets with him, man. We could smash some bets together.
Oh, Wingate is
that
also
actually the
HBCU.
Southern Athletic Conference?
What's that?
Probably.
Wingate's in HBCU.
Yep. What did you say, Chase?
Black College.
I swear that guy was
actually
white,
the
though.
Southern Athletic Conference? Is that the
Probably.
SAC?
I don't know.
The SAC?
I'm not sure. The SAC. I mean, we're getting really off the rails here now.
Way to go, boys.
Southern Athletic
SAC.
Athletic Conference. Let's go.
So what do we think about the punter from Wingate now that we got the state out of the way?
I mean, I've seen him boot some balls, shoot some absolute piss missiles out there. He can definitely put the ball over the returner, and I really like the tape on him.
45.7 yards per punt, second in the SAC or the SAC.
Let's go.
As some people say it.
Talk to him, Brandon. Next to Charlotte. Let's go.
Nailed
Let's
it.
go, Brandon.
Oh my God.
Appreciate it.
What are they? The Bulldogs? Looks like their mascot's a bulldog. Wingate Bulldogs. I like it. That guy sounds like a winner, though. Congratulations,
Jesus.
Ethan Evans. Wingate College. That's probably the first Wingate player ever drafted in the NFL right there.
You might be surprised. What was the guy from Lenore Ryan? What was the guy from Lenore Ryan that Hoodie took in like the second round, man? Safety.
Duggar?
Yeah, thank you. Duggar, yep.
Kyle Duggar?
Yep. Second round pick, Lenore Ryan.
That guy's a monster, though.
Yeah.
He's a beast. Wingate College.
Actually, you know what, Mike? Mike, you know what? Why don't you pull up all the Wingate drafted players? Let's see if Mike's right on this.
27 players.
Let's go. I told you there's more. I told you there's more.
No, they have
Listen,
not.
no, I'm telling you. Hold on.
27.
Listen, if you play basketball and you play Division II, you're basically toast. You play football, you have a real shot, man. A real shot.
I may have accidentally pulled up the baseball drafted players.
You did,
dang
because
it.
I just pulled it up.
Is it the first now? Is it the first?
Players drafted 0.
There it is, the first one. Dang it. There it is, the first one. So you're telling me their first player drafted ever is a punter. That's awesome. That is amazing.
Oh, no, sorry. I looked on Pro Football Reference.
I had a feeling it was more than one.
They have one guy
There it
drafted
is.
in the NFL. One guy.
Nice. Let's
What do we got? Who is
Jones.
it? David Jones.
David Jones, back in 2007. 5th pick, 145th selection. Went to the New Orleans Saints.
Punter
Defensive
analysis,
back.
woof.
They also had another guy sign a undrafted free agent contract.
Damn right we got a
Jim
shot.
Cummings.
Talk to him, Ray. We got a shot, man. He had a shot.
Got a shot, my God. Man. Wingate College. Stand up. Let's go.
And here you are talking shit about
Ray will be back on the
round picks
stream
with us.
Yeah, see?
Yeah, he's
hating on all these guys, man.
I love it, man. He puts his skills to good use, though. That's why.
I'm dying right now, Ray. So I play D2 football. Damn right we got a shot. You know what? Speaking of a shot, here y'all go, man.
Cheers to you.
Cheers.
Your wife is going to be
Atlanta,
so angry.
come on. Let's get this show on the road.
so angry.
All right, they
It's
made
like
a pick.
fucking Brian Windhorst at the podium. Who the hell was that?
DeMarco Helms, safety out of Alabama. That's
Okay, T-Rock's in the building. DD panel. Outside of A-Rich and Gibbs, is there any bigger riser than Mingo? Oh, goodness.
Jeez Louise.
You could say Jaden Reed if you want, but I think people were on Jaden.
Reed's
So
up there.
the question is I think Jaden Reed, Rashee Rice, Mingo are probably the 3 we'd peg as the biggest risers because we didn't expect the capital from them. But it just depends on kind of where you were. I think you can make the case for all 3 though.
I would, can I make? It's probably maybe not this high, but I could say there's a decent. The landing spot of Johnson makes him firmly in the conversation of wide receiver 1 type. Where I think if he would have been to a bad landing spot, that's not necessarily the same thing.
Roshan Johnson,
Right.
wide receiver.
Quentin Johnson.
Quentin Johnson. I was like, where are we going? But he was a first round pick. Everyone was on Quentin Johnson.
I know, but Quentin Johnson got
say he's a big
a
riser.
great landing spot. I think the landing spot did help him though. It's not to the degree of this. It doesn't make him the biggest riser. I agree with that.
Yeah. Like someone that said Tank Dell. I think for me is Tank Dell doesn't have the profile. I think that Jaden Reed could find success. I think that Rashee Rice could find success, and obviously
Thanks,
Mingo has
Skyler.
the size, whether you believe in the profile or not. Tank Dell, he got decent capital, but I don't think I'm gonna draft any Tank Dell. Maybe in best ball leagues a couple spots, but he's not really a guy you want. He's probably a punt returner and maybe a deep threat at that. But I don't see a ton of value to be had for Tank Dell. Rather have Marvin.
Adam,
Lewis.
we had the
I got
question
to know from Jay
earlier.
Rich.
Go ahead.
Go ahead. I got to know from Jay Rich. How high are you taking Mingo?
I'm probably not going to get him in that many spots. Like just because I liked the guy when he was a nobody doesn't mean I'm going to magically now draft him even mid-second in some of these leagues. Like he's going in the mid-second, I would probably happily pass for somebody else. That's just how it is. Like I don't hate the spot. Do I think he's going to dominate in Carolina? Maybe. Again, it's just a guy who got unsuspected capital for me, who was a riser. I really like his hands. That was the big thing for me. I thought his footwork was pretty good, but I think he legitimately has a Dyson vacuum for hands. The ball was in his radius. He would catch it almost every time, which is great for a player like Bryce Young because he is pretty accurate, will deliver the ball on time.
But Mingo has to be in and out of his routes, on time, all those things to be a big success at the NFL level. And the capital indicates that he matters, but it doesn't mean that I'm going to get a ton of him in fantasy.
How about this
Makes
for a
sense.
riser?
So
we talked about two tight end leagues, right? Adam and I do multiple 2 tight end leagues, and we did rookie drafts pre-NFL draft. Sam Laporta never went higher than 305, even in a 2 tight end league. Never.
Wow.
And now we were just talking about a guy that, hey, maybe we take him at the back end of the first. Like,
for sure.
Huge rise for Sammy Laporta.
For sure. Yeah, for sure.
I mean, yeah.
But that's part of the gap, though, between unknown of the first round versus not. Right. And I think that's just... But yeah, when you get that kind of capital, especially he was tight end 3 off the board ahead of Mayer, or was he tight end 2 off the board?
Tight end 2. He's ahead of Mayer by a pick.
2. Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's automatically matters, right?
But that kind of speaks to how a lot of the running backs really fell off as far as how we value them, right? Like if we knew the running back class, he's not going in the 3rd round. That's what we're looking at today. It's actually, it is a combination of him getting the second, tight end off the board, almost 1st round draft capital, but it's also the slide of all the running backs that we thought in this class.
Mike, to your point though, I think where we went really in those drafts probably went wrong is we were pretty certain a lot of tight ends would get really good draft capital, and clearly that wasn't reflected in the rookie draft, right? A lot of people kind of elected to wait, which I don't disagree with anyways. If you did just want to wait and kind of take your guy in the 3rd, you have Tucker Kraft, you have Musgrave, you have Darnell Washington, you have Laporta, and they were kind of all in a tier. You don't need to take the top guy. But I think, you look at all these tight ends and the draft capital that was projected for them relative to the running backs, clearly the better play was to take some of those tight ends, especially in a 2 tight end league.
I think all your biggest winners for the draft are going to be, like Jahmyr Gibbs definitely gets in that conversation. Adam, you talked about Quentin Johnson, definitely gets in that conversation. Anthony Richardson, I know we just kind of glossed over it, but
he said A. Rich and Gibbs are probably the 2 biggest risers,
so outside of those guys, Mingo had a massive rise. You can definitely put him
100%.
If we go to biggest losers, it's probably all of these running backs.
It's running
all
backs.
these running backs, Jalen Hyatt and Josh Downs.
Izzy really Izzy's a huge loser. I hate to say that, man. I was not hoping to have that be the case, but here we are.
I just don't know how he fits in at all.
And I mean, we'll still take him when we have to.
Anything's possible, but not for a long time. A couple rounds difference from where I was taking him pre-draft.
Here's a good example, though. Like I like Roschon Johnson's talent, and I liked his landing spot, and I think this will probably be the same for a lot of you guys. Like we will flip him immediately for a good deal if it presents itself, but we're more picky about what that deal is going to be. Guys like Abanikanda are these ones where we look at the landing spot and we're not enthralled with it. It's like the first deal that even meets the basic minimum price for us, that dude's gone. Like, I will draft you if I have to, but I'm
just flip him into the same capital next year.
Just the minute I can, I'm getting off of you. Right? I think Roschon kind of gets that last tier where you just go, hey, I like the guy. Like, you got to pay a little bit above what market says you have to pay, but these other guys, you just move off of them as soon as possible.
Yep. All of the auto accept trade block guys. As soon as you're out of the draft, just auto accept trade block.
Yeah. Speaking of T-Rock, don't ever set your auto accept trade block like he does, because he always goes like a round above what they should actually cost.
Yeah, 224 first for whatever. Right. He has Laporta as his biggest riser.
Auto accept.
I think Laporta, you could make a case biggest riser. I mean.
So the only concern with Laporta, and we kind of talked about this a little bit, is just the lack of usage for the tight end position in Detroit. But someone did bring this up after we talked about that on the Wake Up Show. The Detroit Lions actually had the most touchdowns to tight ends after T.J. Hockenson got traded with 8. Now again, the volume was still like very minimal. It was like 2 receptions a game, but for whatever reason, they did lead the NFL in touchdowns at the tight end position. That's Brock Wright and James Mitchell combined, and then Shane Zylstra, I think, caught a couple as well. Like, it was spread out a lot.
True.
The 3 touchdown Zane Zylstra game, I think, was probably the biggest factor into that.
Of course. But it's just funny, right? Like, they didn't use them a lot, but randomly, like, this guy just said, oh, yeah, they led the league in touchdowns. I'm like, there's no fucking way that happened. And then I go look it up.
Hold on.
It actually did happen.
You know what? This actually Minnesota, if I remember right, they traded a 2nd-round pick to Detroit for T.J. Hockenson, correct?
I think so.
Yes, sounds right.
Yeah.
And then Detroit uses an early second on Sam Laporta.
Yeah, it comes full circle.
Yeah.
They basically said 1-for-1 to Mike's point that if you made TJ Hawkinson and Noah Fant have a baby, Detroit's on board.
Sam Laporta.
They are in on Sam Laporta as a 1-for-1 swap, man. That's wild when you think about that, right?
They're willing to pay up for Sam Laporta.
Now I got to find
Mike,
out.
I need your analysis here.
Go ahead, Mike.
Will Levis has some weapons. Oh, they removed his name off the screen. I don't know who it was. I lost it.
Never mind.
I lost it. Tennessee drafted a receiver from Washington something. Not Washington University. Something else. Some random spot.
At least that one gives
someone give me the name because I lost it.
I don't have it.
They took it up. They took it off the screen on the podcast.
All right.
Oh man.
I think they might have messed up the broadcast, to be honest.
Who is it?
It's not in on NFL.
Yeah, I think
For
so,
Tennessee?
I've never heard of the guy.
I don't
Seventh
know.
round.
They put up a graphic from like 8 years ago. So random. Congratulations, you've been drafted.
Colton Dowell.
There you go. That's the name.
Colton
Do you
Dowell.
have the school?
Nah, because it was on the TV and it was really quick. Okay, here we go. North Carolina. UNC.
I know
Tar
nothing.
Heels.
I know nothing. I know nothing about him, but he sounds like a slot receiver. Nothing about him.
I think he was
He
small.
sounds like
I
a
think he was
slot
small.
receiver? Oh, wait, no. That was.
UT Martin. There you go.
Sorry. Tennessee Martin. The Skyhawks.
Yeah, UT Martin.
He sounds like a
The Skyhawks.
Skyhawks.
Look at
Yeah,
you.
man. Yeah, man.
Showing that knowledge.
Skyhawks.
ESPN
man.
has no information on him. None.
0.
No.
He had
picture.
1,000 yards last season. I saw that.
Goes to the
Boom.
point, man.
I'm in.
Small school guys can get in the NFL. Much like ATM in one league, I have 823 first, no 101. Now I'm afraid I'm going to have to make most of these picks.
Yep.
No.
You don't.
He's actually a big wide receiver.
You will have to, T-Rock, if you try to do your auto-accept trade block. You need to start sending these picks in bunches away and see what you can get out of it now before it gets to be too obvious. So that'd be my suggestion personally.
Colton Dowell, 6'3", 215.
UT Martin, let's go. Skyhawks.
978 RAS score. Look at that.
Ooh.
Wait, who has
41-inch vertical. Colton
Okay.
Dowell.
Really?
Tennessee Martin.
Talk to me.
4.4, 240, 156 in his 10-yard split. He has a pretty good shuttle to 4.17. I mean, athletic, right? 6'2", 212.
Okay.
He has the greatest mustache I've ever seen.
So
On his
what you're
picture.
telling me is this is actually really good for Will Levis.
Look at that mustache. Like that is fucking
Treylon
1,000
Burks.
yards right there.
Really, really, really good for Will Levis,
Look
right?
out.
Treylon's on notice. Watch out.
Come on, man.
It's Colton Dowell.
This is not good for Will. I mean, you're adding a 7th-round wide receiver. I don't know how this is a positive for Will Levis, right?
Are you telling me
I
that
guess-
Colton Dowell can't beat out Racy McMath?
Well, here you go.
Or
Jasmine
Nick Westbrook
Jasmine put it in the
Ikena?
chat. Jasmine's been here the whole time, by the way. So Dow, wide receiver 3 on the team. Is that?
Boom.
True degenerate behavior.
Walk right in, man.
Or in the class.
Hey,
In the
when-
class.
in the
There
class.
we go.
In the class period.
Come on,
There
Jazz.
you
Where's
go.
it at?
Oh yeah. I
Hot
love that.
takes.
Because of that mustache, Jasmine, I'm in. Like that mustache is definitely wide receiver 3 worthy alone.
Nice.
Y'all are wild.
When was what was Nick Westbrook Ikena's draft pick? Because
Is that Jason Voorhees' brother, Andrew?
I don't know.
What?
Don't have that.
Can we get the sounder?
What are we doing? What is going on? I'm so confused.
Adam derailed.
Where's
that
Andrew
whole thing
Voorhees.
right there.
Guard USC drafted in the 7th round to the Ravens.
Great.
Oh man.
What a pick. What a value.
All right. Is there any players? Let's think. Sean Tucker, right? Who are the fantasy relevant players that we might be interested in here?
Adam, it's the 7th round. There's no fantasy relevant players here.
I'm saying, is there a spot?
the ones that
I
are no
always
longer
ask the question.
draftable.
I always ask. Hey, but y'all laugh. Pacheco was a 7th round pick, right?
Oh, yeah. Let's bet on outliers.
that-
Great.
that he was.
Good job, Adam. Let's
I'm saying-
keep it up.
Yeah, I'm
no.
saying to take him in the first round.
Realistically,
Take him at 110. All these guys, you know.
I'm legit trying to think of players that haven't been drafted yet, and Kuntz was the one. You know, we talked about him. Tan Raz.
Yep.
He got drafted.
McIntosh.
I don't know.
Sean Tucker.
I guess, sure.
McIntosh, Mo
McIntosh,
Ibrahim.
yeah.
Dwayne
Like
McBride.
even Chris Rodriguez, Dwayne McBride, these guys were drafted. Demetric
Deneric-
Felton, maybe him.
What about Deneric
Deneric-
Prince?
Deneric Prince
Deneric
would be an
Prince, yeah, he's
interesting
fast,
one.
right? James Mitchell's crazy fast too, right?
We could get the Pacheco corollary with Deneric Prince, right?
Yeah, Deneric
just
Prince.
that size speed one. So wide receivers, I've always been interested in Bryce Ford Wheaton, even though he's never done anything. But that's a gigantic human, right? Gigantic human. Cody, is that one of your guys too? Like, you right up there?
That's
a
large human who is very bad at football.
Okay.
Wow, very bad. That's strong. Dang.
That's true. What? Brandon's right. I'm searching for Jim Sauer 15.
There's really nobody else at the wide receiver.
Great.
I'd be interested if the Patriots take Jake Bobo. Like, come on.
Oh, yeah, Jake Bobo.
7th round Jake Bobo. Let's go. I'm in.
Jackrabbit's finest right there. He's a jackrabbit.
Nothing really at the tight end spot.
Do we have any of the quarterbacks left that are Max Duggan still?
Max Duggan. It's happening.
Boys,
all right. Now,
where is he going?
Now, hold on.
7th round. Where is he going?
Last pick, Mr. Irrelevant. So whoever holds the last one.
Oh, bro.
LA Rams. To compete with
No way.
Bennett.
First the national championship, now the Rams starting QB spot. Let's go.
Let's go. I love it.
All right, now it's not me asking the question, so we have someone in the chat. Yeah, we're looking for outliers now. Who do you guys think stands out as having the highest ceiling? Thanks, Mark, for answering or asking the question I asked too. So, what do you think,
Raheem
guys?
Jarrett has a ridiculously
Raheem
high
Jarrett, okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Where do we want him? So where do we want him to land? This is where I was kind of going. What are guys that we're even mildly interested in? Where would we want them to go? I would have loved it to pick a go to Buffalo. Gabe Davis.
Maybe
people,
New England.
Right?
Like New England still doesn't have anybody just because they drafted some booty.
I like that. I personally would prefer that we land somewhere with the receiver that's like a really good quarterback. So Buffalo, KC.
Well, there's no room in those spots though. Like those receiver
Giants.
spots.
Hold on. What is Gabe Davis, guys?
A guy who's looking for a deal.
Got picked on a day like today, day 3, when we were way off the rails, right?
Oh, sorry.
Where was he drafted though?
I think round 5, if I remember right. 4th round.
4th round. Okay.
Day 3.
Okay.
The Rams.
Mike's on mute. Mike's on mute. What's up, Mike?
You got to give me multiple choice questions, man. You can't just let me just go. It's got to be A,
Piss
B,
in the
or C.
wind here,
Gabe Davis is what? A, trash. B, day 3 runners. C, all the above.
All right, I'll start giving Mike multiple choice.
How about Raheem Jarrett too? Just because it's a little bit different than what they have, like the Giants, right?
That's what I'm saying.
7th round.
Stephon Diggs was a day 3 guy. True.
How do you guys feel about if the Raiders got a receiver and they sucked, and then maybe Devontae Adams leaves because he doesn't want to play for a losing franchise?
Right.
Could be
Now we're
opportunity
talking.
there potentially.
Now we're talking.
Not great opportunity because there's
then
still
the
no
Raiders
quarterback there.
The Raiders go ahead and take a defensive tackle. So.
Yep.
Wah, wah, wah.
Thank you.
Silver.
I mean, Adam, to your point, I think Dwayne McBride is the guy that we're like, okay, there could be opportunity there as a 7th rounder.
Right.
Potentially, and it wouldn't take a whole lot. It's something that we've already talked about and heard a ton. Is Dalvin Cook being on the way out, and we've been waiting for a running back to end up there. It's Dwayne McBride, and I think we all admit he's a pretty decent. Yeah, maybe. I mean, we already got Puka Nacua there, and I talked about how he could be a guy that has opportunity, and I did like him a lot. He's a good receiver. Again, day 3 guy, 5th rounder, but could see opportunity there.
G16 says, I missed the breakdown for Chase Brown to the Bengals. Can you touch on it again real quick, please? Go ahead. Jay Rich, Mike, Fantasy Draft Room. What do you guys think?
I asked Ray about it because I like Chase Brown a little bit more. And Ray kind of hit it with it. He's a good runner. He can't pass block for shit. Jay Rich, you can touch on it. You watched it. He can't pass block for shit.
I saw that shit from 10 feet away. Whiff.
Listen, I'm interested because it's a good offense, and we don't know what's going to happen with Joe Mixon. You're still in on that, but it's not looking good, especially for a team that's hated Joe Mixon for the last how many years because he can't pass block. So it's what does this guy do then? Joe Mixon has to leave, and then he's a 2-down grinder, and they bring somebody else in, probably a vet. So it is what it is. You're going to take him in your drafts, but I'm not as excited as I initially was when I was like, oh, Chase Brown to the Bengals would be fun. and now it's not as fun. I don't like it.
He doesn't mean that Joe Mixon is gone in the 5th round, right? Yep. He could still be on the roster, and at that point, Chase Brown is literally just an injury replacement, and that's it. Like, and even still, Ray talked about it, and we talked about it. Like, they could easily bring in a veteran back to play alongside Chase Brown if Joe Mixon isn't there. So there's still definitely a lot of options for the Bengals still, whether it's in the free agent market or just retaining Joe Mixon altogether.
It does put the thing for me, though, of like who fills that 3rd down role for the Bengals right now. Because really there's nobody there. Like if it's only Mixon and Chase Brown, Mixon's going to get a hell of a lot of passing work. So do they bring somebody else in? I don't know what exactly is there on free agent market right now. Like I know we still have Zeke and Fournette. And
Kareem Hunt.
Fournette probably would be the one.
Kareem Hunt,
yeah.
3rd down guy.
Yeah.
There's options. Not great options, but options.
Yeah, so I don't think they're done with this running back room as it currently stands. So
he's a depth piece. That's what it feels like.
Depth piece.
Yeah, I mean, it like we want it to be exciting because we like Chase Brown. We've been talking about him for a while, right? But like Mixon would have to be gone, and then you have to hope that he's the one that solidifies himself as the early down role. And I'll be honest, there's a lot to have go right for that to happen. Like, could it happen? Sure. Are we excited? But I think we need to just chill though on the Cincy landing spot until Mixon's gone. And if he's not gone, like, it doesn't matter anymore at all for pretty much anybody.
It wasn't enough capital to get excited about. That's the reality.
Correct.
It wasn't enough capital for us to be like, okay, there could be some opportunity here. It's just, you compare, I think, Dwayne McBride and Chase Brown. It's like, well, we've been waiting for this spot and there could be opportunity, but it doesn't mean that we're going to go out on a limb and take him in the 2nd round. It's like late 3rd, early 4th. If he's there, might take a shot because he's a running back and got drafted. But that's basically, I think, where the analysis can end.
Right. If Chase Brown was a round 3 or even round 4 pick, we're having a different discussion. Totally. But right now, long shot, man. Just that's the way I look at it anyway. Travion Williams, yeah, this is what he could end up being. So there's your Travion Williams love. Chase Brown, all in one.
He was drafted 4 years ago at this point.
He's
in the 7th round.
He's an A&M guy, so been watching Travion Williams' career, not great.
Not great. Is he large?
He's actually round. He's round 6.
He's actually very small.
Very small. Okay.
Very small.
So round 6, right? So we're talking. Is that the exact same thing?
What?
Round 6, right, for Chase Brown?
Yeah.
Henderson?
Yeah.
Chase was, I think, 5th round, wasn't
Chase Brown and Travion Williams are both 6th round picks, and they could we could be looking in 4 years when we're doing the draft stream, and there's a bunch of people in here.
Rocket Sanders, the top of the depth.
We're talking about Chase Brown like Travion Williams. Who?
Well, Brown didn't go in the 5th. Yeah. Either way.
Who?
Chase Brown, he went in the 5th.
Oh, you went? I was asking. Okay. I asked. Jeez, sorry. Apologies.
Wow.
All signs pointed to Zeke coming back to Dallas. Mark H says.
Yuck.
I think that's a strong possibility.
It's
Malik
yuck,
Davis.
but
what a Dallas move to cut the running back just to bring him back.
It is yuck, but he ain't wrong, man. Mark ain't wrong.
They're the team that just dumps their ex for a week, goes explores the market, and is right back in the sack a week later.
The old running backs are grim.
Doesn't matter how toxic the relationship is.
Lenny, Kareem Hunt, Zeke. Oh, it's rough, man. Rough.
It's like Eminem and Rihanna's song, right? Just right back at it. Let's go again.
Appreciate it, Nick.
Dallas forever.
We are having a great day. I don't know what's happening for the rest of the day, but we're here, man. Swift or Mixon 3 rounds later in startups? Gavin asks.
Swift or Mixon?
So Swift or Mixon 3 rounds later in a startup?
Swift.
I'll take Mixon on a 3-round discount.
Really?
I'll take Mixon.
I'll take Swift.
Yeah, because what's probably available where Swift is.
Over here.
I mean,
hold on.
What other pieces are probably
Let's pull up some ADP. You guys can talk about something else while I do it.
Right
I'll pull it up.
Damn. Mixon believers over here. That 3.9 yards per carry does not scare these guys.
It's true. I remember when people
doesn't scare the Bengals either.
People were killing me.
Yet
for
when their
trading
VP
Mixon
of
for
Ops
Akers
asked
straight
about
up
Mixon,
last
he was like,
year. Killing me.
"Well, he's on the roster now."
All right, so this is all before the draft, which is going to change a lot of things. But let's see, where is DeAndre Swift at the 612. Joe Mixon's at the 903. 903. He's
going to go up. Swift
so it's not a full round right now. But okay, let's say 7th round DeAndre Swift or 9th, 10th round Joe Mixon. What do you want? That's
Still
what it looks
Swift.
like. I think it's Swift for me.
Still Swift.
What do you
the
guys
upside
think?
is just stupid.
Mike says Swift. I say Swift. J. Rich says Swift. Fantasy draft room. You're on the clock.
What players are around Swift? I need to know that.
Your guys Damian Pierce. Your guys Damian Pierce and the 109 in this class.
How come you say it like your guys, like it's a bad thing?
I'm not a Damian Pierce. I'm not a Damian Pierce guy, but it's not necessarily a bad thing.
Adam's telling them it's a bad thing.
I'm just not I'm basically telling you I'm not a Damian Pierce guy. Let me say it that way. Sorry, Mike. He feels attacked.
With the ADP that I'm looking at, I mean, I'm looking at the difference between possibly getting Chris Godwin, George Pickens, Treylon Burks types at wide receiver.
Godwin's gonna go. Godwin's pretty firmly ahead, though.
That's not the discussion, though. Really.
Let's use.
So you prefer a receiver there who's old? Okay,
let's
we
use
get
a running
it. You
back.
like old guys. Like,
let's use running backs.
Come on,
DeAndre Swift, Damian Pierce, or the 109, or would you rather have Mixon, Montgomery, Algier types? Like that's what we're looking at, really. Just let's keep running back in the mix now.
And sure, in that.
If that's how we're gonna do it, then Swift. Yeah, if that's how we're gonna look at it, then Swift.
That's how we're doing it. Swift.
I mean, like you can always look down the board and be like, well, he's a better value down here. So that's
the question, right? Like in startup.
Go ahead.
In startups, he's asking the question. Okay. You know, what are you looking at? Are you looking at Swift or are you looking at 3 rounds later Mixon? So it's like, what value are you going to get there on the board in those ranges? And so that's why I'm looking
20
at
rounds
what
later,
else
you can draft Dwayne McBride. So there's your value. There's your ultimate value. Dwayne McBride, 30th round pick.
Let's go.
This
guy.
Changing the post draft in like 5 minutes.
But yeah, I'm okay.
Jason Taylor, the second, just got drafted. Did anybody else?
What position is he a tight end?
He's a safety.
Safety. Okay, Jason Taylor the second. That's how you know I'm getting old.
We got a jersey question. Rom, would you guys prefer Antonio Gibson or Brian Robinson going into the season?
Next.
Okay, Mike, tell him who is it.
Come on, Mike. At least show the Antonio Gibson jersey, man. Sitting down.
Come on,
there.
Mike.
Let's go.
Mike, give us your answer.
Can you tell us why though Antonio Gibson, based on the fact that most people would not really agree with you. Not saying you're wrong, but
there's 250 people. Can you give us the
Can you give 250 people your Antonio Gibson love? That's what I'm asking for.
I will. One of them is a dynamic, athletic, pass-catching running back who scores fantasy points, and the other one is a slow, 2-down grinder who doesn't catch passes and doesn't really do anything. So it's Antonio Gibson.
Damn. Remember when I got killed for saying he wouldn't get a second contract? That was a good one.
Yes. That was fine.
That was a good one.
Jeez, Jay.
Now how's that looking?
Come on, Jay Rich. Dang. All right.
Listen,
it's very fair, by the way. It's very
fair. You're very fair. But you also, I think, within a matter of weeks, also said some shit about T-Law that you probably regret.
What was his yards per attempt? I was very wrong
Gino,
on T-Law, but I don't think I was fully wrong on T-Law. What was his yards per attempt last season, Mike?
Who? I don't know.
Gibson.
Who cares? He scored fantasy points.
Hey, hold on. You thought I was going to snipe your Pierce when Mike just said, why is it our Pierce?
You know who didn't score fantasy points? Brian Robinson.
That's because he got shot, Mike. Is
no.
that what you're coming at a guy who got shot last season?
Hold on. Go to Spike Week consistency weeks. How did B-Rob do?
Damn, Mike, that's model? Cold.
Man,
let's take bias out of it. Let's talk about we need JB here. Let's talk analytics.
So the question for me. Okay.
Go ahead.
So my question for you, Mike: do you believe that Eric Bieniemy can unlock Antonio Gibson? Because you've been on record, way more talented. He can catch passes. All these things you're talking about. Do you believe that Bieniemy can unlock Gibson and make him a relevant fantasy asset?
He was relevant last year without Bieniemy. More relevant than Brian Robinson. Was he relevant? So
so he was more relevant than Brian Robinson. Okay, you've established Brian Robinson is terrible, even though Brian Robinson had multiple games of 20+ carries, which is relevant. Right. But my point is, can he actually make him relevant fantasy? Like, yeah, he's a running back, great, but can he be an RB3? Because he wasn't an RB3 last year. Or was he an RB3?
Was Jerick McKinnon and Tyler Algier relevant?
Yeah, one ran for 1,000 yards and one scored a touchdown every week for like 6 weeks.
And Antonio Gibson did better than both of them as far as best ball is concerned.
what does that mean? Because that doesn't mean anything to anybody. That's just words.
And Antonio Gibson last year had 6 weeks where he was a top 16 running back or better. 6 weeks.
Okay. Okay.
Like, that's very relevant. I'm not saying he's elite. I'm not talking about drafting him as an RB1 or a high-end RB2, but as a back-end RB2, he's very relevant to the level of Tyler Algier, Jared McKinnon, Raheem Mostert, Dameon Pierce, Devin Singletary, and even Mr. Wonderful Travis Etienne, who's valued extremely higher him.
Mr. Wonderful.
If I go to Mr. Wonderful. If I go to Brian Robinson, he was relevant on the level of Deion Jackson, JaMychal Hasty, Latavius Murray, Kareem Hunt, Alexander Madison, Zach Moss, and Isaiah Pacheco. So as far as
you're saying that because of his spike weeks, though, like you're referencing because of the spike weeks, not because of the points per game or the touches he got per week. It's just spike weeks.
Brian Robinson had 2 weeks last year where he was better than RB15. 2. One of them he was RB15.
But we don't expect him to be better than RB15 anyways. Like, this is Brian Robinson we're talking about here.
What are you getting out of a guy who gives you 63, 19, 29, 64, 34, 15, 38, 5, 21, 30, 40, 30? Like, those aren't needle-moving performances from a guy that you're starting every single week. He is irrelevant. Antonio Gibson at least is giving you a positional advantage week in and week out, and he did it without Eric Bieniemy. I'm not saying Bieniemy is going to unlock him and make him superhuman, but already last year when it was like, I don't care who the offensive coordinator was, Antonio Gibson was already better than Brian Robinson, and now you get an offensive coordinator that favors Antonio Gibson's skill set. Who's to say he's not even more better than him? So this is why it's not a competition for me. Brian Robinson is just a plotter who really doesn't do anything for you in fantasy.
And you're not worried about his lack of touches on a per-week basis. You just think he's going to outperform because he's a better player. Brian Robinson's going to get more touches week per week.
I'm not telling you to take him in lineup and plug him in at your RB1 spot, right, where you got to feel really good about it. But I play in a ton of best ball leagues, and there's no question about it. I will take Antonio Gibson far before I'll ever touch Brian Robinson because he is damn near a 0 on my team.
Yeah, but that's a different. But again, in the lineup conversation where you have to actually start these guys,
what about in lineup
for opportunities, right? Like I get what you're saying in best ball, but in best ball, take the more explosive talent, has the boom weeks. That's best ball philosophy.
Well,
right?
Let's talk lineup for a second, because we would agree on best ball. Yep.
I'm with you on best ball.
I understand what you're saying. Like Brian Robinson gets the touches, but he doesn't do fuck with them. So does it really matter that you get the touches? Like I give you 30 touches a game, you get 6 fantasy points. I don't care what your touch share is.
So I think
still
Mike.
Trash.
Can I make a point that's not about Brian Robinson and Antonio Gibson for a second? Because I think Mike's point is not being read right because of the bias of the jersey. Let me say this: if you are a guy that's going to get early down grinder work, and you're on an inefficient offense that doesn't score a lot, that role is like what Cody said, in between the 20s a lot of times, right, for the tight end. Like, you're not going to have a lot of chances to score red zone touchdowns for Brian Robinson. I think that's the big thing. His volume may not actually amount to fantasy points unless the offense is better. And
unless
now we're talking about
unless he scores.
Right, but my point is with Brissett and with Howell, how good do we think this offense is going to be, right? Now, if you told me Brian Robinson is the early down grinder for Buffalo or for some of these offenses that are really proficient, I think we're having a different conversation. I think that's to Mike's point. It's not even about Brian Robinson here, although we're talking about him. It's about running backs in general in the early down grinder role. It's much better on an offense that's going to score a lot.
For sure. But, I mean, it's just tough for me to say, like, in a lineup league, the guy I want is the same, like, this is the guy that ran 13 carries, 26 carries, 15 carries, 18 carries, 21 carries, 12 carries, 22 carries, 24 carries, right? Like that volume is, he had 200 carries last year and he didn't play the first 4 games.
Yep. He was coming off of he was coming off of being shot too.
That his touchdown upside is completely up to the offense because he's not going to break off a big run. But you look at 3.9 yards a carry, which is the exact same as Antonio Gibson. They had the same yards per carry behind the same offensive line. In some ways, for me, it's just give me the guy who's going to get the opportunities, and that seems to be Brian Robinson. And if you're rushing for 44, 86, 57, 105, 96, 89, 58, 87 yards in consecutive games, I can be willing to bet that maybe there's a good chance you can score a touchdown in those opportunities. That's all.
And I think team build, like if you built heavily in wide receivers and you were like, okay, B-Rob's my RB2 or flex play, whatever, RB3, fine. But I do think here, like Nick picks, like, yeah, if you're telling me it's points per carry, okay, fine. You're going to take the extra point every time there's a carry. I'm not going to fight you on B-Rob. But I don't hate B-Rob. I think I would rather shoot my shot on a guy that, if it all hits right, would be Gibson would be much better. I think than when B-Rob, we've already seen, that's probably what he's going to get right. Like, is he going to get more than what we're seeing right now in work? He's not going to get more work than what we just saw.
He's not going to get more.
That's my point.
Do you think we see a switch in offensive philosophy this season with Eric Bieniemy coming in and them getting a more of a 50-50 split? Because it was pretty heavily skewed Robinson's way for whatever reason. And I'm with you, Mike. He's a more dynamic talent. Yep. And even there's weeks where we thought B-Rob was smash and all of a sudden Gibson's getting the work. But I hope that Bieniemy can use him more efficiently for sure.
Hold on. We got another Seattle running back, apparently.
Oh man. Yes, sir. Kenny McIntosh.
Oh, man.
Establish the run. Kenny McIntosh. Can we get a sounder?
We had Lou Nichols to Green Bay as well, so we had
Come
two
on, man.
running backs
Oh, my
off the board in the last few
goodness.
picks.
Remember when you had
And
Kenneth
boys,
Walker as a running back 4 in Dynasty in startups, man? Second round pick.
I hate to do
So you're
this to
telling
y'all.
me they just brought in
an
an elite pass catcher
elite
to the
pass
team
catcher.
with two
I hate
grinders.
What's up, Cody? You out?
I got to roll. Cody's sticking around. Okay. I got to bounce though. So I again appreciate this time and opportunity. Love you guys. Had a freaking blast. Everyone that's tuned in, all 250 of you that are still here in the 7th round, you degenerates. Keep tuning in. Keep loving this. Again, like the feed, and come here for the hard-hitting analysis of Lou Nichols and Kenny McIntosh. So I'm out, y'all. Y'all have a good one.
Yep. All right.
Chase.
Peace, Chase.
See you, Chase.
My God.
Don't forget the hard-hitting
Boys,
punter
we did
analysis
it.
in Wingate. What do we got?
We did it.
What?
The stack is complete.
Yes.
The Chargers drafted Max Duggan. Let's go.
Oh my gosh.
Let's go.
Day 3.
R.I.P. Justin Herbert. We have a full Horned Frog stack in L.A.
Imagine not sticking around for day 3 right now, right? Like, come on,
Let's
man.
go.
Do you really think the Chargers are playing in underdog drafts? Is that what that is? They're getting the triple stack? 2 wide receivers and the quarterback?
I'm not
Change
buying
my
this, man.
mind.
I'm not
Quentin
buying
Johnston
this.
to the moon. Darius Davis, 2nd round pick in rookie drafts. Max Duggan, auto top 5. They got the full stack now. Full stack in LA. That scout team is going to be a crazy.
See you forever, Justin Herbert. Sorry about
Our scout team leagues are going to be off the chain.
He got his 5th-year option picked up, but that extension.
All right, guys. 20 more riveting picks to go in our draft. This is not fake news. This is not sleeper drafts. This is the NFL draft. 20 more picks to go. Jacksonville's on the clock. So, Kenny McIntosh to Seattle real quick. I don't think it means anything really. Like 7th round and undrafted are basically the same.
Why? Why does it not matter? They have 2 guys that don't really catch passes very well. We know they utilize Travis Homer quite a bit.
Sure.
Right? Like, he could be that pass catcher for them, and that sucks.
Could he?
That's
Could
really
he?
Bad.
To your point, could he end up being just a little bit annoying if we already have a timeshare? Absolutely. But
if he gets imagine if he gets 40
6
targets.
touches.
Yes.
Yeah, like it's just
that's the thing.
That's not good.
Forget touches, just snap share. Like if he's out there on 3rd downs.
If he gets 20% of the downs.
That would hurt. But there's also in the 7th round, there's also a chance that he never sees the field too. That's the reason I say it.
How many targets did Travis Homer have last year?
His skill set is worrisome, for sure.
His skill set is a bit of a problem, for sure.
Agreed. What do you got, Mike?
How many targets did Travis Homer have last year?
Let me find it.
It's 18.
18. Okay. But they didn't throw to the running back that much, period, though.
But Kenneth Walker, even in that offense, had 6 catches in a game, to Mike's point.
How many targets did Travis Homer have the year before?
20.
21.
Okay. Like, I don't really care about Kenny. Like, is it annoying?
I'm not saying we should care, but it's more about the Charbonnet Walker.
It could be. It could be annoying.
I'm not annoyed at a guy who's getting 20 targets a year, man. I'm not.
Kenneth Walker only had 35.
But
Homer got 18.
There's third string tight ends who are going to get
I was just gonna say this. I actually don't think it's about the targets though, because it's a low passing. I think it's about the snap percentages. I think
but you got Homer with 18 and Dallas with 19, and both aren't on the roster. Right, or is Dallas still there? I thought he was gone as well.
I think Dallas is gone too. I could be wrong.
Yeah, he's gone.
Right, so those are your third down pass catching role guys, and that's where McIntosh will fit in. To your point, it won't take away, but it doesn't. Again, if we want it to be this two-headed monster, it may not be that if Kenny McIntosh is even seeing the field at a 15% snap share, which kind of sucks.
So that's the point.
But I'm not too worried about it. I mean, one, he's not very good. Two, even Travis Homer never really did anything to really be that big of a thorn in the side.
You don't think Kenny McIntosh is good?
No, it has nothing to do with McIntosh. Real quick, if McIntosh gets 15 or 20% of snaps on third downs here and there, like if you're telling me that's Kenneth Walker, right? Before, like who cares? Who cares at all? Nobody cares. But if you're telling me Kenneth Walker and Charbonnet are splitting the early down work, and then we're putting Kenny McIntosh or some other person in for that other 15%, that's where it hurts.
Damn it.
He had 43 receptions for 505 yards, 11.7 a reception last year at Georgia.
What is Mike mad
He's
about now?
He's a good receiver.
Mike's had the best day 3 ever, right? Like they got DeAndre Swift.
The first fullback off the board wasn't my guy.
Oh, it wasn't your guy? Oh,
It wasn't my guy.
See, this is why you got to go back to the Shrine Bowl. Start over.
I know.
He's always
throw out the ranks. Start over.
He's always crying.
I'm gonna tear these all down. The process is all wrong.
Koopa.
Oh, this is horrible.
Shout out to Koopa, Heisman member and South Harmon top tier. Super chat. South Harmon rookie ADP is updated to only drafts from today. Who is furthest from where they should be drafted? All right, I'll go pull it up.
From where they should be drafted? Probably Keyshawn Boutte.
Oh, no. Let's see it.
He doesn't have that much data to go out that far, Jay Rich.
Okay.
That's, well, oof. All right, so here we go. Right now we're looking at Sam Laporte is the 301 still. Is that for real? Wow.
Apparently.
I'm smashing Sam Laporte at 301, even at 1.5 tight end premium. So right now what we're looking at is Bijan's at 101, A-Rich is at 102, Bryce is at 103, CJ's at 104, Mike Scott Gibbs at 105, JSN, Addison, Johnson, Zay Flowers, Levis is at 110, Dalton Kincaid at 111, Charbonnet's at 112, Mayer's at 201, Devon A-Chain 202, Hennon Hooker's at 203. Come on, man, still.
People,
is this because of the Goff stuff? Like there was
it's the Lions landing spot, and even on national media, they're like, "Oh yeah, maybe if everything goes right, he could be the starter after Goff." And
Jay Rich, man, how about Jonathan Mingo as the wide receiver 5 in real money drafts right now?
I mean, he was wide receiver 5 in the real draft too. So
there it is.
I mean,
Rashee Rice, wide receiver 6, Josh Downs still going at 206, Kendre 207. Jalen Hyatt, 208. Tajay, 209. 210 is Marvin Mims, Tank Bigsby, and then the Luke Musgrave and Sam Laporta, 212, 301. That's what we're looking at in real money drafts right now.
That's all the data we got so far. All right, the one that stood out to me, the first one that stood out to me, how the hell Kendre Miller going at the 207?
Makes no sense, man.
RB5.
Makes no sense.
It's Alvin Kamara probably, right? You'd think. They brought in Jamal Williams. Alvin Kamara is still there. It is an uphill battle for him, whether we like it or not, right? Kamara's still got a contract through this year, and he could be gone, probably will be. He's overpaid as hell, but it's a hurdle for dynasty managers. It's not as clear as even Tank Bigsby in some ways. If you want to take him over Kendre, maybe people will, just because Jacksonville's a good team, good offense. Travis Etienne can't take all the work, so we'll see.
I got Uber Eats just got delivered, man. I'm going to go grab it. I'm not going to eat on the stream, but I'm going to go grab it from the door.
We'll see.
We'll
see.
Pathetic.
Pathetic. Okay. For me, all of these running backs should be higher. I'm taking most of these running backs over the day 3 or the third round wide receivers. So the Rashee Rices, Josh Downs, Jonathan Mingos, Jalen Hyatts, Marvin Mims. I might put all of Tank Bigsby, Tyjae Spears, Kendre Miller above all of them, to be honest.
So you would take day 2 running backs over day 2 receivers?
Yeah, I think I would. Just because.
So you're not in on Jaden Reed, you're not in on Rashee Rice, and clearly you're not in on Jonathan Mingo. I mean, I don't know how crazy you are to say that, but talk to me about that.
He's definitely up there. I think he's like 2. I think I'd probably put him in at like 2.6.
Jaden Reed isn't even on this list. Did you know that?
That is a bit actually wild.
Jaden Reed has to be drafted for sure. For sure.
Like I'm gonna do something stupid with Jalen Hyatt that I don't recommend people do. So like him going at 208 is kind of like I'm in on Jalen Hyatt, but I can't justify taking him over like Jaden Reed, right? A guy who got top 50 NFL draft capital, like Scott.
But do you believe that Hyatt could be the one?
He could be the one.
And I think we probably can't say that about Jaden Reed with Christian Watson being there and hitting pretty quickly.
It's fair,
right?
But how does somebody justify the Josh Downs, Rashee Rice thing? And
Rashee Rice is Kansas City.
Rashee Rice is KC.
That's Kansas City, man. That's easy.
Nobody learned from Sky Moore at all.
No, we don't learn our lessons here in the Dynasty community. We just keep making the same mistakes.
Hendon Hooker as the 203.
What's crazy is we were taking him there when we thought he could be a first rounder. Now he's a third rounder.
Right.
Got to adjust that one.
That is insane.
Yeah.
How
adjust the take?
How do you also justify a guy like is it because it's Iowa, man? Like, how do you take Sam Laporta after Luke Musgrave? Would Sam Laporta went before Luke Musgrave?
Musgrave wasn't even the best tight end drafted to the Green Bay Packers in this draft.
Right. Like, I'd rather have Tucker Kraft.
Yep. Just pass on Musgrave. Give me Tucker Kraft a round later. Let's go.
Yeah, we talked about this on the stream. I think that's a point that I'm going to do a lot is just I'll take the discount on Tucker Kraft. I mean, I like Luke Musgrave, but are you sure at a round difference it's worth the investment? I wouldn't be.
I think the bigger point, Adam, is I don't want to choose. I just don't.
Yep.
Like, why did this team draft two tight ends? I don't know. I don't know which one they prefer. I mean, this happened with the Ravens, right? They took Hayden Hurst. We were like, what the hell? And then they took Mark Andrews, and all of a sudden Mark Andrews is the tight end one now. It's probably not going to play out that way. They're both receiving options, but I don't want to be choosing between the two because I don't know which one's going to win the job, the opportunity, etc. It's just they both have talent. They both could have a chance. They both got drafted. I don't know which one it's going to be, though. And trying to choose is too difficult.
Let's go, Mark.
Mark, appreciate the super chat. Just wanted to show you guys some love. Been watching you from the UK, so it's midnight to 5 a.m. the first 2 nights, and now 5 p.m. until midnight today. I'm imagining you like this today a lot better. But anyway, appreciate you watching and the super chat as well. It's all love, Mark. Appreciate you being here, man.
All right, so Jay Rich, you're the Mingo guy. If this is where you have to take Jonathan Mingo, are you in on your rookie dress?
Probably not. Probably out.
Who would you take in front of him?
Dominic,
can you give me like a list? Can you give me a list?
Yeah. So right now he's going at the 204. Okay. The guy's going behind him: Rashee Rice, Josh Downs. No, thank you. But Kendre Miller.
Yeah.
Jalen Hyatt.
Talk me into it.
Jalen Hyatt at all?
Probably not. No? I don't think I could do it. No. I'd lean on the capital there.
Tajay Spears.
Tajay. Honestly, I would say no.
Okay. Marvin Mims.
No.
Tank Bigsby.
Probably not. He got very good draft capital.
Musgrave or Sam Laporta?
In a premium, maybe, yeah. Yeah, I could see myself taking Laporta in a premium. So the problem for me isn't so much that I don't like the player. Obviously, everyone knows I love the player. But at some point, you have to say, like, he was drafted pretty high, and there's really not anybody there. And we like the quarterback, right? We like the system with Frank Reich. So I do think he could have opportunity. Will he succeed? That's a different question. But I think that Kendrick's in a good enough spot with good enough capital. We should consider him there. I struggle with Tajay because I don't know what opportunity he's going to get. Like, he legit could be Darrington Evans, who basically never played. And then I know people like Tank Bigsby, but how much is he going to play behind ETN? That's where I struggle a little bit.
I know it's hard to visualize, right? Because you're not looking at the same thing I am. But I said 204 before, right? And there's a couple guys going in front of him before the 204 that I think you would agree that aren't going to be there, right? Like, would you take Zach Charbonnet or Mingo?
I'd probably take Charbonnet.
Charbs.
Okay. Would you take Hendon Hooker or Mingo?
I would take Mingo. For sure.
Okay, so we're kicking Hendon Hooker out. So now all of a sudden he's the 204 or the 203. The only one you really said for sure that you would take in front of him would be Kendre. So he's right back to the 204, Jay Rich. Like, this is where you're going to end up taking him, is that 203, 204, 205 spot with Jonathan Mingo. I know it sucks to say.
And I think the bigger point is that, like, everyone that you mentioned after him it's not that he's so much more superior. Just if I'm splitting hairs here, I would take Mingo and I would lean on the capital in that situation in Carolina that I think is actually pretty decent. But if you're going to give me some assets to trade down, like to trade into the third, like what's the difference between these guys? If you think your board is really high on a couple guys and maybe a little bit lower on Jaden Reed, a little bit lower on some of these guys that we like, okay, you can maneuver within the tier. But like you mentioned, after the first round, honestly, it's kind of just whoever you want. Get your guy season. You want to take Mingo at 2-1? Be my guest. He was a top 40 receiver. I might not do that, and it's difficult to say right now because we're not in the rookie draft. But I think construction matters. You have to lean draft capital. But do I care whether I get Mingo, Reed, even Hyatt to some degree? I'm kind of with you, Mike. I'd be willing to take some shots on Hyatt. But if I'm picking one guy, it's Mingo, Reed, Rice, Mingo, Hyatt. I'll just take a little bit of all of them. But I think Mingo will be the highest drafted, so you'll have to pay up for him. I don't know if there's that much of a difference between Mingo and some of these other guys, and I kind of laid out some of the reasons why.
I think this. I'm just coming from the standpoint of a guy who wasn't in on Jonathan Mingo, not like you were. This is a guy like maybe I'll take him in the 4th round, pre NFL draft. But I'm looking at it now and I'm going, Jay, like you make a lot of sense about like if I just follow the draft capital and what I know compared to what's coming at the end, there's a very short list of guys that I could justify taking over him. If I had to make the pick. Ideally, I'd love to trade back. Like you said, let me trade back 5 spots, pick up a 3rd rounder. I'll shoot another shot on a tight end or, as much as you talk shit about like Chase Brown's spot, like at least it's a running back on a good offense. I'll take that too. And I'll make it a 2-for-1. But if I have to make the pick and I can't trade back, I'll be taking Jonathan Mingo everywhere at 204, 205. Like if you make me, that's
and
what
maybe
I'm
even
do.
higher.
I mean,
right? Like.
Yeah, and DB says, well said, Jay Rich. I think I know you may not love Mingo, the prospect, but the NFL spoke, man. Like, they took him early, and there are some traits to be excited for in fantasy. So at a certain point, why are you passing on him? Are you stubborn? Are you so stubborn in your own bias? Because I'll tell you right now, we've all been burned on our own stubbornness before. So just think about it, man. Think about it for yourself.
Scott said it best, right? Is that he's not going to draft him high, but he has to find some spots to take him because he was drafted in a relevant spot. It kind of reminds me, honestly, of like when Terry McLaurin was a 3rd round pick, and I like loved Terry McLaurin, loved the talent, thought he was a great separator, and Washington was a wide open spot. And people were still kind of fading him, right? They weren't really in on McLaurin. They were like, well, 3rd rounder, I don't know, didn't really produce at Ohio State. And then he ends up basically winning the wide receiver 1 job and was great for fantasy and was a massive value. But it's more so to highlight that there is an opportunity there. It may not seem great now, but he has a good quarterback. We don't know if he's a great fantasy quarterback, but he's a good, competent quarterback that I think is worth taking a look at. And in that spot, he could just walk into 80 targets. Like he could. He was a 2nd round pick, 39 overall. Like those guys get targeted. And so if he can win the job outside, he may not do anything with it, and I would openly accept that. That could totally happen. But if everything goes right, they have to, take a shot on that guy and give him opportunities based off the draft capital. And you can say the same thing about Rashee Rice and Jaden Reed, except those guys have a lot more target competition than Jonathan Mingo does.
All right, so we have a super chat here. DREC22 in a startup and had 3 first-rounders, Mahomes, Herbert, Chase. Don't pick again until 6-11. Looking for a recommendation on how to construct my roster moving forward. It's 12-team Superflex, 0.75 tight end premium. We're starting 12 lineup. I mean, you're going to start taking value here, and you're going to kind of build your team. But the reality is you've anchored at quarterback, right? And you have an elite receiver 1. So I think it's hard to fail here, Mike. But what's your points of what you're looking for at 6-11 and forward for this team?
What was the cost to get those 3 first-rounders, right? Like, I know the startup picks from 2, 3, 4, and 5 are gone, right? Because he doesn't pick till 6-11.
If that's all it is, I mean, holy hell, right?
But
I mean, probably give up future first.
I would imagine.
Right, to get up.
Yeah, and if I gave up future first to go get it, like I don't have a lot of incentive to bail the guy out by going for youth or going for those upside plays. I want people on my team that are going to score points. Like I want to try to build a contender right out the gate. So, like at the 6-11, if that ends up being like where like a Jordan Addison's going, in startup drafts, pass.
You know what?
Give me the Chris Godwins of the world.
Can I give you a perfect example? Is Chris Godwin's almost our ADP, South Harmon ADP, Koopa Troopa, shout out to him. 612 is Treylon Burks. 701 is Chris Godwin. I want Chris Godwin on this build.
Over
Treylon Burks, right?
Not even close.
It's a really good idea to think about.
So just don't fall into that trap of it's dynasty. You traded away and you leverage. He put in chat. He traded away his 24 first and his 25 first.
Oh yes,
so for the
100%.
next 2 years,
you got to get it.
The next 2 years, you have somebody hanging something over your head. You're going to need a third quarterback at some point just to kind of secure it. You have 2 studs, but just try to get a third one so you feel good in case an injury happens, so you're not in that predicament because you don't have draft capital to leverage to go get one in season. You have to build this very smart, but just take the veteran talent that keeps falling, the production. Everyone's going to overvalue the youth and the upside plays like Treylon Burks you're talking about, but just take the vets, take the production, and make them pay for, you got away with trading with your 24 first, your 25 first to move up to secure these 3 guys. Make them pay because they're like, there's a possibility he leveraged himself too hard. Make them pay, and they get the 112 next year. They get the 111 next year. They get the 110, whatever the hell it is. So,
yeah, 100% knowing the 24 first and 25 first are gone, right? So, I'll give you some targets here. Chris Godwin's a good one, but in the same range as Terry McLaurin, Brandon Ayuk. Okay, I'm cool there. You start getting to the 7th, 8th round, Amari Cooper's a good one. Christian Kirk's a good one. DeAndre Hopkins is a good one in the 8th round. 9th round, you start looking at Keenan Allen. There's a lot of veterans, I think. You don't have to go all of the veterans, but there's a lot of guys in that range where you can secure points to backfill the fact that you don't have a bunch of young studs that people view and you could trade away. But you can backfill points in the 8th and 9th and 10th round all the way through.
Yeah, I'll give my 2 cents on this one as well. Of I would definitely lean Mike's side of things, where exactly what you all were talking, just going into pushing in for that contending roster right now. I mean, the fact that you got these 3, I don't care that I'm giving up my 2 through 5 picks. That's perfectly fine by me, and I'd probably look to be trying to contend with those old aging assets that I would normally build this. But if I didn't do that, and if the league did actually value those guys more, the thing that I'd look to start doing is can I get 24 first for any of these 6 through 8 picks and then trade back into it? So if I'm taking a 24 first and a 11th round pick, those are the types of leverage moves that Scott has talked about a lot of times during startups, especially in snake drafts. That'd be the only other way I'd play it, and then try to recoup that 24 and 25 first value that you gave up. But I'd probably lean into trying to just compete this year and wreck the league.
Any further thoughts? I think that's pretty easy.
No, you got to just try to find as many points as possible because you gave up so much in terms of assets to get there. I think the real mistake was getting Chase. We've heard Scott Connor talk about his roster construction in startups, and Chase is great. But I'm sure if you didn't make that Chase trade, you're probably feeling a little bit better about your roster because as great as Chase is, I mean, Chris Godwin way down in the 6th, 7th round. He's not going to be the same production, but he's another threshold receiver without giving up all this extra capital. So I love Chase, difference maker, but you probably paid a little bit more to get him.
The only good thing about Chase, J. Rich, is the fact that is one of the few assets in Dynasty, especially at the wide receiver position, that people will pay for throughout the year.
I was just going to say
he's a very safe one. So you draft him now. You draft him now when people aren't really thinking about it too hard. But you start getting closer to the season, and his team still has some holes, right? Or he's even in season. Maybe he starts to have some injury problems. Chase is a great one where he can literally go a 3-for-1. People will trade him 3 wide receivers for 1 Jamar Chase, and he can go get even more vets to just kind of backfill his roster.
And that's a big point to the 3-for-1, because that's what I was going to get to. Is Chase is almost liquid. That's the one good thing about him that Mike's saying. And here's the truth, right? If this is a start 9 league, I'll probably just hold Chase, if I'm telling you the truth. Start 12? Start 12, right? This is where 12. I think I'll take the 3-for-1 for sure. You give me that Ayuk and Kirk and a first or something, I'm way more interested than in start 9.
Having Chase on his team is almost like having his 24 first, his 25 first, and probably 2 seconds in liquidity still hanging around for draft capital. So that's a good one to hold on to.
Yeah, when you're anchored at quarterback, I'm okay with it. But I also think that in this league format, Chase is someone I'm probably going to try to feel out offers for and hope to get that 3-for-1 that's actually legit versus some BS 3-for-1 offer.
For sure.
All right. Dalen says, I need fantasy football help. Dynasty Superflex, 0.5 PPR. Rookie draft is today. I have the 101 and the 103. My current roster is Tua and Cousins at quarterback, Etienne, Henry, Swift, Cook at running back. Who should I get? Mike, can I tell you something here? I think this is big. I know you're big Bijan, staunch, but I think if this is this, I have this scenario a lot of places too. If you have 101 and 103, I think you have to take A-Rich at 101 because at 102, like how big is the difference between Bijan and Gibbs for you? Like for you say Gibbs is the 103 for sure. Like why would you not just take A-Rich here and then take Gibbs at 103 versus
because
taking
half PPR? It's half PPR and the difference is a little bit bigger, Adam.
Superflex though.
It's a half PPR. You said what's the difference between Gibbs and Bijan for me? It's a lot bigger in half PPR than it's going to be in full PPR.
Okay. So you would rather have Bijan and then whatever the quarterback is at one? Because here's the thing: would you rather have Bijan and then at this point, if you need quarterback help, right? Like you're going to take CJ, or are you going to take both running backs here?
I'm still taking both running backs here.
I was going to bring that up. Would you consider it? Would you consider it?
No way.
Right?
Yes.
Would you consider
I'll
it?
take both running backs.
Would you consider it?
No chance.
Because I think you could run the risk of seeing if A-Rich comes back to you at 103 if you wanted to.
Right.
And I think, Mike, that's what you're getting at, is that maybe you still do take Bijan 1 and you see, do they have the stones to take A-Rich at 2? And if they do, you take Gibbs.
There is a 0% chance that Bijan Robinson falls to you at the 103.
Exactly.
There is a realistic possibility Anthony Richardson will fall to you at the 103. That's why you take Bijan.
I'll take this team here, and I like Tua a lot, right? I like Tua a lot, but most people do not.
You guys are kind of in on Tua.
Most people don't like Tua, though.
It's interesting.
And Tua also is a guy that people are really scared about as far as longevity. I look at this as these are the two quarterbacks I have. I like Cousins, man, but like this team needs a quarterback. Like I could survive with Etienne, Henry, Swift, Cook, and Gibbs. I could survive with that. I don't need.
But that team's ready to win too, though.
But what if you take Bijan and Gibbs though, and those are your only two quarterbacks, and one of them gets hurt? Now you're in trouble.
Yeah, for sure. But if Cousins gets hurt, you have A-Rich. A-Rich is full Justin Fields, just stinking it up week after week.
Mm-hmm.
Right? And you got Derrick Henry, Dalvin Cook, DeAndre Swift on the Eagles, performing at a pretty well level. It's an interesting conversation, but when you see Tua and Cousins, they're like, man, can you overcome Tua and Cousins with Etienne, Henry, Swift, Cook, Bijan, Gibbs? Because there's no guarantee that A-Rich is going to be an answer for you at quarterback this season. Long term, he could definitely be something. So that's why I'm glad you brought it up, Mike, because I was going to ask you, would you take running back? And would you run the risk of maybe A-Rich comes back to you at 3? And I think that could be a possibility. And like Mike said, you're not getting Bijan at 3. You're just not.
Now, know your league too. But let me say, to my point of what I was going to finish here is that if I end up losing Tua or Cousins and I don't take a quarterback, right, going to get one, unless I'm going to find the Purdy or the Brissett or something, like you're going to pay a premium. Now, if I end up having, let's say I have A-Rich, Tua, and Cousins, and now I have Gibbs, Etienne, Henry, Swift, and Cook. If I lose 2 of these or even 3 of these running backs, I can go find replaceable running backs a lot cheaper, and I still have 3 quarterbacks that we feel pretty good about in Dynasty. That's my biggest difference here between this team.
So my first piece of advice, though, would be to shop the 103 for a quarterback, right?
That's
Cousins and the 103 gets you what? Tua
and
the 103 gets you what? Because then if you get a quarterback, Bijan 101, lock it in, and you have Bijan Robinson, Etienne, Henry, Swift, Cook, a quarterback that you really like, and Tua, or a quarterback that you really like, and Cousins. Now, I think that's the move you want to make.
If you could make 103 and even Cousins become a top 6 quarterback, and it's Tua and Herbert or Tua and Lamar or something like that, I'll have a different conversation about taking Bijan.
I think there's a lot of people who, if you go to a manager and you're like, I'll give you Kirk Cousins and the 103.
Look at Chase.
And you're asking for, Lamar Jackson, Justin Fields, maybe Trevor Lawrence. You might be able to get a pretty good quarterback for that. Like, that's a pretty decent offer and sounds good to a lot of people because Cousins is still a top 12 quarterback.
Don't overthink it then, man. You're on the right track. Lean into it. But we haven't heard from Cody. So, Cody, what do you think here?
I fully agree with it with Jay here. If I can explore the tier up into that locked in top 8 quarterback realm first with that 103 and one of my quarterbacks, that's what I'm trying to do first. But if I'm forced to make the picks, I've got 2 safe quarterbacks in my opinion, but I don't have a guy that's a difference maker. I'll take A-Rich 101 here, and then I'll take Gibbs at the 103. I'll keep it a little bit shorter. We've explained this one pretty good, but I think both sides have been explained so far, so that's what I tried to do first, though, is try to take that 103 and Cousins or Tua and try to get myself into that Herbert-Lamar range.
This is from Ryan. So
strong.
I don't know that I fully agree, but I'm just putting it up here. A-Rich or Bryce at 103 is fire. So that's the other thing you could do is if you do take Bijan at 103, if you believe in Bryce, right? If you believe in Bryce, you could also say, I believe Bijan's different than Gibbs. And you could say, I'm cool with Bryce at 103 if that's what I get too. So that's the other play.
Yep. It's tough. Right. It's not an easy situation for sure. It's we gave you both sides and now you got to make that decision, but it's definitely not easy. So it was a good question.
Thanks for the help. I'm torn. Yeah. I mean, you've heard multiple sides of it. So, Jay, you want to give us some of the picks here? We have a tight end controversy in San Francisco now.
No, we don't.
For those that want to know,
I did see that the Niners took a tight end, and I was like, okay, yeah, Braden Willis, nice. Jalen Brooks went to the Dallas Cowboys at 244, wide receiver there. So Mad Max Duggan, Derek Parrish went to Jacksonville. Pittsburgh took Corey Trice, a cornerback. Green Bay took Anthony Johnson, a cornerback from Virginia. Giants took Jordan Riley, DT out of Oregon. Like I mentioned, Jalen Brooks to the Cowboys, wide receiver of South Carolina. The New England Patriots took Isaiah Bolden, cornerback out of Jackson State. Cincinnati Bengals took DJ Ivey, cornerback out of Miami. The Niners, like I mentioned, took Brandon Willis, tight end. And then the Houston Texans took Brandon Hill, is the last my list is updated for now.
I've got
only a few more picks
next
left,
three.
Yeah, what are we down to?
Oh, there you go.
I've got the next 3. It is Moro Ojomo out of Texas, D tackle to the Eagles. Nick Jones, cornerback out of Ball State to the Chiefs. And Spencer Anderson, guard out of Maryland to the Steelers.
How would you like to be Moro Ojomo, who has to now go to that Philly D line, and when's he going to get snaps?
Good luck.
You want to talk about being buried? I mean, wow.
Jeez.
Best of luck.
I wish well to the guy, but that's a tough
Somebody
place
did
to
put
get
in
snaps
chat
on.
too. If we don't remember, the 49ers did draft another tight end before that, and it was another one we didn't care about. So Cameron Latu,
big
Willis.
tight end controversy, man. Latu,
Yeah.
and we got Braden Willis and George Kittle. So, actually, what round was George Kittle? Wasn't he late, like 6th?
4th?
Fifth?
No, I think it was 3rd or
round, I believe.
4th. 5th round.
Come
Okay,
on.
damn.
I thought it was later than 5th or 6th, maybe. Let's see.
I'm saying 5th rounder. That's what I'm
Don't
looking
matter.
Fifth round,
Iowa, no
146.
matter
5th round, 146.
at. Iowa stand.
He's
up.
an Iowa
Hawkeye
guy.
Nation, stand
Let's ask the Iowa guy. It's true.
We know.
All right.
Listen, he had that chemistry his rookie year, right? Because they also had C.J. Beathard, who was this college quarterback.
Oh, yeah.
Roster,
Right.
They had the chemistry.
Yep.
The chemistry.
I
going.
forgot about that. Yeah, CJ Beathard.
What's a locker room connection, right? The shower connection.
Scout team went crazy that year.
Ryan's asking for a little more in depth on how. Mike, you can go ahead and take this because you're one that's Gibbs over these 2 quarterbacks. So.
Yeah, not to disappoint you at all, Ryan, but we had a much better discussion when we had more energy and more juice. And Ray was on the stream.
I got a lot of
night
energy.
one. I still got some left too, but we're definitely running on E here. But Gibbs for me, like I just feel like is different, right? If Bryce and CJ had gone to spots that had draft capital, or they had used their draft capital in this draft to get them weapons and surround them with talent, I would feel much better about it. But they both kind of went to spots where we go, and it's going to take something, some big trade or something along those lines for them to get some weapons that we feel excited about. Like, I'm not a fan of the weapons in Houston. I'm not a fan of the weapons in Carolina. I know we just talked about Jonathan Mingo, but like I have to talk myself into Jonathan Mingo, and that's not a great place to start. That's not a really great place for me to start going like, hey, they have Jonathan Mingo. Oh, shit.
Right. And this comes to Mike's point here of Ryan, for the way Mike's viewing it, and I kind of agree to a lot of the points here. One thing that both CJ and Bryce teams did is they leveraged next year's future on getting them, right? So, well, with CJ, it was more so on getting Will Anderson, but their picks next year are gone. So there's not a scenario where both these guys don't have really good weapons, right? And it's a bad team. So are they good long term? Maybe, but at the same time, like, where are they going to trend in Dynasty over the next year with no passing weapons? If you want to trade them and leverage them, that's my play on where I would take the two over them. But as far as if you want points right now, I think Gibbs at 12 has a scenario where you put that type of draft capital in a running back, that's significant draft capital. And if you're playing for a shorter window, Jahmyr Gibbs could give you a lot better points that mean something to the running back than could, Bryce Young or CJ Stroud. So I think that's kind of a lot of where Mike's coming from on 103.
It's not often that I get to give an analysis on 7th round draft picks, but the best ball that we do, Adam, 49ers just took Ronnie Bell, which is a receiver that I kind of liked.
Big Ronnie Bell guy?
We need Ray for the Michigan helmet, man. Come on.
Yeah, I don't think it's really, it's not pushing Brandon Ayuk, all right? This isn't moving the needle. Okay. But in our deep best ball leagues, like I had a lot of Jawan Jennings. Just because he might have that 1 or 2 weeks where he does something. I think this pretty much just kills the Jawan Jennings thing. Like, I think Ronnie Bell can pretty much unseat him just from a talent standpoint. And now Jawan Jennings for my 35th roster spot on my best ball leagues is just kind of looking like a dead asset. Like, all right, enjoy waivers. See ya.
Yeah, all right. I guess so. I don't know. Ronnie Bell's okay.
Let's ask a couple questions here that are in the chat. Jordan Addison or DeAndre Swift right now, guys?
Addison.
I think it's Addison, yeah.
Agree. Is 109 too early for A-Rich in a Superflex startup?
Yes.
Yep.
I would say this, Turner. It depends on who's on the board. Probably it's too early for me because of the wide receivers.
It's too early.
I would say
Chase and Jefferson over him for sure.
And the 6 quarterbacks.
7 quarterbacks before him.
That's what I was going to ask you, Rich, because
there you go.
You do it a little bit different than I do. I got 9 quarterbacks that I would take, so the 109 obviously doesn't fall into that.
Yep.
If you include Jefferson, what's that? The 111.
Jefferson, Chase.
The 111 at best would be for A-Rich. If you include Chase, that's what the 112. If you're going the 9 quarterbacks I have, you probably have less because we talked about the Justin Fields thing. So who are those quarterbacks for you where it's just no way in hell? Mahomes, Hurts, Allen, Burrow, Herbert?
You got to go Mahomes, Allen, Hurts, Burrow, Herbert, Lamar, Trevor
Lawrence.
I think I'm at 7, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
What about
Fields,
Deshaun
Jefferson? Watson, yup. I'm definitely on Watson. Fields is kind of like a maybe.
I was just going to say
pick your poison, and Chase and Jefferson definitely for sure.
The reason I was going to say it depends on what you want to do in your league is I think it's probably a little too early, but it's close because like Jay Ray was just on here. Ray just said on here today he would take A-Rich over Fields, and I think a lot of people are going to take Fields inside the 109.
It just seems crazy to take A-Rich like it. 109.
I know. Man, I get you. I'm like,
not. Remember. There was a time last season. Trey Lance was the 109, the 110.
Yeah.
Right.
Trey Lance basically
when Trey Lance was a back end first round pick, and people were like, "Oh, but the upside," and it's like, "Oh, well, what about the playing time?" Like you got to play, you got to be good, you got to actually score points, and that's where I struggle with Richardson.
You know what's crazy though?
You can get some pretty good fantasy points.
Can I give you the point though? I agree. But I'll give you, and maybe the Dynasty community's learned, but for 2 seasons before we knew anything, Trey Lance basically treaded water, 203 or higher everywhere in startups.
Yeah, that's true. That's
crazy when you think about it. And
what
Superflex means.
Fields was a 2nd round startup pick last year.
Right.
He was awful. Right. It was terrible. I was like, why would you take Fields this high? Apparently, I was mad wrong. His passing numbers didn't get any better, but he ran.
He ended up being quarterback.
That's all that matters.
And look at A-Rich, man. A-Rich has rushing upside that we haven't seen before.
Yep.
So
sure.
I think 109 is too early. You tell me it's like 111-ish. I think I'm having a little bit different conversation if you really want to go get him because I think the problem is
I just really struggle with that in a startup because it just feels so risky, and that's more what I'm getting at in terms of quarterback 9, quarterback 10, quarterback 11 value. That's fine, but I probably wouldn't feel the same way in a startup, right? I feel very uneasy about drafting Anthony Richardson as my QB1 in a startup. Like that to me just seems very risky, and I probably wouldn't make that move personally. Some people are willing to make that move.
I get you. I think 110 is where I can maybe have more of a conversation because I think the 7 quarterbacks don't even include Fields for me, and then we go to Chase and Jefferson. So I think it's too early personally, but it's probably not that crazy. Go ahead, Cody. What do you got?
I mean, truly, just do auction and don't do snake because then there's not even a discussion of what that is. So that's what you should
A-Rich won't go
actually
that
do.
high in an auction, I don't think.
Dominic has asked at least like 20 times. It feels like if we're doing a mock.
Man, we've been live since noon.
I don't think we're doing a mock, man. I'm sorry, bro. I know you've been asking.
Dominic,
we can do one later.
Plugs, man. Here's some plugs, man. You got multiple days to go back and rewatch us do multiple mocks, but the best one I will plug is America's Game Podcast. Dropped this morning. Adam and I stayed up late with Eric, who is very smart and very good at Dynasty, and we did a 4-round because we're super degenerates. A 4-round rookie mock with a lot of analysis. So go give that a listen. Put it on, go for a drive, do whatever. It's a good podcast to listen to.
And the Packers do not stop taking wide receiver Grant Dubose out of Charlotte to the Packers with the 256 overall.
Yep, 3 picks left.
Close.
Let's go.
Does he make
Sean Tucker get drafted?
The 49ers.
Sean Tucker, not looking good. 3 picks left. Denver, the pick is in. The question is that who's going to be Mr. Irrelevant, and what position would you peg for your Mr. Irrelevant?
Who is this year's Brock Purdy?
Rams already took quarterback, right?
Rams already took quarterback. Yep.
I had Max Duggan as Mr. Irrelevant, but that's all.
Okay, you were close.
It's
You're
gone.
close.
You can do that.
All right, let's think about this.
I'm going to go with defensive end. I'm going to go with
Broncos
an edge rusher.
pick is in Alex Forsyth.
Forsyth, yeah. Center out of Oregon.
Center.
Come on, Chicago. Let's get this train on the road. Let's get moving.
How about Tanner Morgan?
Is he in the draft class? Did he go back to Minnesota? Did they let him go back?
He is in the draft class. Tanner
Okay.
Morgan.
What other quarterbacks could we draft?
I was just going to ask, what are the
ESPN
quarterbacks?
Lists 2. ESPN list 2, one of them, Tanner Morgan, who I knew.
Okay.
The other one's from Shepherd College, and again, we can play the game.
Shepherd.
Where the hell
I played
is
against Shepherd. I played against Shepherd. I can tell you where it is.
Okay.
When I was at Wheeling Jesuit, we played against Shepherd, which is when it was in the West Virginia Conference, but it's in Maryland, so I can answer that question for you.
All right, Tyson Badgett of Shepherd is the other quarterback.
Oh, Tyson Badgett. Nice.
Somebody had him as quarterback 5, one of the mock draft analysts.
You really went to Shepherd? Wow.
He went to Shepherd. Big kid, man.
I want that. I want to see that. Shepherd College. Let's go, man. Come on.
Shepherd College.
Ryan, to answer your questions, we'll get UDFA signings like almost immediately after. They get announced pretty quickly.
Yeah, it'll
at
be
times.
for the next 2 hours.
What's the
They
kid's name,
honestly,
signings.
they'll be announced like the moment the draft ends, basically.
So a little insight. Like, I'm not like some super specialist or anything, but I've been a big NFL fan for a while. One of the guys I used to work with, his brother, a couple of years ago, was a possibility of being a 6th or 7th round draft pick. And
Damn.
The way it essentially works is in round 7, a lot of these teams will call their agents of the projected 7th round guys, and the agents sometimes will literally turn them down for them getting taken in the draft in the 7th round. Like, some of these teams, some of these players, some of these agents would almost rather them be undrafted
UDFAs.
free agents, because they get to pick where they want to sign. So they can look at depth charts, they can look and see how big of a role it would be or how big of a task it would be to make the team in camp. So there's a lot of guys getting called here, right? So if you see like Raheem Jarrett or Sean Tucker, like, there's a possibility there's a team that was going to take them in the 7th round, but when they talk to the agent, they're like, nah, don't take me. I'm not signing with you. I'd rather take my chances as the UDFA.
Yep.
What do we think about the UDFA signings, by the way? Like, is there anybody we care about? I mean,
it'll be Sean Tucker.
It does, right?
It'll be Sean Tucker. That's the guy if he signs and where I'm sure he'll sign for some decent money.
James Robinson, right?
If you are looking at UDFA signings, one thing that is, it's noteworthy, they are not all paid the same. Some UDFA signings get big signing bonuses, and again, that's confidence in the player. So that's another factor as well, is you can look to see the actual dollar figures attached to some of these players. Doesn't necessarily mean anything, but it is, again, another vote of confidence from a franchise to say, we're willing to pay you this amount of money relative to another guy who may have got half that, a third of that on the same open market. So that does matter a little bit as well.
Was it Malik Davis last year that got that largest signing bonus on his UDFA contract?
Might have. I believe Who's the
Abram
big guy
Smith
from?
there.
Yeah, Abe Smith. He was, I think, the
Abe
highest.
Smith, good call.
Yeah,
Abram
I think
Smith.
it was Abe Smith.
That was Matt
paid a
Bruning's
lot.
guy, right? And he
From the
got
Saints.
the biggest one for that,
I had
that class.
probably 80% rostership of Abram Smith and Snoop Connor.
Just,
appreciate it, Lewis.
Oh yeah, Berserker said Mo Ibrahim. That's a great name, right?
That's a good one.
Oh,
Yeah, that's a great name.
Yeah,
'Cause he's
good
a
call.
very, very, very productive running back in Minnesota.
For you,
I'll be
Even
honest,
coming
man.
off the Achilles, smashed this year. Just smashed in the Big Ten.
Raheem Jarrett not getting drafted to me, I don't.
wow.
Oh,
I didn't think that was going to
I
happen.
didn't think it was going to happen. Are you guys interested, honestly, at this point, undrafted? At all?
Undrafted
UDFA?
wide
No.
receivers, man, you just can't. Just,
I'm
Here-
not
here's
interested.
there's no
the-
place
the
for them in
quick and
fantasy.
Here's the quick and dirty for you,
I can't do it,
211
man.
people still tapped in, is the fact in lineup leagues, UDFA running backs interest me, and there will be waiver wire ads for me, right? Any RB on a 53, that's what we're going to roll with.
Yep.
Wide receivers, no. Tight ends, no. Quarterbacks, hell no. Like, I'm good. Hard pass. Running backs, I'm interested as UDFAs, though.
Is there any
Okay,
of those
Chad.
quarterbacks?
Mr. Irrelevant predictions. It's time.
Mike, what's the kid's name from Shepherd College?
Badgett.
Badgett.
Tyson
Badgett.
Badgett.
I want Tyson Badgett. That's my vote, man.
Tyson
Let's go to the
Badgett.
Rams. Let's go.
He could
Tyson
be.
Badgett to the Rams.
Stand up, Tyson Badgett.
It's probably going to be like another punt.
We are. By the way, riveting stuff here. We are on the last pick. We have made it through, everybody. We appreciate every single one of you guys tapped in here. Everyone that was tapped in earlier.
Travis Dye.
Travis Dye. Is that
Berserker.
it really? Okay.
No. That's just what he said in the chat as a guess.
I thought that was the pick. I was like, dang. All right.
No. We got OT from Nick Pick 6. I'm going edge rusher still. I think it'll be an edge rusher.
What's that fullback that Mike was?
Oh, Mike's guy, the
Let's go.
fullback.
Let me get a fullback.
No.
They already drafted a punter, so that's off the board for them.
Let's get Hunter Lupke. Let's go.
Oh yeah.
Let's get the starter for as soon as Matthew Stafford probably ends up not playing, right?
They already got it.
We're almost there. Almost there.
Who?
They already
No, it's
have
not that yet.
the starter for when Matthew Stafford's not playing. Stetson Bennett. They drafted him like 5
Stetson
rounds
Bennett,
ago.
Zach Evans, Ethan
I want
Evans.
another
Wow,
one.
2 Evans in the 6th round. Huge.
Let's go.
Jason
UDFA.
Taylor II, already drafted. Wow.
Come on, Rams.
His
Just get this thing in.
I don't know
Berserker
if
Zach
that's
Kuntz got
actually-
drafted already.
I don't know if that's actually like Jason Taylor's kid, because I know his actual kid does play like tight end for LSU.
I thought he would. Did he go to was it LSU?
Yeah, he's a
He
tight
didn't end up
end at
Miami?
LSU.
Damn.
I don't know
Cool.
who the hell Jason Taylor II is, if he's related to the original Jason Taylor.
Time to
Or
hide the
just-
chat. Don't need this being ruined.
Oh yeah, hide.
Bated breath.
Hide it.
Mr. Irrelevant.
Oh, let's drag this out. Perfect.
I think the
48
let's see,
years
the,
ago, I was the Mr. Irrelevant pick.
If they get a parade,
the Fahokos are not family related. I think that was one thing. That
Really?
we,
Okay.
Didn't ever touch on. They might be like cousins, but inside of their own family, they're not related. He has 4 sisters.
ooh,
We have a
we
super
got one more
chat.
super chat right up there.
Oh, let's go.
We got a lot of
Drink the
love
rest of
coming
this to it.
from I'll
Let's
do a
go.
shot. I'll do one more shot, man. Why not?
I'd take one more. I need some food in the worst way.
I have it sitting right here. I'm just not going to eat it on stream. That just seems kind of savage.
I've got half-eaten burrito right next to me.
You've been sneaking it this whole time, haven't you?
Oh, I've just anytime I.
He didn't sneak it. I saw the one time he just ate it right in the
Yeah.
open.
Go.
All right,
Yeah.
cheers to everybody, man. Great
Oh,
draft.
I was kind of close. D tackle.
What was it?
DN Juwan Johnson.
Okay, Dwan Johnson. Cheers.
What'd I say?
Good stuff.
Edge.
All right, let's get
go.
the super chat and let's bounce out of here. This is a good way to end it.
And this is a good way to end it. I appreciate everyone tapping in all 3 days, man.
Yes.
I appreciate
Yes,
every one of
sir.
you guys. Appreciate all the super chats. Appreciate all the love. We're at 7 hours, guys. 6 hours and 57 minutes.
Boys.
14 team.
I can't believe I came back.
I
did
can believe
the
it.
whole
I can't
thing
believe
too,
I
Jay
came
Rich.
back.
I can believe
This
it.
is-
You were a trooper
This is
last
for
year
everyone
when you
who's
did
out
like
there.
4
Everyone
hours,
who
5
is out
hours.
there right now. If you didn't drop us a like, that's cool. But understand, if you are doing anything, you want to be on top. Where's Ray right now? Probably playing a game with his kids, and here am I, the number 2, on here with the D-Gens, struggling to get through. But we're here. We made it. Thank you for tapping in. Thank you for being here. Let's talk about the super chat though.
Let's talk about the super chat. Last
Cody
one,
too, man. Put in that work. Put in that time in.
Yeah, appreciate it, Cody. All right, 14-team Devy depleted rookie draft. 1.75 tight end premium, 0.25 points per carry, full PPR, start 2 tight ends. We're starting 13 overall. Okay, so we got the 101 rookie pick. We got Kincaid, we got Flowers, we got Sharp, or Kendre Miller.
Kincaid.
14-team, 1.25
Oh, this is I got it. It's depleted. So you're 101 right now. These are your guys.
Oh.
Zay Flowers, Sharps, Kendre Miller, or Kincaid.
Dalton Kincaid with this 1.75
Really?
start 2 tight end 14-team league. Tight end
Oh,
scarcity
fuck,
out
yeah.
the
You
ass.
gotta
Give me
get
Dalton
Kincaid.
It's Kincaid.
You gotta be Kincaid. Gotta
Kincaid.
be.
I think honestly for me, Austin, I think Kincaid makes the most sense. Now, I would say this. I would take Kendre Miller if you had like 3-4 tight ends. You had a really good tight end room. If you wanted to take Kendre Miller because of the 0.25 points per carry, but if you don't have a really good tight end room, I'm taking Kincaid. I would agree with these guys on that point.
I'll take Kincaid.
Would you take, if Laporta was still out there, I'd take Laporta over Kincaid, to be honest. But
The reason I say, well, it could be. We could talk Laporta, but the reason I say that is we're starting 13, right? And it's a good tight end premium, and it's 2 tight ends. But start 13, like Kendre Miller could be a guy that definitely makes a lineup here at 0.25 points per carry. So I think it depends on my tight end room. If I have like 4 pretty good tight ends, I'm good. But if you don't, I'd take Kincaid here. I think Kincaid has a good landing spot.
Yeah, you gotta get Kincaid for sure. For sure.
All right, y'all. We got a bunch of things, fellas. We got all kind of stuff. Jay, you want to – what do we got? What do we got? What did I miss?
The fucking chat.
What did I miss? Which one?
Just look at the latest messages in chat.
Damn.
Damn.
I didn't know that's what was going on here. Okay. Okay.
The junk in Jay's trunk. Wow.
Okay.
He said dump truck.
The Vor.
Can we get the dump truck? Jay, you want to hit some outro music for us, man, so we can get up out of here? Look at these faces right now.
Thank you, everybody, for tapping in and apparently checking me out. I appreciate it. The compliments.
He thick.
They never get old. They never
get
old.
That's a thick ass boy.
Oh, if we had that soundbite right now.
That's a thick ass boy. All right, man.
Crazy, man.
We're over 7-hour mark. Appreciate everybody.
We are off the rails. And for the last time.
What?
Damn.
What? All right,
These
y'all.
people, man, the chat wildin'. Adam, thank you for hosting. Cody, thank you for being here. Mike, thank you for being here. Chat, thank you for being here. We'll be back on Monday with Noah Hills. Everybody, Noah Hills. It'll be good.
Let's go.
Zach Evans.
Let's go.
Yeah, appreciate
Zach
it.
Evans.
Appreciate
to the
it.
Rams.
Make sure everyone's tapping into Wake Up on Monday with Noah Hills. But we appreciate everybody here, man. Everybody here. This community is going to keep growing. Appreciate every single super chat, every one of you tapped in. Jay's thick, and we're out of here until next year for the draft.
Before y'all close off of the video, I just want to say thank you for checking out the content on Destination Devy. Really appreciate every single view that we get. And the only thing that I ask is that you hit the thumbs up button, like the content, subscribe to the channel, and if you can, comment below for the algorithm. Really helps the channel grow. Now, if you want more exclusive access to me and the entire Destination Devy team, patreon.com/allgas gives you that access. Now, if your money's a little funny, we do have free content for you. Make sure you subscribe to the All Gas newsletter. There's a link in the description of this video below, and subscribe to the Destination Devy Podcast radio feed, where we got all types of shows hitting the airwaves every single week. Now y'all can get out of here. I appreciate y'all tapping in. It's All Gas all the time. I love y'all. I'm out of this thing. Peace.